No one would have thought that there would be someone who could find this place. People surrounded the guy they were chasing and one of them smirked. The dark-haired man decided to ask the guy what magic he used to follow them. And just like that, things have changed for the protagonist since then. The guy came to his senses and realized he was in another world. He decided to omit the details of how he got here, as it was a rather embarrassing story. In any case, he needed to get out of the forest or mountain now, but the hero did not understand how to do it. While he was thinking about what to do, a hungry big bear came behind him and scared the guy. The hero got a shiver, and he realized that he was in trouble as if out of nowhere. The guy didn't know what to do, because he could pretend to be dead, run away, or fight. Thinking of the latter option, the hero laughed, deciding that there was no one to deceive. The bear was slowly approaching the guy, and he needed to find a way out of the situation faster. The hero did a completely stupid thing and said hello to the bear in French. The bear roared loudly and the hero didn't know what he was hoping for. Suddenly the animal was swallowed by a large slime, which puzzled the guy. The bear began to sink in it and the hero noticed the animal's body began to dissolve to a skeleton. He covered his nose and decided it was too much for him. Besides, the slug was just around the corner and he had to run away. But as he was running away, the hero turned around and saw an explosion behind him that destroyed the slug. The hero stared at the slug, trying to figure out what just happened. Besides, there was nothing left of that bear either, so the hero decided to calm down a bit. He needed to figure out what was going on here and where he had gotten to. The guy sighed heavily and thought that this was just awful, and now he wasn't talking about the slime monster. The glittering forest was finally gone, and now it was a normal forest. But after this incident, something even more horrible happened to the hero, and yet he was able to survive it with a wooden sword, mowing down spiders' nests. But to be serious, it wasn't just the spiders' nests that were the problem. Like when the guy thought he had met villagers, they were actually savages who carried human flesh, and the guy barely managed to escape from them in fear. The first time the hero found the real road, he actually cried. He was so elated that he even made a commemorative mark. For him, it was not a scribble, but a memorial mark that he had to write down now and express his feelings. Anyway, it was just awful, so it was probably impossible for other people to imagine it. To imagine how much the main character got turned on when he saw the whole city. The guy immediately thought it was the most stamped scenery in the fantasy genre, but he didn't care at all right now. He just wanted to meet other people. He walked down the slope and said hello to the soldiers, but it didn't turn out the way he thought it would. For whatever reason, the hero just ended up in jail. The hero asked to wait for them for a minute and said that he just wanted to get protection. But not in this way. The soldiers were discussing something in another language and the hero was horrified, not understanding what they were saying. The hero was so tired that he decided to sleep. All he could think about was that this was the most disgusting adventure of his life. From the beginning, out of nowhere, he was attacked by a bear, a slug, and when they finally managed to find the humans, they threw him into a dungeon. The hero was afraid to imagine what would happen to him next. At some point, the hero felt a light blow to the head, woke up and saw a girl warrior in front of him. The hero froze in incomprehension of who she was. The hero tried to ask her about her hitting him with her sword, but the girl only smiled back. She put her sword to the guy's chest, and the hero assumed that she could understand him. With trembling legs, the hero knelt before her and tried to appeal to her. The guy called the warrior girl a monstrous gorilla the moment he was in the sack. The girl took the sack on her shoulder, and the hero thought she walked into a building with it. The boy was at a loss to understand where he was being carried, and it was sheer terror. He was trying to comprehend what had happened to him when suddenly the bag untied and he could climb out of there. He thought he heard a voice saying that it didn't work. The hero was quite surprised to see before him the very girl warrior, and a beautiful girl in a dress. They were in a church with a large and gorgeous dome. The warrior girl told May that he was already awake. The guy wanted to call the girl names again, but at some point he realized that he understood them. The girl in the dress asked him to stay calm. She was a sister in this church and they had just used a carrier spell on him. It was a simple spell that allowed the target to understand their normal language by instilling a spirit into it. The hero thought it was like a gum translator, but the girl had no idea what he was talking about. The guy decided to omit this point and thank them for their help. The hero tried to explain that he had a problem with that monstrous night before, or rather with her power method. The sister of the church looked at Elias unhappily, trying to understand what she had done. To be honest, the guy had a bunch of other things he couldn't figure out himself, but he doubted the girls would believe him. Church's sister replied that it was fine. Plus, she was very good at recognizing lies. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought it was very cool. He got down on his knee in front of the girl and told her that it suited her very well, and he was touched. Counting on the fact that it was normal, he asked the girl to hug her. The sister of the church was embarrassed and replied that he shouldn't have teased the old lady. Ilyas didn't want to look at that and asked them to finally get started. Guy thought of the sister of the church who knew how to recognize lies and grinned. He thought that if he had that power, his life would be many times easier. The hero decided not to lie and said that he came here from another world. The hero said his name and everything around him lit up. It really didn't look like he was lying, but the story was really hard to believe. The hero admitted that it was very difficult for him, because the bear and the slime suddenly tried to eat him. To be honest, he thought he was going to die there, and the girl put her hands on his shoulders. The sister decided to make sure that he really did get out of the Black Demon Killer Mountain. The hero was puzzled by such a strange name, and the girl was surprised that he was still alive. She said that the mountain was so dangerous that even dragons dared not go near it. The boy didn't know that dragons existed in this world and decided that he would have to add an item to his list of things to see. He explained that there was also a bear there, and the sister of the church explained that this animal simply ate the rui fruit. After eating that fruit, they unknowingly go to the slug's den. By the way, that pile of fruit that the hero brought back is also rui fruit. The hero decided that he was unspeakably lucky because he had to eat a couple of those fruits too. What the girl meant was that the guy's mana amount was surprisingly low, so the fruit control effect didn't affect him that much. Speaking of mana, the hero didn't even notice it overwhelming him or anything like that. It was usually a classic when a weak-looking kid who hides his real abilities had a huge amount of power. The girls were trying to figure out what he was mumbling about. The sister of the church tried to explain to the guy that it was simply impossible, and it was the first time she had seen someone with such a small amount of mana. It was so little that she felt sorry for him. The hero thought about how that was pretty bad, since he didn't get any bonus from transmigration or something. Apparently, in this world he was like a bug, but one that would be stepped on and die. That just meant that the slug didn't even try to eat him. The hero was even glad that he was just a minor nuisance and thanked God for his safety, which was more important than anything else. In other words, the guy was insanely glad he was nothing. However, the girl warrior was surprised that he was able to make it to the city without any equipment. The lad exclaimed that he did have equipment, and it was an exquisite wooden stick, which was also his trusty companion. Ilyas apologized to him and said that she had used it as kindling, and apparently now the lad had nothing at all. But anyway, Ilyas thought that the hero should be thankful to God that he didn't meet the bandits who were often seen in the area on this mountain, and he could have said goodbye to his life if he had met them in the forests. The hero was indeed grateful to God that he instead met such people on the mountain itself. Ilyas asked him to stop and decided to make sure that he had indeed met them on the mountain. He explained that he had found a cave there, and while he was looking behind it, he saw some grim men whose faces plainly screamed that they were bandits. Ilyas grabbed the hero and began to interrogate him about where he had seen them. Wiley shook the guy so hard that he became dizzy. She couldn't wait to find out the location of these people, but her sister asked Ilyas to stop, because she could kill him that way. The girl apologized and let go of the guy, who fell face down on the floor. The hero thought about the fact that she was really a monstrous gorilla, and in all the time he had spent in this world, today was the closest he had ever been to death. In addition, the sister of the church thought that the hero would no longer remember their exact location. The guy exhaled heavily and decided that he could show the place. It was so convenient for the girls that they straight up perked up, and the sister asked him for a hug, and asked him to be gentle with her while doing so. Ilyas couldn't afford to just stand still, and she had to get the squad together as fast as possible. She also asked the guy to show them the way, and the hero pointed his finger in surprise. Her name was Alea Ratzel, and she was a knight of the Kingdom of Thieves who received orders to catch bandits from the mountain. At the time, there were two men on duty in front of the cave entrance. One of them yawned tiredly and assumed it was their shift change time, but his partner said it was still early and retired to the restroom. While the man was guarding alone, he yawned again and began to dream of a woman with a normal figure. The watchman decided to have a snack, thinking that after the fat peddlers, it was no longer any fun. He didn't even notice that the broad blade of the sword was already flying towards him. The blow was so strong and fast that it blew the guard's head off in a flash. One of the warriors scolded when he realized that the man had used detection magic, and now they were going to come here any minute now. The hero was shocked that the bandits were also able to use magic, and it was as if the bandits were wizards. Ilyas didn't think that was a problem. After all, the cave has too narrow a passage, so they would destroy them with one swing. The guy thought that since she was able to carry a grown guy all this time, he understood where she got her confidence from. The speed of their warriors seemed amazing to the hero. and, by all appearances, that each of them was as much gorilla as Orias. The girl told the lad that they should also go and asked him to keep up strongly. The hero got a shiver and agreed with the Ilias. When the girl and the guy went inside, the hero saw the very real fight in front of him. There was a sea of blood around, and Ilias ordered not to kill those who surrendered, but also not to let go of those who tried to escape. Ilias' squad destroyed one bandit after another, and one of them shouted that it was the knights again. A large stone chained together came crashing down on Ilias, but the girl stopped the block with just her hand. She taunted her enemy, assuming his giant body only for looks, and smirked. The bandit gritted his teeth in anger and insulted the girl, whereupon Ilias shattered the rock above her head. The warrior girl said that dragging such a huge body would make her neck ache, so it would just destroy it for all its sins right here and now. She chopped off the huge man's head in a flash with her broad two-handed sword, and the hero froze in amazement. The girl ordered the squad to find by detection magic all the bandits who escaped the fight and bring those who survived. It seemed to her that everything went smoothly, but the hero thought that he would definitely be traumatized after this spectacle. Ilias asked the lad if he had seen the success of the great knights, and he must have been thrilled as he watched their efforts. The hero had only one question. He wondered why the girl didn't use her sword. Ilias explained that she just didn't want to dirty her sword with dirty blood. But if that was the case, the hero probably imagined it. He saw her try to use it, but it got stuck in the scabbard. There was a moment of awkward silence, after which the girl lost her temper. She drew her sword, and the hero begged her to let go of the weapon and agreed with her. In the end, the destruction of the bandits went off without any incident. The knights captured 7 of the 30 bandits, and the rest died in the battle, and it seems that none of them were able to escape. The guy thought he was even used to being carried on his shoulders by now, especially since he didn't want to stand out in any way. But the biggest question was why he had come to this world. The hero thought it was obvious, but it could be seen that he had the most ordinary body. He was sure that he was not the hero's heir or anything like that. He speculated that it could have been a simple divine whim or a failed summoning ritual. The hero didn't really care about that, but he would have liked to see the surprised face of the summoner when he opened his eyes. The boy felt that leaving him alone on the mountain was too much, even if he just wanted to live peacefully. He didn't care about overthrowing the demon king or creating a harem. The hero would just want to be allowed to live in peace and tranquility. Somewhere deep inside the forest in the kingdom of Tais has set up camp. The bandit boss learned that the Giddu squad had been defeated and also a few of them were captured. But the man smirked and decided that he didn't have to worry about it, for his partners were not stupid. The leader of the alliance of mountain bandits named Docolla knew that his men feared his wrath far more than the torture of ordinary knights. In the kingdom of Thais, a meeting was being held in the conference room. The king of Tais, Marito Tais, praised Lady Ratzel for her good work, and he was pleased that they had done a complete job this time. Lady Ratzel bowed and thanked my lord. She promised to keep trying, and my lord asked if they had succeeded in getting any information. The girl replied that they were currently interrogating the prisoners, but they were still unable to learn anything of importance and needed a little more time to do so. Lord Leonard raised his hand and the king assumed he had something to say. He didn't want to argue and agreed that Lady Ratzel's success was undeniable. But he did not think that the woman could handle torture, thus hurting her feelings. Therefore, if His Highness was okay with it, he and his troop would immediately embark on the task. Whispers between people were heard along the steel. One of the men pounded on the table and apologized for what he had said. However, Lady Ratzel has a small elite squad and the completely free ones were from a strength of 30 people. At the same time, his squad includes about 300 warriors ready to instantly start the task. One also had to consider what they were saying about the bandits who had been keeping them from breathing easy all this time. The man was trying to get Lady Ratzel to admit that she needed help. While the meeting was going on, the protagonist decided to have a snack. A hot plate with a dish that looked quite appetizing was placed in front of him. The protagonist took a spoon and immediately stuffed his cheeks. Although it was his first time eating food from this world, it was quite good. The herbs had a rather sour taste and the aroma directly hit his nose. Apparently, it needed some more maturation. The bearded old man inquired about how the dish tasted to him. He apologized that they couldn't offer anything but the remains from last night. Last night, while all the lords were chatting amongst themselves, the protagonist was offered a toast. The protagonist apologized and wanted to know where he could sleep since he hadn't been able to sleep for like 2 days. He was shocked when he found out that this was not allowed and he needed to change his clothes first. He was given a towel and shown where the hot water was. At the same time, he was shown where he could sleep and the old man waved him off saying that they would meet tomorrow. The hero thought that this was a kind grandpa who was completely different from that gorilla. By the way, he didn't even know his name and the old man gave his name. which consisted of many letters. The guy thought that he heard what he heard and asked him to repeat it, but he heard exactly the same incomprehensible letters. The old man laughed and said that everything was alright and asked him to call him simply Grandfather Kargu. The boy thanked him and the grandfather asked him to find a moment for him. After lunch, the Kargu led the young man to the Ilias. The girl apologized for pestering him and asked him to give her an idea. Although catching bandits is the perfect way to figure out the others, but the hero had to realize that even from a fish it would be easier to get information out than from them. The hero assumed that right now they were interrogating them. The thing is, the bandits communicate with each other in some obscure way, which is why it was so hard to catch them. The hero thought that with such a powerful unit to capture these bandits will be a minute matter. After all, their leader was a real gorilla, but the hero could not tell her that. The girl pouted and said it wasn't that simple. They even sent baits to them, but nothing worked. The bandits used detection magic to avoid skirmishes with their warriors, and they ended up just looting their own decoys without any problems. Detection magic was a magic that within a certain radius allowed detection in other creatures with mana. It was basically a magical version of a heat sensor, which was very handy, and if they could do such a thing, the hero offered to use this magic to find them. But the girl said it wouldn't work that way. They always carried anti-magic stones with them wherever they went. But the hero didn't understand what it was. The anti-magic stones were small balls. Ilias tossed one of these and it spun, then fell on the table. As you could see, it was literally a stone that could suppress magic, and it was a pretty terrible fantasy item in the hero's opinion. Its effectiveness depended on its size. Such a stone, for example, could be bought even by a child from the money his parents gave him, and the boy was surprised that it could be so easily obtained. The hero assumed that mages wouldn't be worth a penny with such a thing, and the girl thought he meant sorceress warriors. They could use magic if they found an area where stones didn't work. But when a battle starts, the battlefield usually has a stone covering the entire battlefield. Apparently, it was impossible to solve everything with one spell in this world. Even though it was a different world, the hero felt that it was too cruel. But the hero suggested that if magic existed here, they could just use something along the lines of hypnosis magic to make them tell everything. Ilias agreed that such magic did exist, but apparently they had implanted little anti-magic stones in their heads. The girl was afraid that if they tried to get the stones they would all die, and that was pretty smart of them. In that case, the hero asked to interrogate the bandits himself, which surprised the old man with Ilias. One of the huge bandits became furious when he saw an unfamiliar squishy guy in front of him and asked him who he was. The guy assumed he was the one who would now be in charge of interrogating him, and the bandit smirked. He thought that now this straw man was being sent to him and concluded that the Tice had pretty low standards. The hero said that brute force wasn't necessary in an interrogation, and besides, he didn't like hurting others. The bandit pounded on the table and said that the hero was also a coward, and asked him to just kill him. After all, there was no way he would talk to someone like him. The guy had noticed that the man was pretty stubborn, and now that he looked closer, he saw the bandit had wounds all over his body. Apparently, he had been tortured many times before. The hero leaned on the back of his chair and said that he could not escape the death sentence, but the bandit asked him to tell him better what he did not know. The bandit didn't understand why they were waiting and offered to just kill them, and the guy pointed his finger at him. That's exactly why the hero didn't understand why they were still silent, because their days were already numbered. What he meant was that the relationship between bandits was usually only businesslike, and they would forget about him the second they caught him. And it would be a lot easier if he just confessed. The hero felt like they were facing something scarier than death. In the end, the hero didn't understand what he kept keeping quiet for, and the bandit asked the guy what would change in case he told everything. The hero smirked and admitted that at the very least it would make him happy. Plus, if he's pleased, they'll cease torturing him. Hero in no way asked him to give up his comrades. While the bandit was shaking with anger, the guy was trying to find out why he still didn't say anything and waited for a chance to die in peace. But if he was still not going to say anything, the guy assumed that there was nothing more that could be done. In that case, he would just hand over the remaining work to the knights. The hero wondered what the bandit would do now. The bandit grinned and said that nothing would change if he died. He spoke of a certain man who could instill fear in them forever wherever they were, so torture was no match for that. The man got up from the table and asked him to just kill him. At this point, the hero realized that they had eternal fear. The sister of the church was surprised when she heard about the magic that allows you to change the soul of a dead person. The sister cradled the hero, trying to understand what Ilias had done to this guy and considered it a disgrace. But the girl knight exclaimed that she had done nothing to him. The lad tried to distance himself from Maya and thought she might have known something about it, so he asked Ilias to bring him here. The girl agreed that there was magic to bring back the soul of a dead person, but it had been forgotten. It sounded like the kind of magic anyone would wish for themselves. Maya was wary when the hero said this and warned that under no circumstances was it allowed to say such a thing in front of anyone. Depending on the country, he could be executed just for mentioning that he wanted her. The hero suggested that she was dangerous, and the girl said that this magic would only make things worse. Sure, there were people who came back to life using resurrection magic, but they ended up being the worst enemies of humanity. They all became demon lords, which surprised the hero. Previously, he didn't even know that demon lords existed in this world. From what she said, people became demon lords after they were resurrected by this magic, and it was no wonder that people proclaimed this magic forgotten. But then again, the hero had the feeling that this was not what the bandits feared. Besides this magic, there is something called the Dead Spirit spell. The hero took the stack of books from Maya and the girl thanked him. At the same time, the hero asked about the Dead Spirit spell. Although it couldn't resurrect a person completely, this magic could forcibly draw out the soul of a dead person and humiliate them in the world of the living. For example, by stuffing them into their rotten body, commanding their name like some kind of tame animals, or using them for sacrifices. Either way, it's very cruel magic, and the Maya would say there was nothing worse in this world. Apparently, she thought he was leaving them consciousness when they become like this. The girl smiled at the guy and said that he was asking her about very complicated things. But the hero thought it was important, and in general he would like to know not the spell itself, but how horrible it was to get an accurate picture. The girl picked up the fallen book from the floor and handed it to the young man. She said that once in the past she had to fight a man using this spell. She and her comrades had to kill the monsters he created. Most of them just let out a death scream before vaporizing. However, one of them said something to her when she killed it. The charred, mutilated body thanked the girl for saving it. After her story, the hero bowed to Maya and thanked her for the information. Maya asked Orias to look after this guy for her and the girl agreed. Apparently, he was too used to being evil and interested in the darkest things in the world, but he was clearly not a bad guy. But he could have turned out to be a dangerous fellow who could easily take a wrong turn. As the bandits talked amongst themselves, the hero smiled serenely and assumed he should have introduced himself first. Now he was in the process of interrogating them and wanted to give his name. No sooner had he done so than the bandits ordered him to shut up and begged him to die. While the hero was trying to figure out what was going on, the bandits kept talking about death and asking him to kill them. Apparently, they were terribly afraid of falling victim to the Dead Spirit spell. Their bodies shook at the mention of the spell, but they tried their best to pretend that they did not understand what the hero was talking about. They pretended not to understand the question, and the hero figured it was pretty easy. In that case, the guy decided to continue. After he understood their situation, he had a new suggestion for them. The bandits thought he was letting them go, but the hero reminded them that he couldn't do that, but he could postpone their execution date. He promised that they would postpone the date of their execution, and to the point of dealing with the man who put this spell on them, if they would tell everything. The bandits didn't see what good it would do, and the hero said that at least this way they could die human. The bandits saw the image of a completely different guy in the guy and their bodies shook with terror. Meanwhile, the hero motioned for the gentleman to begin the interrogation. The bandits would still get their food and live, albeit in prison. Of course, this will only last until they catch and kill the leader. But when they were done, the hero could promise them that they would die being human. Also, their torture would stop, so they could spend all that time thinking about life. The bandits clearly didn't believe those words, but the guy reminded them that the necromancer was alive. Besides, they had no point in killing them anyway, because then they would just give him more pawns. One of the bandits said that they would be executed anyway if they told everything, so he didn't see the point for taking the risk. The hero doubted this and smirked. Apparently, the bandits thought that the current situation was not that bad. In truth, the fact that they found their lair was a mere coincidence. However, one had to think about how they were able to find them. So if they got lucky again and learned of the leader's whereabouts in another way, and nailed him, you could guess what he would do. Eventually, someone did crack, but it was not known who. And in that case, the hero suggested that the gentleman think about who their leader would think of first. So he offered them two choices: to give up the existence of which they were so afraid, or to die before their friends. They had no other options. That was the hero's offer, and he hoped they would be more talkative tomorrow. He gave them time to think and said goodbye to the bandits until tomorrow. The old man and Ilias looked at the guy with horror, but the hero asked not to look at him with that look. The old man remarked that with such talents he could only build financial pyramids, but the hero was against it, because he didn't need a life full of anger. Ilias hoped that they would tell something, but the hero didn't think so, so he had a request for the grandfather Kark. The boy asked to come closer and whispered something in his ear. The girl exclaimed that she was also involved and overheard their conversation. Upon hearing his request, Ilias and the old man were shocked. They could not imagine that he could have turned out to be a rogue to the core, but the hero was embarrassed and said that he was not. The hero pleaded with them, because it was just a small and cute prank, and the old man decided to agree. He felt that they had no other options anyway. Ilias couldn't agree for a long time, but consoled herself that it was all for the good of the people. One of the bandits thought of the hero. The guy managed to get too frosty and put them in separate cells, so he couldn't discuss his proposal with the others. The bandit recalled in horror the moment when their leader had asked the guys to take a closer look at his victims. The dead charred skeletons of the men were begging the leader for death and begging to be saved. This was the fate that awaited all the people who betrayed him. The bandit was going crazy and clutching his head thinking about what he should do. While he was thinking about it, it was time for a change of soldiers. One of the soldiers hoped that someone would crack, but his comrade said that everyone refused to talk. The bandit thought that was just fine and thought about the fact that there was no way they would say anything. The soldier wanted to make sure that their execution would really be delayed because the food they were feeding them was obtained by the hard work of ordinary people. But his comrade said it was no problem. The old man smiled and said that only the 3 would be postponed and the others would be executed soon. That way, they could give their portion to the living and not lose so much. The bandit was shocked by this and the soldier decided to ask his comrade the reason. The thing is that even if they start talking, the information will be almost the same, and this way they won't lose much and can check it for discrepancies. And for that, 3 would be enough according to the hero. The bandit grabbed the bars and shouted the view. Indeed, the kid never said it would concern them all. No matter who the traitor was, even if he was already dead, he wanted to make sure he got his reward. The bandit shouted to the guard that he would tell everything and asked him to bring this kid here. The old man sighed heavily and didn't understand why he changed his mind so abruptly and asked him to wait until tomorrow. The bandit became furious and asked the old man not to make things up, for he was ready to tell them everything. The old man went to the grate and said that he was talking rather loudly and the hero had been asleep for a long time. He offered to give him some paper and he could write everything he wanted to tell them. The bandit grasped the sheet with trembling hands and thought about the fact that if the 3 of them cracked, the remaining 4 would be left with only the most horrible fate. The bandit was snapping and swearing profanities. He didn't realize what he had to do to become one of the 3. Bandit decided to send everything to hell and just write all the things this guy wanted to know from them. The main thing was to write as much important information as possible. The man couldn't believe he was doing this and furiously pressed his pen while shouting various swear words. In the end, 5 of the 7 decided to tell everything and had to start here. Ilias held out the notes to the boy, who was munching away at the food in both cheeks. It seemed like good news to the guy and it was necessary to shake as much information out of them as possible. He reached for the notes, but for whatever reason the girl wouldn't let them go. The hero swallowed the remaining bits of food and looked at Ilias in surprise. Unexpectedly, the girl decided to find out what kind of person he was while he lived in his world. The only thing she had heard was that they didn't have magic, but that was it. He never told her more than that, but she was grateful for his help. Still, his actions violated the code of honor, which was not easy for Ilias. It was exactly like that. The hero used people's weaknesses in his favor, but she could not tolerate this method. Besides, she knew that criminals or people who had something to do with them usually behaved that way. She assumed that the hero was exactly like that. But the guy said that he was just a normal person who wanted a peaceful life. But no matter which way she looked at it, she couldn't believe it and the hero sighed heavily. He explained to her that a peaceful life meant the most normal life and he didn't make trouble or get into trouble. Ilias had to realize that in his world there were many ways to learn about other people's points of view, and when he came in contact with a lot of people, it was obvious that he would meet both good people and bad people. And to live normally in such a world, he had to know how to defend himself against bad people and how to behave around them. And then the outsiders would not bother him. And that is how his peaceful life used to pass before. The girl just didn't realize what he was really like. He could have been the one who was chatting with her in Maya, or he could have been the one standing in front of those bandits. But the guy thought he was both. Besides, he had no doubt that Ilias also behaved differently depending on who was in front of her, the regular people or the bad guy. With these words, the hero handed her a mug of tea. Although the hero realized that she was acting like an Ilias knight in both cases, it was completely different from him as he changed depending on who he was with, that's all. Ilias thought that in this way he was implying that he would become evil when he encountered evil. But this was not quite true, and the hero suggested that he would rather become one who understands evil. The boy took a sip of tea and the girl became silent. She lowered her head and said that everything was clear to her now. She compared it to a distorted mirror and said that it sounded very difficult to live peacefully. After processing the information they had so far, the heroes could conclude that things looked something like this. According to the information they received from the bandits, it was clear that the bandits had united and formed a large-scale organization called the Bandit Alliance. At its head is a one-armed man who possesses death spirit magic. They also had a description of the wielder of this magic, a man known as Docolla. It seems that he was formerly a member of the assassination squad of one of the kingdoms, but one day he broke a ban and ended up on the wanted list. After that, as a bandit, he committed some heinous crimes in the neighboring country of Garn. And after that, he somehow ended up in the kingdom of Ties. The guy made sense using the build-up he created in his crimes. Being a member of the assassination squad, he was the kind of guy who utilized his past experiences to the fullest. The hero believed that it wouldn't be that hard to deal with him, knowing his habits. Ilias looked at the hero suspiciously, but the guy didn't understand what was wrong. She said he just looked like a villain and Maya definitely agreed with her. Now that the hero had time to look around, he could tell that the kingdom of Ties was quite prosperous. It was quite a crowded place and Ilias was in agreement with him. But what the hero meant was that he had been in a sack all the way to the church on his first visit here, so hadn't had a chance to look around. I could assume that the king of this kingdom was a pretty good ruler, and Ilias fully supported his opinion. The current king and his predecessor king govern. This kingdom was fine because they took care of its inhabitants, and there was no greater joy and better meaning to life than to serve their country as a loyal royal knight. In any case, the more this country prospered, the more traders from other countries came here. However, there could be some bad people among them who tried to rake in as much money as they could by any conceivable means, and that was unforgivable. The hero could agree with her, but he remembered that the Bandit Alliance was a rather large organization and it would be very difficult to catch them all if they failed with this sudden raid. In that case, the girl decided to summon all of Lord Ragdo's knights. Lord Ragdo was one of the royal warlords who protected this kingdom, and in truth, the girl was one of his subordinates. The lad inquired how many she could summon and Ilias replied that it was 30 soldiers. The hero realized that it wasn't that many. Kai assumed there were other units and asked Ilias if she could ask them to join. It was a possibility, but Ilias had her own reason. But apparently the hero was right, and now was not the time to worry about his reputation. She had to put the safety of the citizens first. Ilias said she would immediately organize a meeting and ask other units to participate in the operation. The guy asked if it was possible to hold this meeting in the barracks, but the girl didn't understand what for. The hero meant that a stranger who merely helped her on her way could not get into the castle. Besides, it would be difficult to carry out his plan if he wasn't there. It was deep night when 3 cloaked figures appeared in front of the castle. Once inside the room, the girl wished to express her gratitude for the people's willingness to gather at such a late hour. Tonight, they were to discuss the details of the problems with the bandits as well as the whole situation. The man who was among the crowd clapped his hands and assumed that was enough. If they were really serious about asking for their help, they should have first decided who would be the commander-in-chief. The man asked the gentleman how many knights they would be willing to prepare right now. Their number began at 70 and ended at 180 men. As they already knew, his leaner unit consisted of 300 knights. Therefore, the man felt that there should be no objection if he took command. Everything became clear to the hero, for he had previously heard about it from the grandfather of the Kara, but he had no idea that he would do it in such a blatant manner. Earlier, the old man said that Ilias was supported by the most experienced and respected commander Lord Ragdo. Moreover, though she was a woman, she was a very valiant and respected knight in this kingdom, so there were people who were displeased with her merit and position. Even though this difference of being a man or a woman wasn't worth a dime, it seemed to the guy that these were some pretty narrow-minded people. While he was thinking about this, the hero was watching the men who were deciding important questions about the leader. Some didn't mind Lord Leonor, but the one who clucked his tongue decided to be remembered immediately. The old man asked everyone to shut up and said that it was all thanks to the hard work of Ilias, and asked the kid to say something to these old fools. Lord Leonor would like to find out from Lord Old Man Domitrukovkin who the kid is. The old man introduced everyone to the hero who provided them with important information on their matter. At least he had the right to express his opinion. Lord Leonor thought about the stranger having some objection to his command, but the hero said that was not the case. It was only logical to have someone with the largest army at the head of the rest. However, since he was going to be the commander-in-chief, it would be a problem if he didn't know what he was going to face in this operation. That's why the hero asked him to look at the map. They combined the location of the bandit bases and their travel routes. The hero also prepared a bigger map in case they needed it. And since they were talking about it, they shouldn't have minded if they defined the role of each of their squads right now. Lord Leonor suggested that they were well prepared. The hero wished that he was in charge of their main base where their leader was located. Guy asked for permission to assign him the rest of the squads to cover other important areas, and where they should have put the Radgo squad led by Lady Raxel. The hero wondered if there were anyone here willing to work with her, and looked around. The girl became nervous and an awkward pause came overhead. Not a single person present raised their hand. In that case, the hero said that Lady Raxel would be placed in reserve to help with supplies on the trade road. If for any reason one of their units suffered heavy casualties, her unit would immediately go to the rescue if no one objected. Lord Leonor said that was excellent, and in that case they set about distributing the other squads. Elias became offended, but she could say nothing in response. At some point the girl blurted out that she was a fool to trust a hero. As their squad moved through the forest, the guy tried to explain that supply was also an important role. The girl decided that even though she was assigned as a supply, she would do everything with full dedication. After all, she was responsible as a knight. The boy did not keep up with the girl and asked her to listen. The hero was insanely tired and said she was walking too fast. He was already hoping that she was going to carry him this time on her own. The guy didn't understand why he didn't get any bonus characteristics as a character from another world. He didn't even get some super stamina or something. While he was thinking about it, the old man apologized to Elias for being completely useless at the meeting. The lad thought about the fact that it was well said and decided to leave it all to the grandfather's Kara. The old man asked the girl not to worry, for everything was going according to this guy's plan. Elias noticed that the hero was completely exhausted and said that he lacked stamina. Meanwhile, Lord Leonor's unit caught the bandits by surprise. The bandits ran as fast as they could, not realizing what the knights were doing here. One of the bandits ordered them to run as fast as they could to report everything to the boss. Lord Leonor ordered the gentleman to exterminate these foolish cattle who underestimated their true strength, and ordered that no one be left alive. The Lord could never have imagined that the document provided by that fellow would prove so useful. His behavior at the meeting was very commendable, especially the way he flattered them by putting Lady Raxel on standby. It was simply splendid, and, come to think of it, he was a very useful young man. Still, Elias was a woman, and Lord Leonor was surprised that she had managed to extract information from the bandits. In doing so, she provided him with a way to appropriate all the glory for himself. The Lord laughed loudly and said that in that case he would not be deterred and would glorify his house for her sake. While passing by one of the bandits' tents, the Lord noticed a charred corpse and decided to take a closer look at it. Lord Leonor couldn't believe his eyes, for right in front of him someone had used a death spirit spell. The bandits used foul language and said that all their sentries had been taken off at once. Apparently they were surrounded, and it was obvious that someone had told them everything. The leader of the gang of bandits could only spit with anger and marvel that there were such people who didn't even understand threats. However, he had a plan for such a case. Lord Leonor chopped the charred corpse in half and thought that it was simply impossible. They had men equipped with magic sealing stones, so their enemy should not be able to use magic. Before the Lord's eyes, the previously defeated corpse began to rise and regenerate again. The one who was doing all this was a true monster, and the Lord asked to listen to everyone. They were in no way allowed to die, otherwise they would become another dead person they would have to fight. And everyone capable of using purification magic had to do everything imaginable to get rid of the zombies. One of the soldiers noticed that the bandits were running away, and they had to be caught immediately. Lord Leonor thought about the fact that if they kept trying their luck, there was a chance that one of his knights would also turn undead. And such a development was too dangerous for them. As the bandit leader ran off with his partner, he speculated that these guys became much more useful after death. His partner wanted to know how the boss was doing it. I mean, his magic is almost blocked by their anti-magic stones. No one argued that the anti-magic stones were quite a handy thing. After all, they dispersed any magic around them. However, there was one detail that should not be mistaken. The truth was that anti-magic stones dispel not the magic itself, but the connections in it. And the death spirit spell was quite special. It was indeed different from ordinary magic. It was a forbidden magic that placed a soul into a corpse and made it a mindless zombie. It was rumored that this spell had even destroyed an entire country in the past. but its greatest virtue was that the dead people it created released some mana that affected the surrounding corpses. Now his partner should have realized this. In short, it didn't matter if they had stones or not, as long as there were corpses around, he would be able to create new zombies. All he had to do was to hide a certain number of the reanimated dead in a barrier near his camp, and once the stones were around, the barrier would be destroyed, and thus a mob of enraged undead would rush at the squad of knights. Moreover, if they are too close to them at the moment of death, they will definitely turn into one of the zombies, even if it wasn't him who killed them. So there was no way his partner was going to die. The bandit felt bad and promised not to do it. Suddenly his partner dropped the sack and the leader asked him to be careful, for his precious treasure was there. The guy got confused and apologized to the boss. The boss smirked and admitted that he should be really grateful to those silly knights, because now that they had killed all that useless rabble, he wouldn't have to share with them. Suddenly, the boss heard the voice of Illy's, who admitted that she didn't feel an ounce of joy that a scum like him was thanking her. The bandit leader stopped and saw the knight's girlfriend on top of the cliff, who introduced herself by the name of Elias. She promised the bandit leader Docolla that his journey of evil would end today. Docolla smirked and assumed she was joking with him. He never thought anyone would be able to find this place, but the bandit leader suggested that it wasn't Elias who had done it, and whoever found this escape route was clearly not her. But the girl said that she was the one who had found the path, and the bandit exclaimed that she was lying. The bandit leader asked not to talk nonsense and not to be taken for a fool. It was simply impossible for him to holy knights like them to be able to use his associates as bait, while personally patrolling his escape route. The boss smirked and assumed that this person was also here, and he wasn't talking about an arrogant knight like her, but a guy who understood how a rabble like them lived. The hero decided to show himself and went out to meet the Docolla. He said that he was leaving the rest for his grandfather's Kara, and the old man asked the guy not to worry. He would want the hero to be careful, and the Docolla wanted to make sure it was him. However, he noticed that the hero didn't look like a fighter at all. The hero admitted that he was right, and he was almost certain that he was the weakest among those present. Docolla wanted to know how the hero had found the place, and the boy replied that he had found it by accident when he was lost in the mountains. The bandit leader laughed, not believing that he was saying this seriously. In that case, he didn't understand how he had gotten his captives to talk. The hero promised them that he would delay their execution until he dealt with the user of the death spell, but only for the first 3 people. Docolla became clear, and in this way the hero was talking about how even the living have their purpose, as long as they can be of use to him. He was referring to the fact that the one was able to get this far by merely talking nonsense. The bandit leader decided to ask one last question and asked what type of magic he used to track them. The hero thought it was just an understanding, and the Docolla became clear. In fact, the hero assumed that this one-armed man Docolla would try to escape in the middle of the battle. What he meant was that, given how thoroughly and cunningly he dealt with the knights, it was not at all surprising that he had prepared 1 or 2 escape routes. Besides, the hero had already realized how he controlled the bandits through fear and terror, and how much he relied on his death spirit spell. But it bothered him that there had been another sortie to this place on a different day, and they couldn't find a single corpse after it no matter how hard they tried. I suppose that the boss might have taken pity and buried them, but a scum like him was unlikely to do that. In that case, it was unclear to the hero what he was going to do with all those corpses. It was quite obvious that he had stashed them away for a case like this. The boss was amused by the guy's look and wondered who he was. He asked the hero to make sure once again that he was not mistaken in choosing the side of the knights. The hero remarked that it was rather rude and said that he was only a civilian. But Docolla certainly didn't believe that a normally peaceful citizen understood the mindset of a scum. If a guy like him was called an ordinary citizen, the Docolla wondered who the criminals were and from what hell. In that case, the hero came. The guy thought that criminals could do all the things that Docolla could imagine and smirked. The boss laughed and thought the guy was being serious. Because of his black hair and black eyes, the hero didn't look like he came from one clan known to Docolla. But with a little thought, the Docolla began to guess everything. He shocked the hero with his assumption that the guy was from the earth, and looking at the look on his face, Docolla realized that, in all likelihood, he had hit the bullseye. It made perfect sense to him, assuming it really existed. The hero began to wonder how he knew about the earth, and the Docolla didn't realize who they thought he was. The bandit leader grabbed his head and spoke of the death spirit spell that ruined his life and what led to the dark times in this world. The magic of rebirth. The boy was shocked by the Docolla's statement. The bandit leader shouted that everything was correct and Earth was the cursed parallel world that created these forbidden techniques. From what he said, the resurrection magic was created by someone from Earth, but the hero didn't understand what it all meant. Apparently, Ilias didn't know anything about it either. It was unclear why Docolla would lie about it, or rather, he had no need to do so. And if that was indeed the case, it would be somewhat problematic if Ilias killed him. The lad would like to know what else Docolla knew about, but unfortunately for him, even he wasn't that privy to these evils, and even his death spirit spell was just their little gift. Docolla suggested that the boy find out about it on his own if he was interested, especially since he now had plenty of leads to pursue. And as far as Docolla was concerned, he felt great. Since he had gotten the chance to see something good, he could only be thankful for it. The bandit leader pulled out a knife and swooped down on the guy. Ilias immediately reacted and defended him, knocking the enemy's knife aside. The guy didn't even see that the boss had surreptitiously thrown a second knife, but Mrs. Ilias was able to parry both with such ease. It was a real relief for the hero. The girl ordered the guy to stand still and not move, or else they wouldn't be able to protect him after everything they faced. The hero understood and obeyed the order. Docolla ordered all his bandits to kill their enemies. The bandits shouted that cowards and traitors would be turned undead immediately, so they shouldn't even think about it. Ilias swiftly approached the Docolla and tried to hit him with her sword, but the man dodged. The leader of the bandit group blocked her sword with his knife, and noticed that she was very strong indeed. Docolla could have sworn it was the first time he had seen someone so strong in the Garn Kingdom, but the girl replied that she had no intention of entertaining him. The man didn't understand why she bit her tongue and suggested that she enjoy a little of what was going on. The bandit gritted his teeth and said she was a moody woman. He bet that even sleeping with that guy would be more fun, but the hero asked not to even think about it. But Docolla recognized and now understood why a woman. How could she be a knight commander? After all, a few more sword strokes and she would break his arms. So the leader decided it was time for him to play a trump card from his sleeve and threw his knife up. The knife began to turn black in the air, and Ilias ordered the knights to create a barrier faster and cover the guy with it. The guy became numb and the girl said it was a death spirit spell. The bandit replied to the knight that it's a good solution, but unfortunately for them, these guys are not some brainless little thing. Rather, they are obedient pawns ready to do his bidding. Around the girl began to appear dead and one of them attacked Ilias with a sword in his hands. The girl recognized him as the big man she had previously defeated in the cave. The bandit replied that she was right, and he was pretty good raw material after all. More importantly, he seemed to have a score to settle with her. Docolla decided to cut to the chase, and it didn't look like the boys were wielding any illuminated weapons. In that case, the leader wondered what Ms. Knight would do. Now that the death spirit spell had completely covered the area, they wouldn't stop even if he died. The girl assumed that all she had to do was to deal with that disgusting mana. Ilias ordered her squad to jump up. One of the knights took the boy under his arm and the hero was shocked that they jumped so high. The leader of the group pulled out the anti-magic stones and told the girl that he would not allow her to use any magic. Ilias was sorry to disappoint him, but it wasn't magic. The girl turned around and chopped up the corpses behind her back, and the Docolla didn't understand where she got such frightening power from. He had no idea, and that she could sweep away the mana hanging around her with just one swing of her sword. Meanwhile, the knight along with the frightened hero landed on the ground, and the girl said that if he had any tricks, he'd better use them now. The bandit leader smirked and decided to agree with her, because apparently he had no other choice. The hero wondered if he had anything else in reserve. Docolla threw a smoke screen at them and the boy took back his words. Ilias was furious that a coward like Docolla was going to run away. Docolla smirked and agreed with Miss Pious Knight. No sooner had Docolla moved than suddenly his legs were cut by a spear. The surprised bandit turned around and saw a spear that apparently came from the forest. The bandit decided that Ms. Proud Knight should have been ashamed. But the hero replied to the enemy that she knew nothing and it was his plan. In other words, the guy expected this from the beginning. It was obvious that he would try to escape their net again, because he had done it before. The bandit might have agreed that the hero had chosen the perfect moment to do so, but the hero replied that he had brought himself to the point where he was sure he could escape. Everything went according to his plan and the hero told the grandfather of the Kara about this single blow. It was the perfect moment for Docolla to start pointing out someone else's mistakes before he started running away, because it showed how confident he was in his escape plan and they took advantage of his confidence. Bandit assumed that this was his insight, and this time he really beat him. But being beaten by his tricks and stratagems in this way was even kind of satisfying. The bandit was sure that they could have been good friends if they had met under different circumstances, and the hero didn't deny it. The guy apologized and said that he didn't really like people who were willing to commit murder, but Docolla was sure that a man like him would get used to such a thing in no time. The hero was sure that he would have been prudent not to stray from the right path, and Docolla coaxed him. He asked not to be a guy like him. By the way, the bandit admitted that he had a map among his belongings. On it he marked a place that no one but him knows about, and the hero could find his most secret base. Docolla smirked and said it would be his parting gift to the hero. Guy admitted that he was impressed that Docolla could smile at a moment like that. Before he died, the Docolla wanted to know Mr. Nice Guy's name, and the hero was fine with that. At that moment, the girl approached the bandit from behind and swung her sword to strike. Ilyas in a moment blew off the head of the bandit, who was still smiling the same way. After Ilyas killed the bandit, she hoped the guy was going to say something to her. Apparently Docolla knew something about the world he came from, and the hero should have wanted to find out more about it. But Docolla had resigned himself to his fate, and for that reason these were his last words. Besides, the hero doubted that he knew anything more. Anyway, if she wanted to know the guy's opinion, he really wanted to question him. But the hero doubted it would have helped. The guy meant that she killed him because she thought it was necessary. Otherwise he might have tried to resist and run away again. But the girl replied that it was impossible for a man to escape after losing both his legs, and if she really didn't want him to resist, then cutting off his hands and feet would be enough. The guy agreed with her and said she hadn't done anything wrong, meaning she had to look at him. He literally circled everyone just to catch the leader of the bandits. Ilyas thought his plan made sense, even though she didn't like it and she could say the same thing to him. The boy thought it might have made her feel better if she told him. He could have listened to her so she could tell her reasons to kill the Docolla no matter what. Ilyas clenched her hand into a fist and begged his forgiveness, for she was frightened. And perhaps she had to admit that she was disgusted when she looked at the boy. Earlier she had compared him to a crooked mirror. Ever since they had heard about him from Maya, she had felt the hero bit by bit becoming like him. And when he spoke to Docolla, this feeling became even stronger, as if at this rate he would fall to the dark side. Ilyas felt that he was slowly turning into a Docolla, so she couldn't help but swing her sword. The hero couldn't deny it. He felt that they completely understood each other, although he was also a cold-blooded killer, killing without a shadow of a doubt. But the hero thought that this was great because she did not stand by and let anyone near her go astray. This was very commendable, but the girl thought it was not. Swinging a sword just because she felt disgusted was unforgivable, but the hero said it was wonderful. She decided to act and was able to analyze her act, and that was commendable. Ilyas felt awkward. She didn't understand why the guy was expressing himself as if he was talking to a child. After all, she was older than him. The guy asked how old Ilyas was and the girl said she was 18. She considered herself older, but the hero replied that he was still older than her. The girl poked her finger at the guy in horror and thought he had elves in his lineage, but the hero said he was 100% human. Well, sure, the Japanese looked younger than the other human races, but the girl couldn't believe it. She grabbed her head and remembered that he addressed her with the suffix san, so she thought he was about 16 and no more. It seemed okay to her to carry him around like a sack. After all, she thought he was pretty young. But the hero decided that this in itself was already a problem. The girl bowed down to the guy and apologized to him, but the hero felt uncomfortable and asked her to stop. She didn't need to go into etiquette after all they had been through. Ilyas wanted to object and the guy agreed that he would behave according to his age. He hoped Ilyas would agree with him and the girl blushed. She lowered her gaze and agreed with the hero, and then they mopped up the rest in complete silence. In the end, they were able to destroy all the remaining bases with no casualties, and all the crazy zombies were wiped out by a squad of clerics led by Maya-san. There were a few wounded in their squad, but luckily none of Lord Leonor's knights were killed. It looked like his skills as a commander weren't that bad. But the hero felt that he should have been more tactful with the Ilyas-san, and it looked like they were going to hang the Docolla's head out for all to see. So far, the hero has been concerned about a few things: the people who know about Earth and the existence of the people from Earth who first created the forbidden techniques. Apparently, the hero still has a long way to go to his peaceful life in the new world. Somewhere in the forests of the mountain range of the kingdom of Tivs was the small hut of a mysterious girl. The girl climbed out of her tent, and to all appearances she was a beastly human. She had fluffy, wide fox ears and a tail. Since the protagonist arrived in this world, this is the first time he would like to say that he woke up rested. Everything would be perfect if his muscles didn't hurt so much. Considering where he was at the end of the day, it wasn't surprising. After the battle was over, Elias asked the guy what he planned to do next. First of all, the hero would want to get permission to be in this country, but the girl didn't think there would be any problems with that. In this case, he needed to find a place to spend the night and asked to do a favor and suggest a pretty good bridge or a cozy alley. The girl didn't understand what he meant and the guy assumed he should have learned the language. He also wondered how long he'd be under the influence of that protective magic, and maybe he was making Maya uncomfortable because she was always looking out for him. Then the hero wanted to get a job and make money, and maybe even negotiate a place in the stables. Elias didn't know how to stop him, for the boy wouldn't listen to her at all. Unable to stand it, the girl blurted out that she couldn't let her benefactor live such a life. The hero was horrified, assuming that she wanted him to leave the country, and asked for permission to at least camp outside. The best option, it seemed to him, was to be thrown back into the dungeon, for he was not fastidious. Elias clutched her head tiredly, for the hero did not understand her at all. The girl replied that if he had nowhere else to go, he could stay at her house. She had an empty room, and in general he was too big for her alone. He could take care of himself there, so she wouldn't have any objections. The hero wanted to clarify about the rent, but Elias replied that she didn't need it, and the hero was delighted. It also seemed to the girl that he was trying to tempt her to offer it to him herself. The guy tried to explain that he wasn't, and he was just happy because it saved him a bunch of trouble. Living under a bridge would have required a lot of effort, and her offer saved him a lot of effort. Elias was shocked that he was actually willing to live under a bridge. Thus, the miserable man, marooned in another world, penniless, began the happy life of a freeloader. The two-story house was at the right distance from the market. Perhaps the hero got a simple spare room. But, as they say, happiness is in simplicity, and his room was simply marvelous. It seemed to the hero that now was the perfect time to explore the country. Since black hair and dark eyes were rare, he decided to put a bandana on himself. The boy reached the market where a vendor was offering freshly picked vegetables to people for just a few coins. From another stall, vendors shouted that they had freshly grilled kebabs, while others asked to see their muscles. One copper coin was worth 100 yen, a silver coin 1,000, and a gold coin 10,000. The prices at the market were easy to understand because they were easily compared to Japanese prices. The guy bought some food and was disappointed that they didn't have anything salty. It was good that at least the spices gave some flavor. Along the way, the hero came across a girl who accidentally fell and dropped a basket of eggs. The guy was worried about her well-being, but the girl thanked him, saying that everything was fine. Suddenly she noticed that her basket had torn and tears came to her eyes. At that time, the merchant from whom the hero had bought the basket passed by the hero. He asked the girl to come up to him and put everything back here. The girl was surprised that he bought it especially for this purpose, but they were stirring in the middle of the road, and the guy asked her to hurry up and go. The girl was eternally grateful to him and told him her name was Sarah. She had her own tavern called the Dog Bone. But it seemed to the hero that she could have made a better effort in choosing the name, and the Sarah asked him to be quiet. She asked him not to look for an excuse to pick on taverns. Just then, a man showed up from the tavern and asked the girl about the guy. The hero introduced himself as an old man who was just passing by. They all walked together to the tavern, where the heroes told about what had happened, and the man understood everything. He thought that the Sarah had made him uncomfortable. The man introduced himself by the name of Gauze. As it turned out, he was the owner of the establishment. The man wanted to pay the guy for the basket, but the hero refused. It was much more important for him to find out whether they served food. He arrived in the Taze a few days ago and was just looking for a place where he could have a snack. Gauze thought it was marvelous and asked the guy to be his client. The hero thought they might have been good food, but the girl smiled and said it wasn't good. Gauze asked her to wait. At least he was sure of his pastries, and while the hero waited for the food, the Sarah told him about the town. Apparently, Sarah was studying to fulfill her dream and was working part-time as a waitress. She would like to become a dressmaker. Everyone here took pride in their work and refused to take anyone on as an apprentice, so she had to learn on her own. She bought fabric and tried to make her own clothes while earning money as a waitress. She still had a lot to learn, and it was quite interesting for her. The hero was delighted by her dazzling smile. At this point, it was unbearable for the hero as a freeloader. The inferiority complex was killing him. While he was thinking about it, the girl assumed that he had recently arrived in the city and inquired if he had found a place to live. The hero replied that the friendly knight had generously offered him a spare room in her house. Sarah was thrilled that he was acquainted with the knight and exclaimed that it was cool. She wanted to know what troop this knight belonged to, and the hero told her all about Elias Ratzel. As soon as she heard that name, her face immediately changed. Gauze also asked him to repeat himself, thinking he had imagined it. The hero didn't realize that this female knight that could fell an entire forest with one swing of her sword might have been famous. Syrah thought that those who didn't know her must be living in a cave, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. The girl waved her hands and said that Elias won the Tezu swordsman tournament, and she was incredible. The fact was that she had defeated a strong swordsman without even swinging, and her sword was already a legend. The guy thought about the swordsman tournament and decided that it was a gorilla after all. The hero assumed that the old man Kara and the others were also strong, and Sarah's eyes lit up even more, but the guy was more surprised that she managed to pronounce his full name. Lord Kara was nicknamed the Holy Spear, and he was one of the top 5 Tezu knights and a master of the spear. Stories of him taking down a wyvern flying high in the sky by merely throwing his helmet at it still run rampant. But all he had to do was throw a spear at it, and it was now called the Divine Helmet. Apparently, every knight in the Radgo group was incredible. Sarah assumed that the hero was the guy who had helped them in the last bandit sweep. The hero replied that he was merely showing them the way and such. Sarah clutched her cheeks and said that was pretty cool, because she had dreamed of seeing Lady Elias in battle. The hero said that the battle went well, but a few not so good things happened, like the fight for command. Apparently he shouldn't have said that, because for whatever reason, Sarah was upset. The girl sadly lowered her gaze and said that she understood that. Lady Elias was strong and striking, but there were those who spoke ill of her. But not everyone said so, and there were people who really supported her. Watching this couple, the hero understood that very well. In any case, he asked the girl not to worry, because Elias was without a doubt the one who put an end to the battles. The hero thought that Elias should have been happy, even though not everyone supported her, but there were people who really admired her. So the guy decided that he would take her here next time. With these thoughts, the hero tasted the dish and immediately spit it out. Apparently, it wasn't very good after all. Honestly speaking, the hero decided to bring her here only after the food tasted better. It seemed to him that Sarah would have cooked better, but the girl said that the boss couldn't serve visitors. The guy suggested that Gaza work on the flavor of the food, and in fact the man thought about it, but he had no one to learn from. Besides, everyone was intimidated by his appearance. The guy suggested that since they didn't go bankrupt from the food, maybe they were living off the booze. The hero visited his sister Maya at church. The girl laughed and said he was making new friends fast. That night the hero was treated to dinner at the church. The food Maya prepared for him was surprisingly exquisite and incredibly delicious. And with her, surely the intimidating sight of Gaza wouldn't be such a problem, even if it was just one dish. But after Gaz and Sarah met with Maya, the guy realized that in all likelihood, she was also known. Gaz exclaimed that this was Lady Maya, the head of the Ugal church in Tezu, and there was no way he could learn cooking from her. The girl was known as a demon exorcist, and the hero thought she was joking. Either way, she didn't mind, and she had nothing better to do anyway. Maya had just sent the report and was waiting to hear back from them. The official work was done by the younger ones, and everyone was pretty nice. The girl assumed it was from the fact that she hadn't done any physical labor in a while. The hero wondered if she fought in an all-terrorizing manner or something along those lines. In that case, the guy decided to leave the Gaza on her and asked about the salt. It seemed to him that it wasn't sold here, and the girl replied that he was well aware of that. Salt was a very rare item for nobles, but where the hero came from, it was something commonplace, and if they had salt, the quality of the food would be greatly improved. The girl offered to make a deal with the trading company about it, and it would be a little cheaper. The lad thanked her and offered to make a steady supply. He would like to learn more about this trading company and protective magic. Maya assumed the hero had some sort of problem, but that wasn't the case. He was only wondering how long it would last. In that case, the girl replied that it would last until the mana in the spell ran out, as it should last for a week, and it has about 4 days. When it had dissipated, Maya would cast it again, and the hero thanked her for her help. The hero wanted to know if there were any problems with the protection magic, and the girl turned away from him. The guy knew so, and so knew that this church was hiding the truth and he would never do that. But Maya laughed and said it was just a joke. The truth was that she hadn't cast a spell in a long time and was somewhat confused about it. But since the hero now understood all of this, it was safe to say that everything should be fine. But looking at her, the hero thought that it was definitely not good. The girl asked him to wait for just a second, because she hadn't fixed the spell yet, and there were some side effects. The thing about muscle pain is that it comes late, and as a consequence, the rest of the pain gets a bit worse as well. The hero thought that the morning muscle pain was her doing and asked her to stop. For some reason his body was aching and he would like her to heal it. But Maya replied that she couldn't do it even with healing magic, and the guy didn't understand the reason why she couldn't do it. The protagonist put the invitation letter on the table and the girl asked to leave it on her and follow her. The guy went up the wide staircase and entered a spacious room where another man looked in and greeted the guests. The young man's name was Ban and he was the head of a trading company. Earlier he had read the recommendation sheet and as he realized, the heroes were here about salt. And of course, since it was Maya's request, the merchant was willing to give them a discount. But the man was surprised to hear from the lad that that wasn't what they had come here for now. Instead, the hero would like to ask for a reduction in the price of salt in this country. The merchant was of course surprised, but asked for more details about it. In this world, 1 kilogram of salt cost 1 gold coin. By the standards of Japan, that's 10,000 yen. Although this country was landlocked, it was unclear why the prevalence of salt was so low. In the hero's homeworld, salt was an essential source of ingredients. The dispute was so serious that it had gotten to the point of a conditional war. Maya thought it was from the difference in the presence of magical energy. Vegetables and grains are full of magical energy. Magical energy is a great source of nutrients. Good soil was used to make the foods full of nutrients. It became clear to the hero that the magical energy was in the minerals. The girl wondered why he had so little internal energy and assumed it was because he didn't have food full of magical energy. In other words, in this world, the need for salt was gone, which was why it hadn't lost its prestigious status. The hero would like to increase the demand for salt. Thus, by increasing the amount of supply, they would lower the price of this commodity. Also, they will be able to get it cheap. The merchant agreed that they would change the market price a little every day, but it would not be very easy. He would like to hear ideas from the protagonist on this and the guy smiled. Sarah's tavern was too noisy and the girl served drinks to the men. The guests thanked Sarah for the drinks and noticed a certain new dish on their table. They hadn't ordered it, and the girl said it was something from the new dog bone menu. It was a complimentary appetizer and Sarah offered to try it. The men thought the dish was prepared by the gauze and suddenly they lost their appetite. One of the men decided to try the dish and noticed that the smell was quite pleasant, which surprised him. It was quite tasty and the man assumed that the gauze had died and someone else had cooked it. Gauze shouted at the familiar visitor and threatened to nail him. The salt added flavor to the chips and fries. It was clear even to a fool that it improved the quality of simple food. At first, the heroes decided that they would serve these dishes for free to whet their appetite. Patrons began to appreciate the new menu and asked for more. Sarah was happy and said it was all thanks to her brother, but the hero said that it was all thanks to the bandana as their negotiations were successful. Sarah thought he was talking about that afternoon meeting and hoped it was useful. From the bandama's point of view, she was a child taken to teach by example, which showed him strongly interested in trading. That was why the merchant treated a youngster like him politely and the girl was shocked that the kid was able to think through even that. There was also the possibility that with the ban itself they were just lucky. Meanwhile, the customers were admiring the delicious yakitori and asking for a couple more. People seemed to think that the soup left a warm feeling like their moms, and that was just awesome. The drinks weren't bad either, so Sarah had a lot of work to do. Word spread quickly on this day and the main characters were very busy until closing time. At the end of her work shift, Sarah collapsed on the table and admitted that she was very tired. Gaz apologized to the hero for having to help, but they needed to increase the number of workers somehow. The guy without back legs fell straight to the floor and said he couldn't step a foot right now. Meanwhile, Elias couldn't wait for the hero at home and noticed that it was quite late. The girl thought that maybe he wasn't going to come back and got up from the table. Elias walked to her room, thinking about the fact that he would be back tomorrow. Groans had been heard in the dogbone trading shop since morning. The pain in the hero's muscles was still intense, but he couldn't do anything about it. He kept thinking about the lack of workers in the dogbone. And somehow in just one day, it all came to this. Several elderly women showed up at the tavern and began teaching Gaza and Sarah how to work properly. One of the women asked Gaza to make soup, while the other taught Sarah how to be a fast and brilliant waitress. One of the women was the bossy and old lady wife of Kara's grandfather. She was showing Gaza how to make the soup and said it was already boiling. This morning the hero went to the bandstand to order more salt and unexpectedly met grandfather Kara. He explained the situation and they talked about the problem of understaffing. The Kara grandfather asked for permission to introduce the guy to his wife. The hero hoped that it would do some good. The grandfather replied that after their daughter got married, it was just the two of them and he felt guilty leaving his wife alone at home. Thus, this woman took with her similar wives from other families of the Ragnar squad. It was the truest detachment of the madam. According to the Kara's wife, instead of cooking for a husband who was unknown if he would ever return, it was more effective to keep cooking all the time. The hero decided to make sure she was sure of this. The woman said that the Kara was doing it so she wouldn't feel lonely, and she was fine with that. But she asked to keep it a secret. It became clear to the hero why Kara's grandfather felt guilty. The woman decided not to hesitate and asked to go to the exit if they were not going to order anything. She threw out even the guy, saying that with a body like that there was no way he could help them, so she suggested they take a walk somewhere. Thus, in an instant, the old man and the hero were on the street. They smiled and decided to just enjoy the good weather. The hero rummaged through his pockets and offered to look at one map for the old man. It was a map of the Docolla vaults that he had copied, and it showed the bases and caves of those bandits. It was the only one he had managed to get his hands on. After all, that time Docolla had said there was something hidden in one of the bases, and it was his parting gift. Perhaps there was some information about the Earth. The hero assumed that one of the bases would be the hardest to get to and pointed it out on the map. Taking a look at it, Kara agreed with him. Docolla wanted to trust the Earthling with the information, and if the knights got it, they would let him see it for himself. The lad wanted to know the status of the original maps. Kara's grandfather replied that Elias had taken them to Lord Ragdor. Later, they must have taken them to the King of Merito. So every base would be searched, and grandfather thought that the squad left tomorrow or the day after. In that case, Kara smiled and decided they should go now. Grandfather assumed that he was probably curious about what the Docolla had left behind, and the hero had a right to find out. The hero doubted that was okay, but the Kara reminded him that no one had forbidden them to do so, so they had to go quickly before they were told that. The old man and the boy left the town and made their way on horseback to their desired location. The hero was worried about the horses they left behind, but the old man said they were pretty smart, and if anyone tried to attack them, these beauties would beat him to death. The hero was embarrassed that even horses were strong in this country. The guy hoped that they would not attack an ordinary passerby, and the old man said that everything would be alright. By the way, the lad had heard rumors of a Kara knocking out a wyvern by throwing his helmet at it. The old man got a shiver, and he said that the guy had unearthed quite an ancient story. The hero was glad that it was true, and the old man replied that the subject brought back memories. He wondered why the old man had thrown the helmet specifically, but if he had thrown a spear to bring down the flying bastard, there was no telling where it would have gone. The old man would have fallen over if he'd lost it after how long he'd been with it. Kara carefully stroked his spear in front of the surprised boy, and they walked further into the forest. The heroes reached the entrance to the cave, where everything was marked with a different color for convenience. Definitely, it was all done to keep them out of harm's way. The old man said that they should walk carefully and not mindlessly. With those words, they entered the cave, and the old man took a torch with a fire with him. They reached a place where barrels and crates stood, and the old man suggested that this was the place. There was the usual litter, knives, magic stones, and a bunch of gems. But in the midst of all the junk in one of the crates, the hero was interested in something. It was an old book that appeared to be handwritten. The hero assumed that it was a diary of the Docolla. The lad picked it up and became numb with horror. The old man noticed that something was wrong with the lad and decided to find out the reason. Kara wanted to look at the thing in the hands of the guy who was paralyzed. Suddenly the hero spoke and said that it was Japanese, which meant it was all true. Kara's grandfather questioned, and the guy agreed that it was his language. Also, this book had a title. It was the fourth sample of the Blue Demon King's observation record. The guy clutched the book called The Fourth Observation Pattern of the Blue Demon King in his hands. Without a doubt, it was the parting gift Docolla was talking about, and the old man suggested the guy read it. The creation of the Demon King, a forbidden resurrection spell. This was brought in and also used by the Earthling. Aside from that, what is written is horrifying. This was a sample of the observation record. The fellow would like to tell the grandfather of the care how things are. After the hero's story, the old man was amazed that the lad appeared to be from another world. And so that Elias and Maya-san would not know about it, the hero would like to keep their conversation a secret. That is why he informed the old man about the book. The old man made it clear, and it was all about not shaking their relationship. But the old man was still curious about what the hero wished for. The guy looked at the book and thought about reading it now. He surely realized that if he left it like that, he would miss his opportunity. The hero would be alone if he read it. If anyone else even knew about it, it would greatly affect this world. The old man smiled and promised to keep his mouth shut. But if it was Kara's grandfather, the guy didn't doubt him and was confident that there would be no leak. The guy admitted that if he had to go through the torture of pulling out his fingernails, he would go nuts. Therefore, he would like to confide in a trustworthy person. The hero also wanted to ask the old man something. The old man asked to rely on him in this matter, and it would reach the head of the Ragdo and the king. Since he said so, the hero saw no reason to refuse, and he could be trusted without any problem. The old man smiled and admitted that he trusted the heavy expectations. The hero handed the book to the old man and felt relieved. He decided that it was for the best, for the Kara's grandfather was a knight who had achieved a reputation in this country. If he had read this book in front of him, it would only cause repercussions. And even if he did, Grandfather Kara would not open his mouth. But in loyalty to the king and in a situation where one weighs a promise on one's shoulders, similar behavior is required. The old man, as befits a knight, the oath of allegiance will never be betrayed, and thus will never break his promise. Eventually, the old man and the hero emerged from the cave, and the Kara decided to make sure everything was in order. The hero hoped that he would live safely by being accepted by others. The boy said goodbye to the old man, after which he went into the house and told Elias that he had returned. The girl greeted the hero, but was greatly frightened by him. A disgruntled Elias was sitting right at the entrance, and the lad assumed that she had been here all this time. Elias replied that she had only been sitting here since morning, and the hero was embarrassed. Kara's grandfather had taken one day off, which meant that Elias had the day off as well. The guy was surprised that she had lasted like that since morning. Guy thought about it and a smug smirk appeared on his face. He assumed that the girl had been waiting for him all this time. Elias said that she was left alone for the whole day, and she even felt lonely. It was a good enough experience for her. The guy felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say to her, so he just apologized. He decided that in that case they would have dinner together, but unfortunately they didn't have groceries and couldn't go shopping. The hero told Elias that it was alright and he found a pretty good tavern. The owner and waitress were nice guys and Elias made it all clear. While she waited for him here, he spent the time there gathering the information he needed. The guy thought that this was not good and it was quite difficult with Elias. The hero tried to explain that he had business with grandfather Kara. The girl was even more disappointed, for while she was waiting for his return at the doorstep, he was having fun with grandfather Kara. Elias apologized and admitted that she had said it out of stupidity. She was all excited at the thought of having to spend her day off with another man. After all, the hero must have had different circumstances and she was still too inexperienced. The guy was so surprised and confused that he decided to come to his senses and punched himself in the face. He asked the surprised girl to wait until he changed his clothes and then they would go together. Elias did not understand anything, but decided to wait for him, after which the heroes headed to the tavern. Elias was shocked when they came to a tavern called the Dogbone. Apparently, she knew her. She commented that they were famous for their delicious booze, but the food there was sheer punishment. The hero thought about the fact that she had a rather strange memory. Meanwhile, the knights had a first-class meal. The girl thought it would be necessary to punish herself and now this was the occasion. But the guy assured her that everything was fine and thought it was as if she had been born recently. Going into the tavern, Elias saw a bunch of people drinking, making noise and having fun. Sarah wanted to greet the guests, but at the sight of the knight Elias she was immediately speechless. The surprised girl with sparkling eyes approached the knight and decided to make sure that the lady Elias was in front of her. Sarah grabbed the girl's hand and told her that it was an honor to come to a tavern like this one. The guy felt awkward, but assumed their business was settled and Elias agreed with him. The guests called for the waitress and Sarah immediately ran off. Elias could not find the right words, and the hero admitted that yesterday it was even tighter here. He hoped that here Elias could listen to him and the heroes were served. Elias was amazed at the taste of the dish and the hero smiled. The girl was also amazed at how many different things the hero was able to do in one day. Still, she regretted that she was so insignificant. The hero wanted to get the girl's opinion on what she thought of the sarin greeting. It surprised her a little and she was certainly amazed. The hero assumed that she was glad of it, and Elias did not deny it. This didn't just apply to the Kara Knights of the Ragdo unit. She was also pretty much popular among the peoples of the country, but they see little more than a cover squad. That was probably true. Elias wanted to be an awesome knight like her father, but looking at it another way, Lord Ratzel was a woman after all. Other people's opinions could greatly affect one's state of mind, especially for a newbie like her. It was understandable, and that was why one felt bad when one was accused of something, and also happy to be praised for one's opinion. This is normal for humans as living beings. If this inexperience could be easily separated, the heart would be weakened. The hero suggested that the person who kept killing her heart by becoming cold-blooded was her father. The girl said that her father was strict and amazingly brave. Elias recalled the time when she was still very young. The girl held out a wreath of flowers to her father, and the man was thrilled that she had done it herself. He gladly accepted her gift and thanked his daughter. The character advised her not to separate, to accept and react. If there was an unpleasant feeling, one was to try to smother it with the power of anger. If it was happy, one should grab onto it and move forward. The hero smiled at the girl and told her that it was just like that. In terms of battle, Elias was by far the best knight, but in everything else she was worse than befitting a girl. Elias decided that if she did not behave according to her status, she would be no better than a novice. But the hero could not agree with her, and said that if she continued like this she would become like an ascetic. The girl exclaimed that it was not for him to speak the way, and it was not that dangerous for her. The hero noticed that she clung to even the faintest hope in man. In doing so, she reminded him of the former him. Aaliyah's expectations yesterday were subconsciously betrayed. She had fallen in spirit, so taking her to the dog bone with him was the right thing to do. There were enough friends of Aaliyah's here to support her, and that is why the hero brought her here. Therefore, the hero had no doubt that it would become her strength. Meanwhile, the woman chased the old man Kara away from the table and said that there were not enough seats. In place of that, she suggested that he sit on the floor with the others. The next morning, Aaliyah woke up in bed at home. The girl clutched her head and tried to remember what had happened yesterday. She felt embarrassed as she recalled the time she got drunk out of her mind. But suddenly Aaliyah smiled and admitted that it had been fun. That same morning, the old man Kara decided to drop in on a man in the castle. The man greeted the Karaguya jester and asked what his sudden visit was about. The old man replied that he had come to see Lord Ragnar with a report. Laz was the commander of the knightly forces of the Kingdom of Thais. The old man held out a strange book to the commander. Kara explained how today, with the help of the map left by the leader of the bandit alliance, Docker, he had made a personal investigation. But it was planned to send a squad of Leonar for this purpose, and the old man couldn't help but know about it. Kara explained that there were several reasons for this, but they wouldn't come off as excuses. Ragnar opened the book and asked him not to worry about it. He noticed that there was language in the book that he had never seen before. Ragnar asked the old man if he had read the book. The old man replied that as soon as he found it, the first thing he did was to deliver it to Ragnar without opening the book, and he could swear to that. This made sense to the Ragnar, and he thought it was a good thing. The old man clearly had good self-control over himself. Kara was surprised that Ragnar already knew about this, and the commander replied that he had learned about it from Maya. Ilias tried to avoid this conversation, and the Ragnar already knew that the man came from another world. This was to remain a secret, and the old man would ask that it be left as it was. Ragnar agreed that this conversation would remain just between them. The commander believed that he had not opened the book, but this guy must have read the title. The old man said that it was the samples of the fourth record of the Blue Demon King's research. That was exactly what the hero said. The worst part of the history of their world's demon kings. This Blue Demon King was already the fourth one. Without fail, they needed to unofficially find out where this book came from. As usual, the pain in the hero's body was merciless. Increasingly, he was having thoughts that he should have put more effort into finding a livelihood. That way, he's still sitting on the woman's neck. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to get a meaningful job. Speaking of benefits, a good option would be to go to a merchant or something similar. And so it's been 3 days since the hero's last visit. The merchant thanked the guy for offering to invest in the dog bone, for it had led him to an amazing change. The guy was shocked that the trader was going to keep doing this, but what he saw allowed him to not even think about the other thing. But the small number of workers cooled the ardor a bit, and the hero chuckled nervously. Making salt a more common request was a good strategy. In order to popularize such a product in the market, they lowered the market price and everything went as normal. Here the hero could agree with the merchant. With the subjugation of bandits, there were more roaming merchants. A new variety of goods also appeared. As the country became richer, the demand among the people increased. Also booze, which was now a more common product. Guy would like to ask the merchant something about a little rumor that is not widely spread. Surely Ban-san must have known something about rock salt. The merchant agreed and said that they were salt crystals that were mined in the mountain range. That is, by this he meant to say that there was a place where rock salt was mined in Thais. The hero replied that the unexplored lands were full of it, and in exploring the mountains it would probably be better to find halite if possible. But this was the first time the merchant had heard of such a thing. The fellow explained that it was a salt that could be obtained by boiling water from hot springs. One could often see streams of water if the mountain was full of caves. There was a high probability that underground water full of nutrients was sleeping there, and if there was salt there, it could be harvested. The merchant thought that sounded pretty good. If they start mining salt in the Taisa, the whole thing could be made a sign of development, and the merchant thought that sounded very interesting. Still, there was a chance that the research would end up being a miss, but since it would be limited to salt, the merchant said he would personally do the land research. Besides, there must be treasures slumbering in the land, and the merchant couldn't miss such a chance. This kind of thing doesn't make the merchants complacent. As expected, the Ban-san had the keen sense of a merchant. A sly grin appeared on the guy's face, and in that case, he wanted to show him something. He took out a map and spread it all over the table. The hero explained that it was a duplicate of the map of the leader of the bandit alliance that had recently been destroyed. The merchant was shocked, not understanding how the guy could have gotten it, but the hero warned that it was their secret. Either way, it was awesome and it covered a lot of territory. The knights of their country had to fight a lot. On this map, he placed a large number of unused caves. Speaking of the recently mentioned unexplored lands, since there were those who used to do research, compared to going in blind, it sure had a high chance of finding something. The merchant understood the hero perfectly and decided to act in such a case. The man laughed and said that the guy is good, and even at the age of provocativeness does not occupy him. After all, he had a recommendation from Lady Maya, but the merchant thought it was reckless and the information was very valuable. He suggested that he could do something in secret from the hero, and the guy had to take that into consideration. But in a situation like this, the guy was sure that Ban-san was good at making the right decision. The merchant laughed and admitted that it was terrifying. In that case, he promised to be a good partner to him. The Book of Demon Records fell into the hands of the king, who found it all rather interesting. He remembered the man who had helped Lady Ratzel. Ragnar confirmed this and told the Merito king that he had played no small part in subduing the bandits to pull the fish out of the water. The king thought he had amazing abilities, and Sir Leonor would certainly have been annoyed by this. Merito was interested in the courage shown to them by a hero who came from another world. All of this was quite interesting to him, and he would like to meet him. When there would be an award ceremony, the lord offered to invite the man and also order some delicious aged alcohol. Ban-san shouted at the top of his voice, confirming his words. He knew about the fact that they would have quite a lot of fun, and the hero asked him to calm down. When the hero let Ban-san look at the map, they found a convenient cave nearby. It didn't look like there were any dangerous animals there, and the hero counted on the expense of one-on-one exploration. But the Ban-san followed him and said he hadn't been out for a good walk in a long time. His heart danced at the fact that adventure awaited them in uncharted lands, something the head of the trading company was really good at. In the case of Ban himself, the ability to act recklessly was too good. The hero assumed that the merchant was used to it, and the Ban confirmed it. He was quite a troublesome adventurer in the old days, but once he took the path of a merchant, he immediately burned out, and now he has a more relaxed lifestyle. Since there were still patrols of knights, it was better for the youth to not stay behind. The hero didn't understand why the people he met were so unusual. He asked the merchant to slow down his pace a bit. The guy also thought that the Gauze and Sarah looked amazingly acceptable, but they honestly had special skills. The hero followed the merchant and they reached the entrance to the cave. The man took a torch and went inside the cave. What he saw there quite surprised him. It seems that there was a dead end here, and the place was suitable for hiding but was not used. It would have been a pity to start exploring from a dead end. But the merchant approached the wall, and he was obviously interested in something there. The merchant touched the wall and told the hero that a barrier spell had been used in that spot. The guy didn't know there was such a thing here and assumed that the merchant had seen something similar earlier. Ban laughed and said that he had seen a similar one from a pro in this area. He took a hammer and stake and struck the wall. After that, he handed his bag to the guy and asked him to hold it for a while. The merchant hit the wall a couple of times and everything around it shattered into pieces. Out of surprise, the surprised hero fell to the ground and asked what was that. Ban replied that this hammer was enchanted for a tenfold strike. It was absorbing magical energy. If it wasn't for the magic sealing stone, there would be no such effect when used. It became clear to the hero, and the Japanese didn't have enough magical energy to use such things. The merchant walked further and said that there was still a way to go here. His eyes shone like that and he suggested the guy to go further. It was obvious from the Ban-san's eyes that he had completely changed into the adventurer's mode. Next, a dark and long cave awaited them. Following the merchant, the guy looked around and froze in place. At some point, it was as if they had stepped out of the cave into a forest that shone with a dazzling light. It seemed like an ordinary forest to the boy, and yet he had a bad feeling. The trader suggested that they had made an important discovery. Ban leaned toward the plants and the lad noticed that they were glowing. It looked a lot like the Black Demon King's Killer Mountain. It was a good enough observation, and last time, the hero remembered how he came across the slime. Ban was amazed that the hero managed to survive, and the guy said that he was very lucky then. The merchant calmed down and replied that it was strange to see these plants in an area with a higher amount of magical energy. He thought that this mountain would be no exception in Taisa. The merchant's eyes shone again and he exclaimed that this was a true novelty that would be a business opportunity. In the end, the beginning of the search, which turned out to be a blunder, unexpectedly turned out to be a success. Though it was a habit, it was clearly a good one and the hero smiled. He assumed that there must be valuable medicinal plants or something similar here and decided to find out about it Bana. But at some point the hero's consciousness began to blur, and he didn't understand why this was happening. The last thing the hero saw was the Ban reaching out to him. The guy only heard voices that called out to Obaba. The voices noticed that the guy seemed to be starting to wake up. The voices tried to ask the guy if he heard what they were saying to him, but the guy wished they would have spoken quieter since he had a headache. At some point the hero came to his senses and was dumbfounded by what he saw. For whatever reason he was tied up, and right in front of him was a bunch of people with ears and tails. In all likelihood it was a kidnapping, but the hero wanted to make sure of something first. All the people of this tribe had black hair and red eyes, which meant only one thing. They would clearly be half humans, or more specifically, beast men. The guy apologized to them and wanted to clarify the whole situation. One of the men noticed that the hero had black hair like theirs. No one except their tribe had such hair, which meant that he was a demon. The hero realized that things were bad and tried to explain that this was not the case at all. The beastman noticed that the guy just waved his head, which meant he understood their language. Putting a long stick to his throat, they ordered him to answer what kind of creature he was. The fellow explained that he had no evil intentions toward them, so they could untie him. One of the men didn't understand what he was saying, and apparently no one else had a clue. Just as the hero thought, he was back in a problematic situation. The hero remembered about the spell of the Maya Sandbearer, and unless he was mistaken, the spirit spell allowed the caster to immediately translate the speech he hears into a language he knows. All the words heard are collected in his mind, and they will continue to accumulate to enable him to continue to understand all speech. In brief, it could understand all the languages it hears, but it could only speak in a common language. Of all the languages it chose the most appropriate one, and in this case it was English. It was certainly convenient, but still not very good. The man asked to answer them directly if he understood their language. But then an old man came up to them and asked who the young man was. It seemed to the old man that the hero was quite a puppy. It was an Obaba, and to all appearances he was an elder. One of the beastmen bowed down and said that they had found this man when they were on a hunt and caught him. There seemed to be another one nearby, but they could only see his disappearing silhouette. It looked like Bansan had hidden himself well, and it seemed to them that the hero could understand their language, meaning he understood what they were saying, but for some reason he couldn't or wouldn't speak it. Obaba thought his men were saying strange things and decided to check it out. He extended his black clawed hand to the surprised hero. Obaba smiled and said that if that's the case, it makes sense. He touched the guy's head and the hero asked him what he had just made the host spellcaster do. The people around him were shocked that the hero started speaking their language. The thing is, the elder had transferred some of their magical energy to the spirit of this spell. The guy suggested that the elder might have influenced the side effects, but the elder laughed and said that was impossible. It was a very amusing spell, and the very design of casting it was beautiful. The oddity was that it was cast in an unfamiliar place. This only meant that the muscle pain was because Maya-san had cast this amazing spell in a hurry. In any case, since he could talk to them now, he didn't need to lose that opportunity. The hero said he had no ill intentions towards them, and thought that was what they wanted him to say. He needed to start negotiating as soon as possible. As Elias was going about her business, someone called out to her, and the girl turned around. Lord Ragnar wanted to talk to her about the reward ceremony for catching the bandits. It was necessary for the man who had helped them to attend it as well. The girl was surprised and replied that if his abilities and accomplishments were taken into account, one could really marvel at them. In that case, the Lord would like her to convey the offer to him, and Elias agreed. Elias looked at the Ragnar Lord with a smile and had something to say. It seemed to Ragnar that compared to yesterday, the tension on her shoulders had disappeared, and assumed something had happened. The girl was embarrassed and waved her hands, saying that it was nothing worth mentioning. He agreed, and still wanted to tell her that she looked better than usual today. Besides, it seemed to him that the girl's manner of speech had changed. Ragnar wanted to say that today it was her duty to extend the invitation and make sure the hero would accept it and do her best to do so. Kara smiled wistfully. He felt like that kid had changed Orias for the better, but the Ragnar said he had said nothing of the sort. Kara admitted to the Ragnar that if he had a granddaughter like Elias, he would be very happy. That was fine, of course, but the Ragnar reminded him that she was his daughter. Toward evening it began to rain, and Ban took another look at the map. No doubt he needed to go back and help rescue that guy. The four men were shocked when they learned that the Demon King was gone. They couldn't believe that the Black Demon King had been destroyed. Guy decided it was best not to tell them that the Black Demon King had been killed by the slime. The elder replied that their tribe of black wolves had moved into this forest a very long time ago in an attempt to escape the Black Demon King. Until then, they had lived peacefully, but they had lost contact with the outside world. They did not know that the world right now was not enslaved and destroyed. The elder wondered where his associate had gone, but the hero himself did not know. There was a possibility that he had gone back to gather more people. He was not the kind of man to leave a man in trouble so easily, and the men were horrified at the thought of having to fight. But the boy calmed them down and assured them that this would not happen. Up to that point, they had lived peacefully and without war. If one trusted the fellow traveler who had returned for help, one would be able to negotiate with him peacefully. Obaba thought that if he had not been unleashed, he would not have said such words and would have set his friend against them. The guy replied that if things had turned out that way, he would have hesitated a bit. In that case, the hero asked permission to stay in their settlement for a while, and the Obaba was fine with that. She had one condition, and that was that she would like the lad to listen to her request. The elder would like the hero to mediate between their tribe and the people outside this forest. It was high time for them to begin to distance themselves from the life in their settlement, for they couldn't live forever inside this all-forgotten forest. They could not be forever restricted from the world, and that was a terrible feeling. The hero could understand their language, which no one knew, as well as the language of people from the outside world. So he was at least a possibility for them, and they would want to grab onto it. The lad gladly agreed, for there were also many valuable plants in this forest. They were bound to find a lot of people in the Thies who would definitely be interested in it. Guy smiled and asked for permission to handle their negotiations. He would help them in building new connections, and the Obaba gladly agreed. The man hoped their elder wasn't being serious, but the Obaba didn't see the guy as someone who would lie, so she decided they could trust him. Apparently, she really did see right through him. The hero decided to ask how long he had been unconscious, and the man replied that it had been about an hour. He apologized for hitting him, and the hero immediately realized who had attacked him. He asked not to worry about it, but he would like to ask for something in return. The hero would like to be given a tour of their village, although their forest was in the mountain, but people hunted the beasts. When the beasts became so numerous that they began to overpopulate the mountain, then wolves would attack whole herds. The hero decided to watch the sparring between the beastmen and was surprised to find that they were much stronger than the bandits. The man smiled and recalled that they had fought the Demon King's units, so they made up the daily warrior training. As the hero and the man passed by another thicket, the guy noticed the young guys and asked what was there. The man replied that there was a reason they were so far away, for if he stayed in that place long he would be cursed. They called that place the dwelling place of the unwanted child. The hero looked with horror at the cursed girl, who looked visibly unhappy. The Black Wolf teenagers taunted the girl and threw stones at her head. The girl didn't even try to run away, but only covered herself with her hands. The children cheered and shouted that she was a cursed child. It became hard for the boy to watch this, and he clenched his hand into a fist. The hero didn't understand why this girl had to be in such a place. The man offered a look at her appearance. She looked different from everyone else because she was an unwanted child. The man chased the children away and threatened that if they came any closer they could be cursed. At this point, the hero felt everything that he went through in Japan. Everyone was disgusted by the look on his face and mocked him. The hero thought that these guys were completely clueless and decided to ask Obaba why everyone was making fun of her. The old man of the Kara was horrified when he learned that the boy had been captured by the half-men, and this could not be left to chance. They needed to notify Sira Ragdar, but the old man decided that would have to wait. Today was Ilya's day off, and Kara hoped the lad was alright. Meanwhile, the elder thought the hero had already been given a tour of their settlement. During the tour, one incident interested him and the hero asked permission to ask about it. He wanted to know why they called the girl an unwanted child. Obaba thought he had already seen her peculiar appearance, and it was the sign of a cursed child. Members of their Black Wolf tribe should not have pure white appearance, so they thought she was a sign of death. Her mother died during childbirth, and her father had not returned home a few days before because he was unable to defeat the huge beast. When they left this sign of death in the forest, the plants around it wilted. It was taking lives, and they got rid of it since it was very different from them. Besides, they simply did not want to fall under her curse, so she lived outside the village, for she was destined to bring bad luck. The character was clearly unhappy that they were merely using her as a hedge against evil. In any case, this was the only way the cursed child could be of any use to them, and the hero felt hard done by. Speaking of which, it was now late at night and the Obaba could not guarantee that he would be safe if he went outside the settlement's domain. In that case, he would be fine unless he tried to leave it, and the hero decided to check on the girl. The elder could not forbid him to do so and asked him to do as he wished. The hero did so and headed towards the lonely girl's hut. As soon as the girl saw him, she was immediately frightened and ran inside the tent. The guy tried to explain that everything was fine and he did not intend to harm her in any way, so he asked the girl to calm down. Apparently she didn't understand him and the host spell was tweaked, but she just didn't know the language itself. Ever since she was born, she had lived in a place like this, all alone and living in perpetual fear. Her body shook with terror. The hero did not understand why she was treated so cruelly and why she was left to live such a horrible life. Just thinking about it, tears flowed from the boy's eyes. Unable to bear it, he walked over to the frightened girl and hugged her. The girl couldn't understand what was going on, and the guy said she was pretty lonely, hurt and scared, and those who made her live like that and abused her had no right to live themselves. The guy was sure she would have wanted to object, but since she was being bullied, she just couldn't ask for help because she was all alone. It wasn't normal for a child not to cry, but at the same time it seemed that this world had already dried up her tears. But crying was already difficult to hold back. The girl was not accepted by society, and perhaps she did not understand his words. In that case, the hero would like to single-handedly make all the suffering she had experienced a thing of the past, and so that something like this would never happen to her again. He wanted to find a way to end it. The guy was going to do everything in his power, and if everything went well, he would be able to live a calm and peaceful life. The hero sobbed in 3 streams and told her that she would never know the pain and bitterness of bullying again. Not for long, but this girl's tears returned. She hugged the hero and sobbed as loud as she could. After a while they both calmed down and the hero apologized for what she had to see. What a horrible sight. At some point the girl nodded her head and it seemed to the boy that she understood their language. After that, the girl nodded her head affirmatively again. The guy was in shock, trying to understand what was going on. He stroked her head and examined the locks of her hair, which were glowing with light. The guy suddenly put his hands on her shoulders and suggested that she leave this settlement. While he was waiting for her response, a certain person touched his back and the hero cried out in fear. He assumed that it was the voice of Ban and asked him not to be so frightened. Seeing a strange man in bandages, the hero did not recognize him and asked who he was. Ban ripped off his mask and said it was him. The hero was relieved that he was alright, and Ban replied that he had called Faux Relp. But when he was about to think of hiding, he heard the voice of a man crying. The hero would be horrified that someone had heard his sobs after all. While he was thinking about it, the band said that a squad of Shoukougun jester was waiting at the edge of the forest, and they needed to escape first anyway. The boy asked him to wait a bit and not to do that. The thing is that the locals wanted to make a peaceful arrangement, and also the hero wanted to tell about the girl. But at some point they realized that she had disappeared somewhere. Looking back, the hero saw that she again hid in her tent in fear and trembled like an aspen leaf. Guy asked her not to be afraid, and the band suggested that these locals were known Taisa bandits. The lad explained to him in a whisper that this was not the case. After telling him the whole story, the band himself wept in 3 streams. The hero had one small request for Ban and the merchant promised that he would do it. He immediately ran back to their troop. The hero didn't know if he would get off the path of a quiet life, but well, after thinking about it, he made his decision. He wanted to save this girl by his own hand, so only this time he was willing to temporarily get rid of his usual thoughts and desires from his quiet life. The hero stroked her head and assured her that it was all right, for he would save her. The guy promised that he would give her freedom and smiled. He would give her the opportunity to choose her own path without regrets. Keeping a calm mind, it was the best choice. Meanwhile, Elias was grabbing her head, trying to figure out where the hero had been carried. She searched everything she could think of: houses, church, dog bone, and the market. The girl tearfully thought about Lord Rathzel's assignment today that she had not yet been able to complete. While she was thinking about it, a man ran up to her. He was glad that he had finally found the girl and introduced himself as a messenger from the band. Elias assumed there was something to learn from him and asked about the hero. She was surprised at the news that the hero had been caught by half-men. The hero approached the elder and wanted to talk about yesterday's negotiations. He wanted to add one condition to it. Obaba said it was rather sudden and suggested that he would like to take it back, but the hero had no intention of doing so. As agreed by the negotiations, there would be food supply, but if they accepted additional conditions, they would be compensated accordingly. Guy said that once they accepted equal terms, the rest would be quickly resolved. The elder suggested that if they did not accept equal terms, they would attack their settlement. The lad said that was not true and simply in that case they would have no supply. The outcome of the negotiations would depend on that. They could definitely trust them if they accepted that condition, and the Obaba decided to listen to him. The condition was to allow the unwanted child to leave the settlement. The beastmen were shocked at such a statement and the elder remarked that it was an amazing eagerness. Since the lad was going to give them an opportunity, they would gladly provide this girl to him. The elder wondered why he hadn't mentioned this before. The hero said that it was for her own good and also for theirs. As they were talking, a man ran in and called out to the elder. He shouted that there were men with weapons standing at the entrance to the settlement. Obaba wanted an explanation from the hero, but the guy asked them not to worry as they had come for him. He suggested that they continue their conversation and asked which of them was the strongest. The men looked at each other and one of them raised his hand. The guy surprised him by saying that he would fight the unwanted child, and if she won, she would be granted freedom. The man thought the hero was going to kill her, but the guy figured it would then be even easier for them if she couldn't fight. Clearly no one would object to killing her. Obaba realizes this and assumes the guy is just like her. He felt sorry for her because he also felt disgusted, so he suggested they duel and let it be dealt with. It was good that they thought so, and the hero decided that they accept the offer. Obaba said they would not accept it as no one was going to take the curse and his provocations would not work. The hero smirked and said that in that case his boys would start fighting in earnest. The beastmen watched with interest the fierce fight between the old man Kara and the Lord. The old man swung his spear at Lord Radgar with all his might, but his partner beat him back with his huge hammer. The fellow tried to explain to the men of the beast that they were not going to fight, so few had come, so they should not have looked down on the army he showed them. Obaba had already realized that this guy was holding a match at the powder keg, but they had no other alternatives, so the negotiations moved on. Thanks to the difference in ability shown, there were no hitches. In that case, the hero suggested that they start and promised that their soldiers would not interfere in the battle. They would only see to it that the strongest warrior of the village would accept the duel. Earlier that same day, Elias had been in town, and it was the middle of her day off. But the girl decided that there would be no day off until she found the hero. She needed to get the invitation to the guy right away and make sure he would accept it. So she had to try her best. The girl remembered that since the day he arrived in Tia's, he had only made a few new acquaintances, and when thinking of places where he could be found, only the tavern came to mind. Sarah was insanely happy to see Lady Elias and assumed she had come there for lunch, but the girl thanked and declined, saying she had an errand to run. She wondered if the hero had also stopped by, but the woman at the table replied that she had not seen him since the morning. The woman asked to be contacted if she needed any help or if she encountered any difficulties. Elias was most grateful, in which case she decided to check other places. The woman noticed that the girl's face was softer and she seemed to have a weight off her shoulders. Elias was surprised, for Sir Ragnar told her the same thing and the woman bid Elias farewell. She made her way to Maya, but Maya also did not see him. For searching for him, she offered Elias to have tea with her, but the girl was in a hurry. Meyer also inquired from the night that they lived together with the hero. Elias blushed and explained that she was busy with her service assignments. In addition, the hero was also busy with something different. But for the first time in a long time, she was having fun properly. Maya was happy about it, and Elias noticed that she was overstaying her welcome, and at this rate she wouldn't even be able to find him by sunset. She thanked Maya for the delicious tea and went on her search for him. Maya smiled, remembering how serious and tense she was earlier. But her face changed and Maya noticed that the guy was pretty good. Elias searched around and decided that he was probably hiding somewhere. Ilia's misery continued until she came across Sir Ban's messenger. At the sound of the crowd, the girl walked out to meet the strongest warrior of the tribe. The hero whispered something in her ear and smiled. Kara's grandfather stealthily crept up to the boy, trying to ask if they had done everything right. The hero said that they had a good performance, and thanks to them, they will be able to see something interesting. The old man was a little worried, but the guy asked to rely on him, and nothing more would be required of them for now. As agreed, the strongest young man of the village would deal with the unwanted child on his own. The elder suggested that the hero's real purpose was a curse that takes away life force, but the lad suggested they start for them to see for themselves. The elder raised her hand and asked them to get ready. At this time, the hero gave an order to the Care's grandfather, and the Care put the tip of a spear to the lad's throat. Seeing this, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. As soon as the elder gave the signal, the beastman prepared his weapon and shot the girl. Also, the stick that was in the beast warrior's hand broke, and the girl's sword fell out of her hands. The guy gave the order for her to act now and everyone froze in shock. The hero demanded that the girl take his life with her own hands. The girl prepared to strike and everything around her shone with a blinding light. She struck her fist directly into the warrior's stomach and he flew backwards and fell unconscious. Actually, the real target was something else. The hero wanted everyone to hear this and stated that the girl they hated was not a cursed child. It was actually a genetic abnormality called albino, but it wasn't some kind of curse. Symptoms of this trait occur in 1 in 10,000. A tragedy like the death of this child's parents is normal and could happen to anyone. But the people, fearing this tragedy, invented a non-existent curse on the unwanted child. Out of their own ignorance they decided to do such a foolish act, and it constituted their sin. Though the hero has said this, there will not necessarily be those who will believe him. But by this duel he proved its worth. Not far away was a place where translucent trees grew. They were growing in an atmosphere where the nutrients contained a large amount of magical energy. Due to the excessive amount of magical energy, the leaves were emitting light. And this girl's glowing hair was a sign of possessing excessive magical energy. That time was unexpected, but understanding the language came in handy. Her radiated magical energy penetrated inside and affected the spirit spellbearer. To this extent, a terrifying amount of magical energy lurked within this girl, and it was an exceptional talent. So exceptional that it was on par with a hero defeating a demon king. This was not the child of an unwanted child at all. To them, living in fear of the demon king, heaven gave the child of a savior. Hearing this, the entire Beastman settlement fell to their knees and the hero approached the girl. As they had agreed, the hero would take this girl away, and if they didn't have any objections, they would leave right away. As the squad of warriors headed back to the city, Kara recognized that it was an amazing performance. The hero's earlier words gave the Lord goosebumps, but the guy asked them to stop. The hero thought it was great that there was no objection from their side that could have turned into an uprising. At first he thought it was right to show such a fine performance. Ban assumed it was on a level with Thelia's. But if you think about it well, there was nothing as horrifying as that gorilla. It was only because Ban Sen told the method of releasing magical energy that this duel was able to turn out to be a success. The girl got rid of the fear of the village and won the victory with her own hands. This experience would undoubtedly be the foundation for this girl, but it was also for the good of the village. Belief in the supernatural and erroneous information imprisoned them. Those with evil intentions had exploited, but now they were able to realize their mistakes on their own and would regret it. The hero began to be blamed because he had not convinced everyone, but he was still inexperienced. It was truly a good feeling. Kara wanted to talk to the girl, but the girl was scared of him and hid behind the hero. The old man was offended and asked the boy to resolve this misunderstanding between them as soon as possible. By the way, the joint with grandfather Kara performance amazed everyone, but still a little excitement remained. The amount of magical energy was at a completely different level. The 10,000 villagers harbored fear of the same thing just before it started. At that moment, the hero whispered in the girl's ear that if she lost this duel, she would die. But she could care less, for in that case, they would die with her. The girl was terrified and panicked. At the very moment a spear was put to the hero's throat, her legs shook. Thus, because of the villagers' fear, she became desperate for someone. The girl was an amazingly kind child, and it would have happened sooner or later anyway. The hero looked at the girl, and she seemed completely innocent. But the warriors didn't understand what the boy was muttering about. True, that was no longer the case now, and it would be hard to tell. The hero decided that as soon as they got home, they would wash this girl properly and feed her Gaza food. About lodging, he had to talk to Orias, but as soon as the hero remembered her, he saw the girl right in front of him and was covered with cold sweat. Ilias had a terrifying magic. From the look of them, the female knight assumed it was over and everyone froze in fear. The whole troop was shaking with fear and the Kara didn't know what they should do. The hero didn't understand why they had stumbled upon it at this particular time, because if he understood correctly, those who had the day off shouldn't have been contacted. Finding the people took longer than expected. Plus it took quite a while to get here. The boy speculated that they might have had better guides, but Kara replied that once they knew he was in danger, everyone had quietly spent the night in the cave. And apparently Ilias had been searching the forest all night. Ilias looked rather intimidating and laughed, even envious of their extremely good relationship. The old man Kara pushed the hero towards Ilias and asked him to do something about it. The hero was horrified, not understanding why the grandfather of Kara could not deal with this situation. After all, he was the most senior in the squad. The guy decided that he would definitely remember them for this, and the old men wished the guy good luck. The guy didn't know what to say and just apologized for her having to worry about him. The girl recalled that she had spent quite a bit of time looking for him. Suddenly the hero hugged the girl and said that she was very tired because of the desperate search and thanked her for that. But Elias replied that she was not. Meanwhile, a light whistle was heard from behind the bushes, but the hero tried to explain to her that such a thing was normal for a human being and she was afraid because she did not understand the whole situation. To be honest, it was his fault and he apologized for it. He was very happy that she was so worried about him and desperate to find him. The girl blushed and was just glad that everything was okay. The old man Kara squeezed out a smile and decided that their case was solved. Perhaps if Orias was also here they would have finished this case much faster. But the squad remembered what the hero had said earlier. He had said that if there was an Ilias relying on pure power, things would only get more difficult. But then the old men realized that they had said too much and the hero felt uncomfortable. The guy didn't understand why they had to say all that when he had just calmed her down. And since she was wearing that armor, he was definitely going to have to endure horrific pain. And he wasn't going home in one piece. Ilias looked at the guy with a cold stare and decided to see if it was true. The hero tried to explain that they had complicated circumstances. In that case, Ilias assumed that he had been very good at explaining it to her from the beginning. The girl grabbed the guy and the hero tried to justify that it had slipped off his tongue. The girl was worried about her savior but couldn't do anything. Lord covered the girl's eyes so she couldn't see the beating of the guy. After Ilias hit the lad on the head and knocked the spirit out of him, Grandpa Karu got a shiver. After that, the protagonist was knocked unconscious by the gorilla. Thus he was a weak guest of the parallel world. When the protagonist told her everything, the girl did not understand why he did not explain everything to her at once and pulled his hand. The report was entrusted to the grandfather Care and Ban-san, and Ilias dragged the girl into the bathroom, after which she was thoroughly washed. After the bath, the hero was delighted at how beautiful and clean she looked. The girl was obviously frightened and trembling. She ran up to the hero and pounced on him with tears. The hero had even forgotten how strong she was, just like the gorilla. Ilias admitted that it was hard for her, as she didn't want to obey her in any way. The hero was not surprised, for she had almost strangled her benefactor right before her eyes. To begin with, the hero wanted to take her to Maya-san, and if he could use the carrier spell, they could come to an understanding. The girl decided not to miss such a chance and warned the hero about Lord Ragdor's proposal. The Lord would certainly like to see him at the award ceremony on the occasion of the capture of the brigands, as well as at the fornishit that would follow it. The hero decided perhaps to abstain, and the girl said that was right, for it was indeed a great honor to be invited to such a celebration. Not expecting such an answer, Ilias came to her senses and ordered him to remain still and repeat himself. She tried to convey to him that he was invited because they recognized his merit. The boy screamed in pain and said that she would break his shoulder, and the girl, apologizing, let him go. He understood that this was important to the knights. Trust in a knight was built on fame and honor, but the girl saw no difference if the man was a knight or not. If he lived in this world, he had to go, but the hero hated to draw attention. Besides, the girl herself realized how oddballs like him got thrown under the eye. Still, the hero felt that Orias was able to move forward because of the fact that she now had partners and could enlist their support. Ilias clenched her fist and suggested that they could also be a support for each other. The hero agreed with her. Grandfather Kara, Maya-san, Ban-san and Ilias, they were all people he could rely on. But that wasn't what Ilias meant at all. The guy pinched the girl's cheek and asked her to tone down her ardor a bit. It had been about a week since he had arrived in this world, and he would need time to cautiously ascertain who and how much he could trust. If he stood out, being unprepared for the consequences, it would make enemies, and such a thing he wished to avoid. It was just his thrifty cowardice, and it was natural for him to do so. The hero suggested that she try to survive a sudden bear or slime attack. He could realize that he could rely on her, but he lacked the courage to rely on Ilias entirely. After all, you couldn't trust your life to someone he had met a few days ago, and the girl might partly agree with him. And since he was given the chance, he decided to speak up right now. She was the most reliable person for him at the moment. Ilias noticed that the boy had a way with words. Anyway, that was why he was refusing this invitation, and it became clear to her. The fact was that Lord Ragdor had instructed her to persuade him, but in all likelihood she would have to give in. The girl was shocked that after these words, the hero agreed to come. The hero would have refused if it were a normal invitation, but now his refusal would affect her prestige. The girl didn't know what to say back, and the guy said that she cared for him, and at least this way he could thank her. The hero did not understand why she did not immediately say that it was an order. After all, they were all bound by the framework of society. He grabbed the girl's hand and suggested that she hurry up, for he had to stop by Maya's house first. Maya cast a spell on the girl without any trouble. Maya wiped the sweat from her forehead and said that her impeccable work was done. Ilias and the boy clapped their hands, and the girl knight decided to introduce herself to the girl. Ilias introduced herself and asked if she understood her words. She asked the girl to try to answer her. The girl hesitantly said that it was nice weather outside. This was wonderful. However, the hero was not completely sure that she had done everything without a single mistake. Maya told him that he was rude and assured him that everything was fine. Besides, she was not a boy. The hero wanted to know about the side effect of the sore muscles, and Maya promised that it wouldn't happen. The hero could only envy her. The girl decided to make sure that the knight's girlfriend was called Ilias, and the boy wondered what she would call him. The hero thought that by name would be fine too, but it would be offensive if she called him without a respectful suffix, as she called Ilias. He assumed master would sound good and grinned happily. Maya suggested calling him dear, and the boy noticed that she was walking on thin ice. For her to learn to live on her own, he was willing to be supportive and responsible for her, and that would require a lot of explaining to her. And since that was the case, she would call him teacher or master. The boy seemed to sparkle, and Orias noticed that he was showing off. The girl said 2 options, but after thinking a bit she decided to call the guy master. The hero was insanely pleased when she called him master, and the words went straight to his heart. The hero wished Maya-san would teach her how to keep magic to herself, but there was no problem with that. It would be fine as long as she learned how to release magic little by little and carefully. The next step was to solve the issue of clothing, shelter, and food. As soon as the guys looked into the tavern, Sarah was delighted at the sight of such a cutie. She squeezed the girl to death and asked her what her name was. The guy called out to Sarah, who was relaxing at her house on her day off, and Elias wondered how the guy knew her address. The guy laughed and said that the first thing friends did was exchange their addresses. The guy suggested to Sarah that he could make clothes for this girl that would fit her. The thing was that this town didn't sell clothes for half people, and she would just be able to practice. The girl immediately ran off and said that everything would be done. Her inspiration was so overflowing. Now the hero decided that they would learn how to talk and asked the girl to listen carefully. Thanks to the spell of the Maya-san bearer, she understood what the others were saying. But that was still half the battle, and at this rate she would not be able to become independent. The boy understood what Elias was getting at and asked her not to look at him like that. As far as he was concerned, he realized what he was saying. The first thing they had to do was to learn the words and rules of social behavior, and for that they could rely on Maya-san. Maya smirked and suggested the guy remember what he made this girl call herself. The hero decided to explain to her how to live, but he himself was a novice in learning the speech and orders of this world, so he would like Maya to teach them. While the girl and the boy were taking lessons from Maya, Ilias decided to practice swordsmanship. No sooner were they done with their lessons than Sarah came running to the heroes and said that the clothes were ready. The hero was surprised that Sarah had finished so quickly, and the girl asked him to step outside for a while. She threw the hero a stump out of the door and after a few minutes allowed him in. Sarah was pleased with her work and admitted that it was her masterpiece. Seeing the outfit on the girl made everyone's jaw drop. The hero couldn't take his eyes off her. Sarah was thrilled with how white and beautiful she was, so she decided that she would suit her with black clothes that would emphasize that. The guy could understand it all, but suggested that the girl's legs were a little too bare. Sarah grabbed her head and compared the hero to a real daddy. In that case, she decided to tweak their outfit a bit and asked the hero's opinions. She made her a small cape skirt, and the hero remarked that she was a master of her craft. Ilias called Sarah's work a real looker, and the girl was delighted to receive a compliment that was better than any praise. Indeed, the clothes were to her liking, and the design seemed in keeping with current fashion trends. But as far as this world and its realities were concerned, it was the clothes that really suited this world. Perhaps these clothes were a bit garish, but they sat well on the floor of the man. The hero realized that he and Maya were of the same opinion. The guy offered to make Sarah clothes for Orias next time, and the girl was delighted. The hero would also like to see the clothes she would make up for the human, and this time she bailed them out very well. The guy held out a bag of coins and gave it to the girl as payment for the work. Sarah was embarrassed and asked to be paid at least just for the materials. Besides, she was interested in sewing these clothes, but the hero couldn't agree with her. Making a thing to order also buys the skill of the performer, and it was important to pay a price appropriate to the labor. But the girl was not yet in sales, and the hero asked her to just accept it. By making her own clothes to order, she would have to charge for her labor. If her hands were shaking because the reward was large, she had to train their skills even more. At least everyone here was convinced of her competence and development. Sarah looked at the girls, who were in total agreement with him, and smiled. In those few hours, Sarah not only came up with the design but also completed it with shoes and accessories. She told the guys that she would look forward to the next orders, and the guy was already looking forward to seeing the gorgeous outfit on Elias. Her abilities were indeed worth their weight in gold, and Elias asked the hero to stop. The protagonists had a lot of impressions in one day, and the Sarah also got a lot of trouble. Finally, they arrived before the Dog Bone Tavern, and the girl looked at the signboard. After they went inside, she was even more surprised. It was quite noisy inside. Visitors were drinking and chatting among themselves. The woman noticed that the guy brought an incredible cutie with him today. The hero asked to pour her something non-alcoholic, and the woman asked her to wait a minute for them. Ilias noticed that the female visitors had also increased in number, and at this rate, the next stage could soon be pondered. The hero was thinking of using sugar and selling sweets. Ilias admitted that she loved them, and the hero had something else to surprise her with. After a while, the girl was served her dish, and the hero asked her to watch him eat and repeat after him. The girl ineptly picked up the spoon and brought it to her mouth with shaking hands. After tasting the dish, she was delighted with its flavor. Ilias and the hero were happy for the girl and patted her on the head. The girl turned out to be a real glutton and asked for more, wagging her tail happily. They left the tavern, and Ilias said that today was quite tasty. The boy remarked that she wasn't even rambunctious today, and the girl asked not to be treated like a child. The girl didn't understand the meaning of the word, and the guy was about to explain it to her, but Ilias asked him not to. This child had a lot to teach. The first thing Ilias thought was that she needed to be taught the skills of combat, which was important. The hero also decided to learn a few things from Ilias. He wondered what they would name this girl, since the villages only called her a cursed child. The girl thought about the fact that this child was from the Black Wolf tribe, which meant it was possible to name her something similar. The heroes began to think about different variations of her name, but could not settle on one thing. Eventually, the girl suggested the name Wolf, for it sounded pretty, but the hero said that it was mostly a man's name. In that case, Ilias decided to change it a bit and suggested the name Ulf. This name smelled strong in some ways, but by adding softness and lightness to it, it sounded quite nice. The hero decided that it was pretty good and turned to the girl and put his hands on her shoulders. He said her name would be Ulf from this day forward, and the girl tried to spell it. Eventually, she said it in its entirety, and the hero stroked her head. At last they reached their house, but Ilias reminded her that it belonged to her. But from that day on, the hero said that it was also Ulf's house. Ulf froze in place with surprise and then ran to the boy's house. From that day on, the child named Ulf had a new life. As the king realized, in the territory of Ties, a kingdom with a long history, lived a tribe of half-humans, of whose existence people did not even know. First, they were waiting for the elimination of brigands, the book about the demon king, and now the appearance of half-humans. A lot of things at once came upon them like a snowball. The king hoped that his invitation to the buffet was accepted, and the lord agreed to it. It was fraught with some difficulty, but consent was obtained. The king wanted to see the man who was bringing change to this country, and because he would meet a beautiful girl from an aristocratic family, the king's heart leaped to the dance. The lord remarked that the Merito king was, as always, ready to joke, and the Merito agreed that he was looking forward to this celebration. Meanwhile, the hero was going up to his room and thinking about the fact that the pace of Ulf's development was very fast. He was going to take care of everything while they were together, but he wasn't sure how far he could go. Ilias was concerned as well. She usually stuck to her image of a strong and brave knight, on perhaps deep inside she was hurt by his words that he couldn't trust her completely. She was overly sensitive to the evaluations of others and therefore worried about everything at once. This is why she accumulated stress in herself and denied this worry. And if you think about it, this power Oria's to evade a direct course of action was a unique strength. The boy decided that he was making too much of himself. Because of the incident with the Ulf, their interactions with opponents and rivals would change, and that prospect didn't please him at all. The guy decided that he needed to calm down and get his thoughts in order. For whatever reason, his heart was jumping out of his chest, but he decided that everything would be alright, because as always, he would be here. To attend the award ceremony for defeating the bandits, the protagonist asked Yongsan to find him suitable clothes. As soon as the hero appeared in his new clothes, the man smiled and said that it suited him very well. Ulfa also thought the master looked different, but the guy sighed heavily and thought he looked like a medieval aristocrat. The hero was met by a horse-drawn carriage, from where Kara's grandfather came out. He said that the guy looked as usual, gorgeous, and the hero noticed that he was as usual in his armor. The Kara's grandfather glowed with pride and said they were quite extraordinary. The lad assumed that there was special armor for the ceremony, but the Kara replied that this one had a pile of dust on it, and he had to do a fair bit of work to clean it off. By the way, the country put Yongsan in charge of the trade between the Black Wolf tribe and the Ties. At this point, all the other merchants would have to trade through Yongsan. Besides, they were talking about a share. For mediating the negotiations with the Black Wolf tribe, the protagonist would receive a few % of the net profit from future trade with the tribe. Although it was pure chance, he was now no longer unemployed. Kara's grandfather said that the ceremony would start soon. There was a crowd of people in the castle whispering about the simple wench and the cunning ploy she used this time. Apparently, the nobles had some sort of grudge against the king's subjects. People thought that this wench didn't know her place and everyone was asked to be quiet because the king had arrived. The protagonist saw the King of Ties for the first time, and to his surprise, he looked quite young. At some point the king noticed the guy and smiled. The king named 2 squads, the Leaner squad and the Ragudo squad. They finally met them and one of the lords walked up to the king and bowed to him. The boy thought he might have just imagined it. And finally the king was to be approached by Elia's Rachel. The king put beads on her and said that for her achievement in destroying the bandits and above all for her bravery in defeating the bandit leader, he was expressing his gratitude. With his words, all those present applauded the king. After the award ceremony, everyone proceeded to the banquet hall. The food was simply exquisite and the guy wanted to take some for Ulf. He thought about finding a food container from someone. At that moment he was approached by an Ilias who was apparently looking for him. The guy assumed she was done with her business, and the girl replied that she had already greeted everyone. She asked to follow her, for Sir Ragudo wanted to meet him. As he passed by the rest of the people, the lad noticed that someone was questioning whether the king was here as well. Lord Ragudo greeted the hero and assumed he was the young man. He thanked him for taking care of his squad and the hero embarrassed himself by saying that they were the ones who helped him. The king also approached the guy from behind and assumed he was Rachel's partner. The king of the kingdom introduced himself with the name Marito Ties. He should have said that Rachel was a valiant woman, however she was rather inexperienced and lacked a bit of perspective as a knight. Nevertheless, he managed to make her a significant figure and the king would like to talk to the hero about it. The king smirked, thinking about how the guy would react to that and called him a dear young man from another world. He had black hair and black eyes, all exactly as the report said. The king has heard about his relationship with Rachel, and now he asks for a handshake right after messing with her a bit. King had already talked to them about it beforehand so they didn't interfere with his reaction. The king just wanted to know what kind of person he was and what his next move would be. But suddenly the guy just turned away from the king and went the other way. The guy approached a table where he was offered to taste some interesting fruits. The king couldn't understand what it all meant, or how he took his handshake. Perhaps as a request for food, or perhaps he was up to something else. This fruit was quite difficult to eat and perhaps he had given it to him on purpose to show his clumsiness. However, it did not matter much to the king. But the king was even more surprised when the guy again paid no attention to him, walked to the exit and closed the doors behind him. The king stood in confusion, not understanding how the hero could just walk away. Marito couldn't leave it like that and asked him to wait. He's finally met him, and now he's leaving so easily. The king has already plotted many ways to evaluate him, and if it's over this quickly, it's going to be bad. The king opened the doors behind which the hero was waiting for him and asked his majesty where he was in a hurry. Apparently the Marito wanted to play a little game with him, to which the hero agreed, but he did not expect his majesty to follow him. The king realized that the hero was testing him, and the guy hoped that his majesty was satisfied with the result. The king couldn't contain his laughter and apologized to the guy. He just couldn't contain his curiosity. The king admitted that he couldn't contain his laughter because of all Orias. Plus the Orias had some pretty terrible acting. At this point, Ilias came into their room, asking why they had left so abruptly. The king took the guy upstairs and admitted that he liked the hero, so they should start their conversation from the beginning. Marito asked Rachel to borrow the young man from them for a while, and led him to his office. The king asked the hero to make himself comfortable, and to call him simply by his first name, no formalities. The hero realized that the situation had quickly escalated, for the king was calling him a dear friend from another world. To begin with, the king wanted to ask permission to thank him. Apparently, that their knights are attached to their knighthood and because of that the bandits use them to their advantage. The hero didn't understand where this careless tone was coming from and the lord said that was what their king was like. The hero said it was all because Docolla was too good and luck was on his side. But the fact that the knights were able to extract information from the bandits, and Sir Rachel was able to overpower the bandit leader, was undoubtedly due to the hero's wisdom. The boy thought it was not worth denying. It seemed to the king that the hero was not proud of himself, but taking advantage of people's weaknesses was not something he could be proud of. The boy thought that if the king wanted to praise someone, it was better to praise Orias. But the king didn't understand what he had to do to praise her. Despite her ideal of following the same chivalrous path as her father, she was willing to face the consequences and accepted the boyfriend's offer. The hero also wanted to properly thank the king for his treatment of the Black Wolf tribe. After all, he had promoted an equal relationship. But with the power of this country, they could easily subdue and control them. The king laughed and asked him not to talk about such dangerous things, for that would ruin his reputation as a wise king. The hero watched the happy king and didn't know what to think. After all, this guy's behavior was like a man under great stress. The king would love to hear stories from his world, but they needed to get some other things over with first. The hero didn't know what he meant and looked questioningly at the Marito. At the king's order, the lord placed sample number 4 of the Blue Demon Lord's research in front of the hero. He brought up the topic the hero most wanted to avoid, and the king apologized, but it was important. The king knew the book was written in the language of his world, but the hero had not read it, though no one would be able to know if he read it. At the time, the hero was with his grandfather Kara, but he would not want to make him an accessory, and it became clear to the king. In fact, researching resurrection magic is forbidden because there is an intercontinental agreement. According to Marito, if this country had a strict taboo rule like Meji's, they would search for the guy all over the country and execute him. If you read it, they would kill him on the spot, and the hero thought it was just horrible. The territory of Magi's had taken the most damage from the Demon Lord. Many areas were still barren wastelands, and because of that, they were very sensitive to questions about the Demon Lord. The fact that the leader of the bandits was used as a Meji's assassin until now, which shocked the guy. Nevertheless, it all sounded kind of dubious. If this book does contain research, it would be an intercontinental problem. Then the hero would prefer not to be a part of it. That's why Marito would want the hero to analyze this book. The guy got flustered, thinking that the king didn't hear him, and Marito laughed. He asked the hero not to worry, because he could guarantee his safety. Besides, he should have realized how important it was. Marito wanted to know how much information was contained in this book. The hero asked the king how many people knew about it, but that number included only he and Sir Ragudo. Sir Yugura and Maya were not informed about it. Sir Yugura's sacred place was in the Taitsa, and Maya was put in the position of greatest responsibility in the Taitsa by Sir Yugura. As a matter of fact, when they are done dealing with the dead, they can go to the headquarters to do research. Most likely they know about the existence of this book, but the king asked the hero not to get so upset, because she's not exactly a secret agent. It's just that even if they trust her, they shouldn't have trusted the people behind her and Sir Yugura so much. Since Meji's didn't report anything about the book, the king was personally concerned whether the hero would tell Sir Rachel about it or not. But no matter what the king said, the hero wasn't going to tell Orias about it. Sir Rachel's mom was Maya's best friend. She would most likely consult Maya about it if he told her. That's why he personally wanted to find out if the book was dangerous or not, and the hero thought about the king's words. The hero understood everything and asked the king what was required of him. Marito would like the hero to translate this book into the language of this world. The hero suggested that it might be too dangerous, and this would indeed be the case if the translation was handwritten. Therefore, all information would be stored in the king's head. From this point on, the king would want the hero to visit the castle regularly and translate the book to him. He had already thought of a title to avoid suspicion, and henceforth the hero was his consultant. He would have a position as a minstrel. He would share knowledge of his world with the king. From everyone else's point of view, he would be a sort of court jester. After all, the information from his world could be useful to them, and the hero was not thrilled that he would be a court jester. The hero explained that he was a simple citizen and didn't have any special knowledge. The king didn't expect much and just decided that he would listen to him for fun. The boy had nothing to add and agreed with his majesty. The hero was also concerned about one thing, and he would like the king to make some arrangements. After listening to his request, the king said that it was not that difficult and he would see what could be done about it. In that case, the hero thanked his majesty and wished to repeat himself again. He extended his hand to the king for a handshake and said that it had been a pleasure doing business with him. The king reciprocated and shook the fellow's hand. The king was ready to establish a long-term relationship with him. The lord remarked that by all appearances they had had a good time. The king agreed and said that the hero was much more interesting than he had expected. He hoped his tone was normal, but Lord couldn't stop laughing. The king decided that he would talk to the lad alone, and this would be a time when he could rest. He definitely wanted this guy not just as a collaborator, but for him to serve this country. Marito had a glass of wine and repeated that he would really like to have a man like that for himself. Toward nightfall, Ilias returned and informed everyone that she had come home. Waiting for her at home were the hero and Ulf, who were preparing dinner. The boy thanked Ilias for her good work, but they were not finished yet, and now it was time for celebration. The conversation with the king was unexpected, but today's star they had was Ilias. The girl was delighted with the variety of dishes the boys had prepared. The hero felt that the warnings against her would probably never go away, so today he would like to congratulate her on behalf of everyone here. Ulf hugged Ilias and the heroes congratulated the happy girl that she was grateful to them for everything. That same night, a man in a cloak appeared along the dark alleys of the roads. He met with a mysterious person who hoped they had found the records. The hooded man said they had searched all the places he had used but had found no records, so someone had already taken them, and now they were watching the borders of the ties to make sure the books weren't taken abroad. They also organized intelligence agents to search for her. Sooner or later they would surely find her, and the man demanded that they hurry. If the book leaked to the public, he would be in big trouble. If they managed to discover its existence, this relationship will come to an end. In addition, the man would become a burden and they would not be able to lead him beyond that. The hooded man thanked the Red Demon Lord for the advice. While the protagonist was making breakfast, he thought about the fact that time flies pretty fast. It had been 10 months since he had been in this world. Ulf was one of the first to wake up and wish the hero a good morning. It was actually a lie, and it had only been about 2 weeks. The guy wished the girl good morning and noticed that she was tipsy as usual. Ulfia was a very fast learner, and she no longer needed to use mastery magic to communicate with people. Although it was only simple words, she could already speak the language of this world. She sat down at the table and wished for a pleasant appetite in Japanese that she learned from the main character. As for the guy himself, he was still depending on Maya-san for magic mastery and didn't know the language. It didn't take long before Ilias joined them. The girl gaped and wished Ulf a good morning. This was a real surprise to the hero, for he thought she would be awake even in the morning. However, the girl replied that it would happen as soon as she got dressed, all because she wore armor even when she was at home. The hero didn't understand why she wore armor at home, and it looked a bit creepy. The guy thought she should have paid more attention to her social impression, at least answering their greetings with a smile. The girl sullenly looked at the guy, and she still had a scary face. The hero explained that she needed to start by smiling naturally, and every now and then she managed to do that. The girl doubted it could be taught, and the hero decided to demonstrate it to her. Smiling brightly, he dazzled the girls with his dazzling smile. At this, the guy asked the girl if she wanted to tell him something, and Ilias promised to try her best. It seems that Ulf was starting to get used to people's suspicious stares, and if she gets a little more confident, she can go in for the popular beast girl in the neighborhood. The country has also made an official statement recognizing the gender of humans in Taisa territory. Over the past few days, the hero has seen several of the Black Wolf tribe around town, and he also received a pass from Sir Raguda, granting him permission to have an audience with Sir Raguda and Marito without having to go through any procedures. The hero, along with Ulf, entered His Majesty's office and wished him a good morning. The king was happy to see the heroes and greeted his dear friend along with Ulf. The hero thought they had come at a bad time, so the king asked them to sit aside for a while until he finished. As the Marito was randomly finishing his paperwork, he prepared a place for them to sit so they wouldn't get bored while they waited for him. Ulf immediately happily fell on the couch. The protagonist felt like a blissful court jester at such moments. Suddenly Ulf heard clinking and clanking, and the boy assumed that it was time for training. The girl immediately snapped out of her seat and shouted that she had to defeat Grandpa Kara and ran off. The guy wished her luck and the elf left. The king apologized for keeping him waiting, and the hero asked if they had any changes. The king replied in the affirmative. Allowing students to choose what to learn in school is usually well received, and the program would begin with a few selected candidates. But when it came to raising the educational standards of the country, as expected, the king did not get much support. Hero believed that it was all out of the fact that the children would be valuable laborers. If only everyone could aspire to high ranks, it would keep their hopes alive. Still, there were many ideas from the hero's world, and it was hard for Marito to imagine a human population of 7 billion people. At this point, the protagonist was answering questions that the king asked him. He suggested it when the hero didn't know what to talk about his world. The guy was answering questions on political norms and the state of the population, which he vaguely remembered. After that, they would discuss why things were the way they were. Then they would decide if the policy could be used in Tai's. Even if the policy was effective in his world, it didn't mean it would be so in others. A hereditary monarchy and a democratic electoral system. The main problem was deciding which one was most appropriate for their country. After making some notes, the king decided that that was enough politics. Next was cultural development, and the king asked about cooking appliances. Last time, the hero explained what a rice cooker was, and next they had a microwave on the line. Marito thought it would be very useful if they could create something similar with magic. But there were problems when it came to fundamentally understanding how it worked. It seems the king needed to find an experienced magician he could trust. Marito heard the clinking and clanking and assumed the guys were doing well. He suggested the hero take a short break. The guys went out to the balcony and caught a battle between Ulf and Ragdor. Watching the battle, the king noticed that the Ulf Tijan was growing at an alarming rate. Although to Sir Ragudo's team she could not land a single blow. It seemed unsurprising to the king. After all, it was just a matter of skill and experience and should not have underestimated his knights. Even though they were old soldiers, they were still veterans and the difference in weapon handling and coordination was too great. The boys looked at the Aureas. The hero thought that it was just something perfect different and the king was in agreement with him. Not only was she as skillful as everyone in Sir Ragudo's team, she also possessed an incredible amount of magic power that eclipsed even Ulf Thrust. The hero thought that it just didn't make sense. The magic strengthening her body was also something special. The king had heard that she once reflected Sir Dmitrikovkin's spear with her body. Guy couldn't believe that she really could reflect the Kara grandfather's spear with just her body. This meant that she wasn't just a gorilla, but a magical metal gorilla. The girl just looked in their direction, and the king assumed that those eyes were as if asking them to join her. Marito suggested the hero to join them. After all, getting a chance to defend yourself isn't such a bad thing. The hero understood that perfectly well, but was not thrilled with the way Aureas was teaching. The girl was explaining how to focus magical power to use it and hit a large rock. Ulf repeated after Ilias and the king laughed, saying that these girls were hopeless. In that case, Marito suggested asking Sir Ragudo's team to teach the protagonist one technique he should have learned. The king could also keep him company if he wished. This meant that the king was a man of many talents. The guy exhaled heavily and suggested some other time, which made the king laugh. The king noticed that it was pretty close, and he almost forgot to say something important. Earlier, Maya had asked him for something. She wanted to borrow a few of their knights as guides to villages far from here, and since it was a great opportunity, the king offered to go with them. But the hero did not understand what he meant. A messenger will arrive from the headquarters of the Ugal Church to inspect the branches. They want to check the churches in each of the villages, visit those villages that do not have them, and build churches in the villages that ask them to do so. As a guide and mediator, the king has decided to choose Sir Kara, as he is trusted in the villages, and Sir Rachel, who has a close relationship with Maya. This is why the king would like the hero to use this opportunity to see the other villages as well. What impressed the king most about the hero's opinion was that he realized the difference between his world and this one. Marito thought this would help him make better decisions in the future when he saw life outside the castle. But the hero was not a knight, and the boy decided to make sure the king was sure of that. But the king felt that he had nothing to worry about since he had already told them that there would be a candidate for the Department of State Affairs who would arrive for training. The boy smiled and thanked the king for not calling him a court jester. Toward evening, the lad returned home and took a shower. With a towel over his head, he went into the room where he saw an Aureas. The girl was sitting at a table by the fireplace and was wiping her sword. The hero assumed that Ulf had already fallen asleep, and Ilias confirmed this. She wished to wish the hero good night before going to bed, but never waited for him, and then the girl carried her to her room. The hero was glad to see that she had had a busy day, and he was somehow even a little envious. Ilias said that he could also sleep just as well if he joined their training, and suggested that he finally change his mind and join them. Marito had told him the same thing earlier, and the girl didn't doubt it, for after all, His Majesty understood everything. But Ilias still couldn't get used to the fact that the boy addressed His Majesty without any honorifics. But there was nothing to be done about it, for the king had told him to call him by his first name. But in the presence of the others, he still had to watch his tongue. Besides, the Marito ordered a place to be prepared for him where he could live. Since he now had to visit the castle daily, it would be better for him to live in a place closer to the castle than in her house. Ilias was surprised, and apparently a little hurt by it. The girl lowered her gaze, and the hero told her that he had refused the king's offer. He wished to ask permission to stay here for some more time, but Ilias did not understand why he refused. The first reason was Ulf, for she had become attached to him, and the second reason was because of him. He had previously mentioned that he was still getting used to this world. He still had a lot of anxiety about living in this country or something like that. There was an awkward pause and the hero tried to avoid a direct look from Ilias. He got up from the table and headed for his room, but Ilias asked him to stop. She wanted to know what he meant, but the hero asked her to interpret it the way she wanted it, because it would be more correct. He tossed the girl his towel and Ilias gave the hero a thoughtful glance. She thought that by doing so, the hero wanted to say that he could rely on her, but the girl did not understand why she was so worried. The hero went up to his room and fell tiredly on his bed. He thought about the fact that he had made a show of using Ulf as one of the reasons for his rejection. And frankly, he's the only one here who cares. He was afraid to think about sentimental things like feeling lonely if he left here. When he got home, he saw the Orias waiting for him and thought that this life wasn't so bad. Although he acted like an adult in front of everyone, he was still an immature person who could not help but depend on people. Just like in Japan, he should have been quite normal to live alone in this world. However, his heart was ready to burst in the face of a life-threatening situation. He deluded himself into thinking that this would be a good experience for him, but it was only a matter of time before this kind of thinking would no longer be accepted. In everything he experienced, the existence of Orias played a big role in his life. She had given him advice, opportunities, and a place to live. She had given him a foothold to get used to the world. But there was no way he could even thank her properly. The hero felt that he was still just as immature. Comparatively speaking, this world was much less comfortable than his, but this world had its charms as well. Most people in this world lived honestly, even those who were bandits. After he got information from them, he heard from Grandpa Kara that they were all executed 2 days after Docolla's death. Grandpa Kara had a message for the hero from one of the bandits. He relayed to him that his life was lousy, but he could die as a person, and for that he thanked the hero. The people in this world sincerely lived their lives. They were innocent people with pure hearts who were comfortable to be around. The hero did not need to feel disgusted whenever he acted in such a way to live a peaceful life. Although it was too early for him to think about it, and it was like spending the rest of his life in the countryside. The hero believed that this would still be one of the paths he would choose. Before that, he wanted to try to find a way to get back to his world. At least he would try to find it without losing sight of being able to live in this world. Even in this other world. As long as he lived his life quietly, that was all that mattered. The next morning, Ulf and the others checked all their food and gear. The girl exclaimed joyfully that everything was ready. Maya didn't expect that the candidate would be the main character that traveled a long way. The boy said that it was just a pretense and he was only told to expand his knowledge and learn something outside the castle. Ulf would also go with him and study hard. In that case, the hero wanted to know who would be their messenger from the church, and a woman's voice was heard from behind. The girl introduced herself as Lacra Self and suggested that they would do well on this journey. The main character reciprocated the girl and was happy to meet her. He asked how he should address her. The girl asked the candidate herself to call her simply Lacra. After carefully examining the guy, the Lacra noticed that he had a rather strange appearance. His eyes and hair were black, yet he had very little magical powers. Lacra asked permission to ask where the hero was from. The guy replied that unfortunately, for as long as he could remember, he had been constantly moving from place to place. As is the first place on the continent he settled in. He also had little magic power from birth as well. Because of that, he wasn't good at physical labor. It seemed to the girl that the guy was accompanied by a spirit, and the guy said that this spirit was with him due to the Maya-san possession technique. As Lacra already knew, the location of the Black Wolf tribe was discovered. The girl immediately realized that the white-haired Ulf was from there. The hero confirmed this and said that she had a good command of their language. Meanwhile, the hero uses the spirit possession technique to communicate with other members of the Black Wolf tribe. The hero also said that he and a merchant he knows discovered this village and are now helping Ulfa. Lacra noticed that the guy was quite young but very diligent. The hero could say the same about her and was honored to work together with a beautiful girl like her. This friendly and businesslike interaction brought back memories for the hero. He also wished all 3 girls would stop staring at him like that. Ilias coughed and asked the Lacra-san to let her escort her. Maya-san approached the hero and whispered in his ear that he was quite a sly fox. But the hero felt that he should not have divulged all his past and background, and surely Maya-san must have noticed something strange in his speech. But the girl replied that she had not felt a slice of the lodge. And it was true, for the hero had not created anything about anything. Just like Maya-san, Lacra-san was a cleric of the Ugura religion. Guy suspected that she too had the ability to recognize lies. Their ability to recognize magical powers is higher than the others, and they most likely see the fluctuations of magical power, and because of that, they recognize lies. If they could discern everything hidden in their heart, then that was their advantage. But the guy doubted that their method was really like that. Maya saw no doubt that it was the Taisa that the hero had settled in this continent after being in this world, and her technique of possession could be used to communicate with the Black Wolf tribe as well. If one was guided by the truth alone, looping only its wording, even they wouldn't notice the catch. Maya assumed that the hero had thought out his answers in advance and was not mistaken. The guy figured that such questions would come up anyway, as long as he kept even the smallest secret from Maya-san. He didn't want to arouse suspicion if he had to resort to such techniques, but since things had gotten this far, there was nothing to be done. So he told her the truth, saying that Lacra-san was a beauty. Maya didn't argue that the hero looked quite pleased when he said that. After their conversations, the wagon with the heroes set off. On the way, Ulf managed to climb onto the roof of the wagon and was almost blown away by the wind. Ilias was worried about the girl, but Ulf grasped the canvas of the wagon to keep from falling. When they reached their destination, the boy noticed that the place was truly peaceful. The hero was surprised that there was running water here, but it depended on the place and most depended on rainwater or underground water. When needed, they used magic and the hero thought it was convenient. But even one village was hard to supply the amount of water they needed with magic. The hero was delighted that there was also a watchtower, and Ilias told him that it was countermeasures against monsters. This alerted the hero and he became convinced that there were indeed demons and monsters in this world. The hero has yet to offend them, and that's because the monsters appeared from the netherworld. They were once ruled by demon kings, and this refers to areas teeming with special magical powers. There was also another world in the T's, which made the hero shocked. The girl said that the entrance to it was near the Black Demon King's Killer Mountain. After thinking for a bit, the hero assumed that she was talking about the same slug he had met earlier. Kara's grandfather told him that sometimes a wyvern leaves the mountain, but most of the magical creatures that visit the place are under the control of that slime. Kara approached the hero and told the boy that he was indeed born with his shirt on, which made the hero laugh nervously. Apparently, this was because he lacked enemies, since the Demon King had been killed. Thanks to Kara's grandfather's story, the hero realized the reason why the wyvern appears here. Lacra was radiant with joy and exclaimed that they had a wonderful inspection. She thought that one could even count on an award from the chief religious office of Uyghur. Uyghur religion or Uyghurianism. Uyghur was the name of a hero who once saved the world. Born with resurrection magic, which is taboo, the demon lords held the world in fear. By enlisting divine help and protection, the hero overthrew the demon lords and saved the world. The teachings of Uyghur came into existence when it was decided to record his instruction for future generations. It became not only a legend but also a religion, and it seemed to the boy that this sacred place was in the Medjis. Lacra replied that the Medjis was a monarchy, but the real power was in the hands of the Pope. The king of the Medjis held private talks with the Pope, and the political course chosen was communicated to the people. That was his role. It became clear to the hero, the Medjis who do not forgive the violation of taboos. The situation is such that Uyghurianism played a direct role in this. Docolla, who was a puppet of the Medjis, and the taboo book, Uyghurianism was connected to that, which meant that those who cornered Docolla were Uyghurians. The lad realized that this case was smelling more and more of kerosene, and their wagon headed for the next village. Ulf found herself next to a herd of cows and perked up her ears. She told the master that the cows in this village were smaller than the cows from the last village. The hero confirmed this, and for some reason they also wanted to become cows. Kara's grandfather smiled at the boys as he watched them imitate the cows. After that, the protagonists decided to spend the night in the church of this village. Meanwhile, Karu's grandfather was lured to his house by the head of the village. It turns out that he was very popular in remote villages, and the locals called Karu a divine spear. As soon as the hero made his way to his room, he decided that he would go through his papers, as a candidate for secretary is supposed to do. While he was going through the papers, someone knocked on the door and the guy looked up. He allowed entry and the girl apologized to him for coming in late at night. She couldn't sleep, so she decided to take a little walk and then noticed that the light was still on in his room. It was Lacra who hoped she hadn't disturbed the guy. From her appearance and her light tight nightie, the hero was at a loss for words. The hero replied that he was just finishing up some paperwork, so she didn't disturb him. The girl leaned over in front of him and told the secretary that he was quite diligent and enthusiastic. She asked to see his work and the guy held out the book to her. The girl was delighted that it described everything down to the smallest detail. The hero smiled and replied that a novice could only do as much as possible to write down all the circumstances so as not to miss anything important. As long as there is someone around like a secretary. Lacra thought that the people could be calm. Before the lad could thank her, the Lacra touched his cheek and pushed the hero closer to her. The hero's heart raced and he tried to understand what Lacra-san was going to do. The girl leaned her knee on his legs and confessed to the secretary that she had actually stopped by to seek advice. She peered at the hero even more and, getting as close to his face as possible, said that the inspection had another purpose. Lacra was looking for some book, and surely the hero knew where this book was located, which described the resurrection technique. The hero immediately jumped up from his chair, and the girl snorted, stepping back. The guy silently headed for the exit, and Lacra couldn't understand what was wrong. The hero knew everything, and he and the king had assumed from the beginning that the Lacra-san's purpose was to find the thing left behind by the Docolla. Just since his arrival in this world, it was the first time something so erotic had happened to him. But the Lacra-san was simply astonishing in her impatience. He supposed she could have stretched this pleasure a little longer. Lacra couldn't understand why the secretary was sighing so heavily. The guy didn't know how to explain and told the girl that she had come in a seductive way, and it was all for information. The girl blushed and was embarrassed, saying that it wasn't like that. She did not believe that her magic of seduction did not work, and the hero realized that she used some kind of charms. The hero said that she was too close to him, so in a way he was really seduced. The girl felt embarrassed and sweat droplets appeared on her red face. She shook the guy by his shirt and asked him to forget everything he had seen here. The hero asked her to calm down, especially he was glad that she was so charming and beautiful. But the Lacra screamed that everything was wrong and these were necessary preparatory measures. But as the hero said, everything was fine and he was affirmatively impressed. The hero admitted that she made him worried and the Lacra screamed even more. The girl didn't understand why her magic didn't work. After all, she had gathered all her courage in her fist and done something so embarrassing. The hero assumed that this seduction magic was being cast on his opponent's head. The crying Lacra confirmed that this was the case. Through eye-to-eye gaze, she would penetrate and affect the opponent's magical powers. In such a case, it made sense to the hero. He has rather little magical powers, and one could see they weren't even enough to affect them. The hero felt like an absolute nub in this world that he was at the first level. At first he thought he was lucky, but most healing magic wouldn't work on him. And then he felt he was hit. It was so weak that even the slime ignored him. Meanwhile, the Lacra's body was trembling and she didn't know what to do in such a case. Then a wonderful idea came into her head and the girl seemed to glow. She offered the secretary herself to pour her magic power into him. But the hero did not understand how she was going to do it. Lacra was covered in cold sweat again and the hero suggested that it would be easier and faster to just seduce him. But the girl exclaimed that it was impossible for her, and the hero was even disappointed. With these words, the hero was hit in the face with a pillow, and after that they put all the facts together. As a countermeasure to the second coming of the Demon King, the Ugura headquarters classified all documents related to the taboo and the Demon King. However, the lawsuit book was not discovered and suspicions arose about Maya-san. So they secretly sent their competent and talented person Lacra-san to find out everything. However, being a puppet of Medusa, Docolla stole one book titled Sample Number 4 of Blue Demon Lord Research. Maya-san requested the documents about the one-armed man who could control the resurrected humans. And so, they discovered that the doco about was in Taisa. The girl exclaimed that she was able to use various high-level magic. But most importantly, she was an expert in exorcism, and could single-handedly deal with the resurrected dead, even if there would be an army of them. In that case, the hero thought her recent failure was particularly ridiculous, but the Lacra thought she was quite fortunate to have met a secretary herself who might have the information she needed, like a divine providence. But the hero thought that she had destroyed herself by rushing her attack. Lacra was devastated that she had screwed up her secret mission and made herself look shameful, and thought she was done for. The hero suggested she just sniff out what she needed to do in the open. But the girl didn't think that it could concern the forbidden book. After all, if its existence became known, there would be those who would want to possess it. The boy assumed that she had an explanatory note from the head office about Maya-san and Lacra recalled it. She speculated that Maya-san might have been hiding her, but according to the guy she had no reason to do so. Otherwise her activities would have been suspended. The girl clapped her hands and it suddenly made sense to her. She was so happy that she was literally glowing. The hero gloomily replied that he was going to bed, but the girl grabbed onto his shirt, hoping he would help her. In that case, the hero suggested that they continue where they left off, and the Lacra asked to forget about it. But the guy thought that it was impossible to forget about such a thing, and the girl thought that his words had become too harsh. Earlier, the girl thought that the secretary herself was a beautiful person, and the hero sarcastically thanked her for these words. He also said that Lacra-san was beautiful till recently, and the girl exclaimed that he was stabbing her right into her heart. In the end, the hero understood everything and agreed to search for the book, which the girl was very pleased about. The guy thought about the fact that he was very tired. However, he wasn't going to share information about the book with her, but at least he managed to calm her down. No sooner had he thought about it than Lacra decided to ask about the book. The hero wanted to inquire about its appearance, and the girl replied that it was a rather old book. The title was written in an unknown language, and the contents apparently were too. It was not easy to decipher, and the hero replied that he had never had to read such a book in Taisa. The hero wanted to know of ways to find it, and Lacra knew one of them. This book contained special magical powers, and if some barrier was put up, they would manifest themselves. It became clear to the hero the reason why the Lacra was placing barriers in the village churches, and the girl was shocked that the guy even knew about it. But he found out about it from the word of Ulf, who was also wasting a bit of her magic and smelled it. Lacra was impressed and warned that it wasn't harmful to others, so it was fine. It was a very handy thing, as the effects of fatigue and the need to recover were negligible. The hero had already had time to think about the fact that the girl was a negative ion. The girl said that if the magic of the book and the barriers came into contact, she would feel the resonance even at a great distance. And it would be great if it was possible to put barriers in all villages. And lastly, in the capital of Taisa, the hero decided to find out if she had permission for it. But Lacra wanted to ask the secretary herself to facilitate it somehow. The guy reminded her that he was only a candidate for secretary. Unfortunately, he had no such rights and could only consult with the king. Lacra thought that would be enough, and yet the preparation of this was important, and she had better be more responsible. But looking at the amount of magic power of the hero, the girl thought that it would be easy for him to handle it. The guy warned the Lacra that someday he would sneakily betray her. The girl thought that this was rather cruel and did not believe that the hero could really think that way. Thus, the hero entered into a not-so-understandable partnership with the Lacra. The girl also noticed that the hero started addressing her without respectful language, because she was older than him. But the hero decided that they had had enough of that. The next day, representatives of the main religious shrine of the Ugura gathered at the Mejis. It was Pope Eupero Rosario and Archbishop Akakeniku. The Pope said they should have returned the aforementioned book and asked if they had sent the Lacra self for it. The Archbishop agreed with the Pope and said that was correct. If the Pope remembered correctly, this girl had mastered virtually all the magic of exorcism at such a young age. Her accomplishments and successes were undeniable, so she was an outstanding cleric, which the Archbishop was in full agreement with. Also, she possessed many talents, but in so many other things she was utterly remiss. In that case, the Archbishop did not understand why the Pope had chosen her. The Archbishop chuckled and said that by appointing such a dissipated person as inspector, the Maya would let their guard down, and that was their goal. Besides, they had sent another man secretly, and the Archbishop told the Pope that he was quite shrewd. The Archbishop had already sent Magi's subordinates there. While the Lacra-san openly and ineptly conducted their search, their superior subordinates, acting in the shadows, would be able to get hold of the book, and that was their ingenious plan. The Pope replied that if the plan had been ingenious and well thought out, there would have been no remarks. But they needed to avoid actions that could lead to a deterioration of relations with Thais. The Archbishop asked to be trusted, after which he left the office with a smug grin. The Archbishop was jumping for joy, thinking that everything was working out better than ever, for his plan was perfect. Suddenly the Archbishop's pendant glowed and he was surprised to see that the Lacra-san's report was already ready. After looking around and making sure that no one was present, the Archbishop climbed the stairs and went to the window. The Archbishop was shocked to learn that she had told everything to the candidate for Secretary of the Ties. Just at that time, an unknown man was on his way to the bishop. Through a round ball-shaped pendant, the girl reported that everything was in order, and the secretary would help her in finding the book. Besides, the secretary was doing his job responsibly, so he must have understood the hidden essence of things. The secretary said it was admirable and she had gained a worthy ally. He asked the girl to try her best and the mysterious man smiled. The man decided to show himself and called out to the Episcopus Akasama. He thought it was a message from the Lacra and the bishop turned his head in surprise. Apparently, the Archbishop recognized the man. He assumed unexpectedly, but the Lacra was progressing quite promisingly, even better than the subordinates he had trained, and perhaps the girl would find the book faster than them. Still, their success was above all else. Aka agreed with the boy and assumed he had some business to attend to. The man had come to commission him to authorize more people to assist him operating on the shadow side. The bishop accepted the agreement and said that the matter should be settled as soon as possible. The lad bowed to the bishop and said that in that case he would go. At some point the archbishop came to his senses and could not remember who was here now. The king thanked the lad for the report, and apparently they made a thorough inspection. Coincidentally, he and Lacra had become cooperative, and the hero hoped that Marita was fine with that. The king was agreeable and decided that it was necessary to take advantage of her. The more the hero looked at Lacra's foolishness, the more he found it logical that someone else was sent to investigate besides her. The king felt that this was the only thing that was headed for a conclusion. There was a possibility that the traders and adventurers were using mercenaries from the Medjis. The hero wondered what the king was going to do with that very book, as the king thought their time was running out, and it was probably worth it to start deciphering it as soon as possible. Later, the Lacra summoned her secretary and told her that she was finished with her preparations. She hoped to get further guidance, but the hero assumed that she should have known about everything herself. He also asked her not to think that cute grimaces would help her in any way. The hero had gotten permission to set up a barrier outside the castle, and the area here was quite large. He suggested starting at the castle gate, then following along the walls to expand the area, thus encircling the city. Otherwise, it would be problematic if the book was taken to another country while the search for it was in full swing. By doing so, the guy thought to buy time for the Lacra, so that the book would not be found, it could only be aided in its search. What bothered the hero the most was who, besides the Lacra, would surely be sent to search for it. There was no need to wake the fox while it was quiet, for they might get away with nothing on their own. But one still had to stay alert. Looking at the two of them from the sidelines, Ilias didn't realize when they had managed to become such close friends. Ulf replied that the master was thinking about many things now, just like when he had taken her away from the village. The girl assumed that the same was true of Lacra, but Ulf said that was not true, for Lacra was not thinking about anything. The lad thought it would not be unreasonable to also examine the Docolla cave he was using as a base. He hoped that the Lacra could fight monsters, and the girl said it was quite strong. From the looks of it, he had little faith in that. Besides, if he remembered what had adventured with her earlier, he was right. In that case, the girl decided to prove her strength and used her magic. A cube appeared around the girl and Lacra smugly said that it was her defense magic and a weak attack wouldn't even scratch that shield. The hero asked Ulf to punch her at full strength and the girl accepted the order. Ulf concentrated all her power in her fist and hit the shield with all her might. But to her surprise, indeed, the cube remained unharmed and her attack simply dissipated. The girl tearfully complained to the master that her arm hurt. Meanwhile, the Lacra was pleased with herself and Orias said that it was simply amazing. She immediately wanted to test the shield herself for strength and Lacra was fine with that. Based on Ulf's attacks, the girl decided to try striking with the sword in the scabbard first and put in a certain amount of strength. She struck the cube, causing the Lacra to be shocked. Her shield began to crack, and the shockwave made Ulf fly off to the side. As Ilias had expected, this barrier was strong, and judging by the recoil, it was hard to break through unless one tried seriously. The boy hoped Ilias had tested the shield at will and thought better of blowing the Lacra away. Lacra thought she had proven her strength with that and asked that the Ilias blow not be counted. Besides, someone like the secretary, such a barrier was impossible to break. The girl did not understand what the hero was doing in the meantime. The guy found a shovel somewhere, dug into the ground and threw a lot of insects on the surface of the cube, which began to spread apart. The girl screamed, asking the secretary to help her get out of here, because now she couldn't move the barrier. Ilias noticed that the guy was a real creep, and his ideas were literally nasty. The hero suggested that the girl change her shape to a cone on the Lacra could not do it. In that case, she could blow them away with wind magic, but she couldn't use them all at once, and if she made a mistake, she wouldn't have time to blow them away at the right moment either. The guy sighed heavily and said that if she encountered an enemy that exuded poison, she was definitely screwed. Lacra asked him not to say such things and to help her get out of here. She was helped by Ilias for the hero's places and Lacra cried, telling the secretary that he was quite a cruel man. The guy thought he had pointed out her weak spot and she was calling him names. Ilias thought that any normal person would immediately think of being cruel. Ulf also told the master that bullying was bad. That night, a mysterious hooded man who could walk through walls reappeared in the alleys of the city. He broke into one of the houses and noticed that no one was there. The man placed his balloon on a table and it burst into flames. From the balloon came a voice that was ready to listen to his report. After everything, the lacra along with the young man mentioned in her report assisting her set up a detector barrier around the castle walls and its gates. An investigation was also conducted at the Docolla base. To the voice from the orb, everything became clear. So she had indeed met a bona fide ally and the man would like to take further instruction. The human felt it was right to monitor the situation for a while. Finding the whereabouts of the book was their main objective and wanted to know if there were any further details. The secret messenger noted the outlandish appearance of the ally, who had black hair and black eyes. He sensed no magical powers from him, but it didn't look like he was hiding them either. The man on the other side of the ball said that his appearance was demonic-like, and that was alarming in their situation. He also had ties to an Ilias Ratzel, the one who had finished off the Docolla. Given all this, one had to be extremely vigilant. The man had sent to the secret messenger his companions, with whom they would have to unite and be on the alert. Thereupon the orb went out and their communication was cut off. As soon as the bishop arrived at the Pope's office, insults were immediately heaped upon him. The Pope had previously said that when he asked for cooperation from an official of another country, he had to explain the circumstances and reasons, and he said that they should not have worsened relations with the Taisos. The Pope said he had had enough and it was probably too late. They needed to get in touch with the king of theirs. Besides, the bishop needed to recall soon the mercenaries he had already sent, and the bishop got right down to business. The archbishop fussed and decided that this was a real disaster. First he had to get in touch with the lacra, then with the mercenaries. But then he came to his senses again and could not remember where exactly he had sent the mercenaries. Again the same voice called out to the Uka herself, and the archbishop said that they were in trouble. Before he could say anything, the man put him into hypnosis again and told him that he was already aware of it. He asked him not to worry about it and instructed him to solve the problem with the mercenaries, and he was to focus only on the lacquer. As the hero walked along the streets, he noticed a familiar figure on the ground in one of the alleys. It was a Gaijin whom the hero was glad to see and said hello to the old man. The Gaijin was a person who had no home in Taisa and simply put, he was homeless. Due to the fact that he wandered around the city, he was aware of all the hero's business. The guy decided to ask the old man if he had seen any unfamiliar faces in the city lately. Buying the old man a drink could get useful information and sometimes the hero got it that way. Gadzin took the drink and took a few sips first thing. The old man said that there was no change in it and the ties was the same as always. However, he had to thank the hero for bringing him such delicious sake. The hero told the Gaijin that there might be dangerous people lurking in this town as of late, and asked him to be more careful when he wandered around at night. But the old man did not understand what he was even saying. Guy asked him not to speak so rudely, for the Gadzin was a valuable source of information. The lad would not want him to get into a dangerous predicament for nothing and threw the old man a coin. The Gadzin examined the shiny coin and said the lad was a crank. The old man agreed and confessed that he had just what he wanted, and as long as the money from him didn't run out, he would listen to his chatter. The hero inquired what he would like besides sake. Gadzin asked to consider that he was busy with agricultural crops. He was working on it with his money, and if there was a bountiful harvest, then so be it. He was willing to share a small share with the hero. The lad smiled and said he would look forward to it, whereupon the Gadzin waved him goodbye and left. The next morning an urgent message came from the lacra. Malmegis was told to explain all the circumstances to the king of the Taisa and to intercede for cooperation in the search for the book. The hero arrived as soon as possible to seek advice from the Marito. The king laughed and realized that the lacra girl had reported that she had entered into a secret collaboration with him without withholding a single detail. She was a naive simplicity. Papa must have been shocked when he heard all this, and it could have been a stumbling block between countries, for it would have been logical. The king along with the hero changed into different clothes, and the king said that they could no longer buy time. In the future, they had to return the book by pretending to have found it in the treasure chest. With these words, the king took the key and opened the doors with magic. The hero entered with Marito into a room imbued with magic. In the middle stood a table on which lay the very same book. So that the magic of the book would not leave any traces on them, they made this room. The king hoped that the hero could decipher it in one night. The hero was absolutely ready and asked not to complain from now on. The hero took the book and in front of the king and lord opened it. Their faces and slid into a grimace, after which the guy put the open book back on the table, and the king grabbed his head. The guy asked them to stop a couple times in a row, for this book was a total disaster. The characters in it were old and hard to read. They were most likely from the Taze era. The demon lord lived more than 500 years ago and the time doesn't add up, but after all, there was also traveling between parallel worlds. Common sense was impossible to find here, but the biggest problem was the written content. The hero wondered if Magi's knew what was contained in this book, but Marito said that it simply couldn't be. If they could interpret it, the Ugura religion would have already put all their energies into reclaiming it. The hero decided that they had better wonder what to do after deciphering it was a given. Perhaps it wasn't too late to take her back and pretend they were out of it. Oddly enough, the king thought the same thing and the lord exclaimed that they wouldn't do it anyway. The hero sighed tiredly, reading this book and about the information that could bring trouble on people. He wondered what would happen next and suddenly he came across something interesting at the very end of the book. The boy assured Marito that Uguriansfo didn't know exactly what was written here, but the king didn't understand what that meant. If they knew this book, they would have burned it long ago. The boy gave out information to those present that shocked them. For a while everyone was in shock and could not say anything to each other. Meanwhile, in the middle of the night, the Gaijin was wandering the streets and thinking about how delicious sake he had drunk. He thought that the hero was quite strange. Time after time he brought him a good drink and treated him as an equal. He was ready to say that the night was just beginning, but he blurted out something else entirely. As he passed another alleyway, the old man heard something and stopped. It seemed to him that the grandfather from this house had died 6 months ago, which meant that some bastards could have gotten into empty houses. Gadzin was angry because even he didn't do this kind of business and went to the window. But the old man remembered that the guy had talked about something like this and that there might have been some dangerous people here lately. Suddenly the old man fell to the ground and heard extraneous voices. One of the men assumed that his partner had killed the old man for looking into the house, but still to them he was just a simple homeless scum. One of the men said that sooner or later it would be revealed that it was a murder anyway. One of the hooded men stabbed the old man and said that this was what an accident looked like and they had no problem. After that, the mysterious men hurriedly left, leaving the body of the Gadzin in the street. The king sighed tiredly and asked the boys to wait a little longer. The king admitted that he didn't want to hear this information, but the hero didn't want to find out either. The lord shuddered and asked the two of them to calm down. The king noticed that Lord Ragdor looked like a newborn fawn and it was the first time he had seen him in such a state. He asked him to calm down a bit. The hero doubted that it would really be better for the world if they put her back where she was, pretending to be out of it. It was a rather complicated issue, but the king had thought of something. They would pretend that only the hero had deciphered the book, and then he would consult what to do with the top Ugura clergy. But by doing so, Marito was telling the hero to die. Marito grabbed the guy by the shoulders and explained that his duty was to take care of the future of the Taisa people, so he asked his friend not to hold a grudge. But the guy said that if he did, he would immediately rat him out. In the end, to calm down, the hero took a sip of tea. All three of them calmed down a bit and came to their senses. The lord confessed to his majesty that he would not like to keep such a book behind his back, and the desperate king asked him to bear with him for a while. He himself was uncomfortable with the lord hanging around him with it. Lord Ragdor remarked that it was rather cruel of his majesty. Without a doubt, the hero had messed with a problematic thing. He only wished that somewhere in this book the content of the fiction was written. But alas, the hero would like to know if there is someone in ties like a mercenary squad. Marito agreed with him and said that these people were scoping out the origin and history of the book. But for his own safety, Marito couldn't share information about the participants. The guy decided to leave everything as it was and was confident that if anything, he would give everything away before the torture even began. The king felt sorry that nothing could be done about the fact that the hero already knew the contents of the book. The boy hoped that there was some kind of oblivion magic and the king called the Lord Ragdor, saying that it was a great idea. But the problem was that there was no way to install this oblivion magic on the hero, and his majesty had to accept it. The protagonist wanted to know what the mercenaries were, how and what they could do, and what drove them. That was all he wanted to know. Of course, the king understood what the protagonist needed all this for, but he asked to entrust it entirely to Tais. But the guy didn't understand how he could trust someone who was willing to turn him into his enemy. In that case, Marito decided to introduce him to one of the mercenaries, and the hero thanked him. He wondered when they could see each other, and the king said it was just behind his back. The guy froze in surprise when he felt someone's hand on him. The hero jumped up and dropped the mug on the floor. He was about to turn around, but the king said it was better for him not to know his identity. The guy would want to mentally prepare himself for this, since he had so nearly died of fright, and the mercenary apologized. The unknown man decided to introduce himself and said that he was guarding and escorting His Majesty. Guy felt uneasy, but nevertheless the mercenary seemed quite friendly. The guy decided to make sure he was a Morito guardian, and the mercenary replied that he used magic to hide his presence and protect His Majesty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the most capable man in the Taisa. With him the king felt perfectly safe, for he was also the strongest. The guy was shocked at his confidence. He must have pretended that this promising man had died in the line of duty, and promoted him to personal guard. This was exactly what one would expect from His Majesty's close friend who had been with him all his life. The mercenary smiled and remarked that the hero was quite perceptive. But the hero said that there was really no such thing, and he hadn't known each other that long. Ever since he first spoke to His Majesty, the mercenary had always observed the guy from beside him and was confident that the hero could be trusted. When he caught His Majesty off guard at the buffet, the mercenary agonized over whether to stab him or not. But it was a good thing he held back, even if he was on the cusp of doing so. The boy asked him to stop, as if nothing had happened to add gruesome details. During the recent confrontation, he thought about stabbing him too, but it was good that he held back. The guy was uncomfortable and couldn't tell if the mercenary was joking or being serious. If the hero wasn't mistaken, magic could be influenced by the stone that sealed magic. That was true, but the mercenary had an understanding of magic where it was needed, so knew how to dodge it. In case his guise was revealed, he would have to kill everyone present in the room, and that was a real maroon. In that case, the hero asked him to try not to show himself to them even for a second. So, the mercenary shared what knowledge he could about mercenaries. Lately, the hero had only been dealing with straight as a rail people like Ilias, and it made him nostalgic. The mercenary was sure a real looker, and the hero was even sorry he couldn't show it. The king sipped his tea and looked at the boy. He asked him to make a simpler face as soon as he would be leaving, for his eyes were too gloomy. The lad walked out of the castle and was dazzled by the bright morning sun. Growing up made staying awake all night a real challenge, and the lad wished he could be spared. Suddenly the hero met an Ilias who assumed he was on his way home. The guy was surprised that the girl had started working so early, and she said that she was just patrolling the streets. As she could see, the hero had also become a busier person. She heard that the guy was in the castle all night and assumed he was with Lacra. The hero immediately felt unnecessary delusions appearing. The guy decided that if the details about Morito and the book had to be hidden, it wouldn't be a problem to share the same level of information with Lacra. Guy decided that for the sake of safety and a serene life, it would have to stop. After his whole story, the guy ended with the Lacra arriving in Taz to find the book stolen by the Docolla. The girl was surprised to hear the guy's story. Anyway, the Lacra forbade to spread about it, and the whole story was top secret. The hero apologized to the girl for not consulting her, but Ilias saw nothing wrong in it. Nothing could be done about it, since he was forbidden to tell. Ilias would be lonely and sad, but better that than breaking promises. Based on her words, she felt lonely. The girl became embarrassed and didn't know the right way to say it. She assumed that the two of them were keeping some kind of shared secret, so rather a feeling of alienation and uninvolvement. The guy assumed that she was still lonely, and the girl asked him to shut up, because not only she, but Ulf was worried about him. The hero had already realized that Ulf also had a dash of insight. But as far as Ulf was concerned, she was rather worried about Ilias. When a loved one is distressed about something, you don't find yourself at ease, and Ulf was just like that. One of the soldiers called out to Miss Ratzel, and the girl apologized to the guy, saying that she was leaving. When Ilias left, the hero noticed that she looked rather tense. Apparently, there had been some kind of incident since morning. The soldiers had some very disturbing news, and the hero saw them carrying someone's bloody corpse under their robes. Nearby, the hero saw the very bottle he had given to Ratzel. In a state of passion, the hero rushed towards the soldiers and pulled the cloak off the body. Ilias couldn't understand what he was doing and tried to stop him. Out of shock, the hero fell backward, talking about being a Gadzin. Ilias assumed the guy knew him, and the hero agreed, even though they weren't intimately acquainted. It looked like he'd had too much to drink and fell, after which he hit his head hard against the wall. The guy looked at a book on agriculture nearby, and remembered that the old man had just had a wish, even if it was just a crop. The hero picked up his liquor bottle, thinking of such a hasty death. The guy couldn't believe that it was the truth. Smelling the bottle, the guy had no doubt that it was the same sake he had handed him. He had brought it in a comfortable soft flask, and the Gaijin treasured it, drinking a little at a time. But such a quantity was still not enough to get drunk to the point of turning blue. And if that was the case, it was incomprehensible to the hero how it came to be. Ilias noticed that something was wrong with the guy and wanted to know the reason. The guy asked the girl where the Gadzin was being taken and learned that his body would be sent to the Church of Maya. In that case, he asked to go along with them, for he knew the man. There was clearly something suspicious here, and the hero wanted them to examine his corpse thoroughly. He supposed that the Galtson might have been murdered, which shocked the Ilias. The fact is that the old man fell, but his arm was not injured. If he had been conscious, he would have tried to protect his body with his arm from falling. Ilias understood everything and said that they would investigate. Upon reaching the church, the soldiers placed the body on the floor. Ilias walked over to the corpse and removed the covering from it. After carefully examining the old man, she covered his body back up. The girl apologized for the weight and told the guy that his neck was broken. But the cause was not a head injury. Rather, it was broken intentionally. The sight of the hero gave Orias goosebumps. The guy had been sure that it was murder even before, and was only becoming convinced of it. No sooner had he left than the girl grabbed his arm, trying to figure out where he was going. The guy wanted to head to the castle and consult with Marito, but Ilias didn't understand why he couldn't consult with her. The fact was that it would be an extremely unpleasant and hostile conversation, and the hero wouldn't want her to get involved. But the girl disagreed and said that she had already interfered. The hero did not want to put her on a duty to hide everything from outsiders. But the hero only took it upon himself, and Ilias refused to look at it silently. She suggested that the lad should carry this debt together. The lad had no doubt that if she knitted herself into it, she would surely regret it. But the girl thought it was better to regret something together than she would let him alone regret it. The guy didn't know how to answer the girl who was acting like a fine hero. He decided to see if she really wanted to go that far, since she didn't say anything definite. But regarding him, Orias could decide for herself whether she should or not, and asked her not to decide everything for her. The hero would have liked to say that if she wanted to get involved in anything, she should have talked him into it first, but he immediately regretted those words. He tried to explain that it was figurative and asked her not to bear her sword that second. The girl apologized and asked him to finally calm down and surrender. As a matter of fact, that's what he was going to say. The hero wasn't thrilled that he could have fallen for her stubbornness, but it was his fault. He had let his emotions run wild and it was too late to rush into anything. He agreed, but he wouldn't want to take responsibility for her. The girl said it was okay and she would make him take responsibility. The hero hoped that Marito would help him out somehow. He tried one last time to talk the Orias out of it. The girl froze in place, and the guy decided there was nothing he could do about it. He suggested that she hurry up and go, for they needed to hurry before there was any news from the Lacra. Ilias was surprised, after which she clenched her hand into a fist contentedly. Eventually, when they arrived at the king's house, His Majesty wanted to know why the Ratzel was also here. She said that she wanted to be on business, so the hero brought her here. He failed to change her mind and the king suggested that he could have easily left her. But the guy couldn't do that. Rather than cut ties with her and dump her, he felt it was better to involve her, and the king called the guy a wimp. But the lad did not recall calling himself strong. The king tried to explain to Ilias that the problem she and the hero were now burdened with was extremely burdensome and troublesome. If she got involved now, she would likely have to say goodbye to good relations with the Uyghur clergy, Maya-san, and everyone in Lord Ragdor's unit. With him, whom she hadn't known that long ago, on one side of the scale, and everyone else she had been with up to this point, she could lose both sides in the worst-case scenario. But the girl was prepared for that and said that if that happened, then they weren't capable of anything more. The king didn't understand what was making her go this far, but the girl didn't know the answer. It was just her determination put in across everything else. The king realized that arguments would not win her over in the debate and asked the boy to take the responsibility. Besides, he was the one to blame for this, and that's clear as day. The king offered to reflect on the fact that the guy had shown her his dementia and courage. His words made the hero's ears flaccid and he suggested they finally start talking. The hero also suggested Orias raise his hand in case of questions. First, they needed to do something about the fact that Lacra-san could have been killed. From the very first second, the girl raised her hand up. She did it so abruptly that the hero could be frightened. But Ilias said that it was she who was frightened, for the conversation had taken an unexpected turn, and the king had asked her to explain everything step by step. The boy decided to start with the earlier events. The Jugurians were believers in the Demon King. Before he could finish, she raised her hand again. Ilias decided that the guy was mocking her and came at him with fists. After all, she didn't even know it, and the guy tried to stop her by saying he was hurt. The king decided not to get involved and just watch the scene with a cup of tea in his hands. In this case, the hero decided to start from a point that would be clear to Orias, that is, almost from the beginning. And so after the whole story, the hero said that they had finally deciphered this book. Everything became clear to the girl, however she did not understand why Lacra-san could have been killed. The guy asked to listen carefully, and began by explaining the goals of the Uyghur clergy. They needed to retrieve a book lost over time and resolve doubts and fears about Maya-san. Obviously, such a mission was not entrusted to Lacra-san alone. It is highly probable that other scouts are in hiding, but the Magis, in requesting their cooperation, said nothing to them about it. Assuming there are scouts, they are in the position of having to hide their identities. In short, they must be mercenaries, and they are most likely the ones who killed Gadsden. But the whole problem was time. It seems that the person who directly gives the lacquer instructions is Archbishop Akka. Based on the fact that it takes time after the lacquer's report before the instructions come, we can assume that the Archbishop Akka relied on the judgment and assessment of someone from an even higher position. And higher than the Archbishop was only Pope Eupero. In order not to worsen the relationship with Tais, the Pope requested cooperation, but Gadsden was killed afterward. Right after the apex assured that it would move quietly and peacefully, the assassination took place. This was very strange, which meant that the mercenaries were being instructed by another man. He was a member of the Uyghur clergy, but he opposed the will of the Pope Eupero. The target of the mercenaries in him was the book, but it was not clear to anyone who, at the present stage, could get it. It became clear to Ilias, and she thought of lacquer. They were not only acting against the Pope. Moreover, their aim was not to return the book to the Majlis. They were going to intercept it and take it away, which means that in order to take it away they would certainly have to get rid of the lacra. And now the hero suggested we get to the most dangerous topic of conversation. It seems that they knew the contents of the book, and that is why they needed it so badly. Ilias suggested that it described the magic of raising the dead, but she was wrong, and those notes were about the Demon King. The birth of the Demon King is the most strictly taboo, although there was little information about the magic of rebirth. This book describes the birth of one Demon King through magic and rebirth, nicknamed the Blue Demon King, as well as observations of him. The girl was shocked that it could have written the observation of the Demon King's life. The hero offered to omit the details. Anyway, it was full of important information about the Demon King. The girl said he might not have told such a thing, but the hero said her excuses were not accepted. Most likely, Papa Eupero and his men will not be able to decipher this book. In order to avoid leaking information concerning the strictest taboo, interpretation would be of no use to someone like Lacra. However, the book originally belonged to the Megis. There is a book that only the Megis, specifically the Uyghur clergy, know about. And there are those who know the true contents of the book that not even the Pope of the Eupero has guessed. Among the Uyghurians lurk those who have been versed in the affairs of the Demon King, and they are soon to reveal themselves. Ilias realized that these were exactly the ones he was talking about, believers in the Demon King. But it was definitely unclear if they could be called believers, but the fact that there were such types was certain. All this information gave the girl a headache. Simply put, there are those among the Uyghur clergy who independently engaged mercenaries and are looking for the book, and something had to be done about it. The girl understood everything, but she didn't understand why the guy didn't say it right away. The hero grabbed his head and asked for his wasted time back, and the king laughed. They were planning on handing the book over to Lacra today, and the king wanted to know what they should do next. Not that the hero didn't have ideas, but since they have Lorias with them, the likelihood of success increased. The hero called everyone as close as possible and they discussed their plan in whispers. The king was not against it, of course, but he decided to make sure that the hero agreed to it. The boy didn't doubt it, for there was a lot of anger in him from the fact that they had killed his acquaintance. At least for the sake of revenge, it had to be done. The king understood everything, and he entrusted the matter to him. The hero warned Ilias that their job would be difficult and wanted to make sure she could handle it. Ilias raised her sword and slammed it to the floor. She asked him not to underestimate her, for if he so desired, she would bear her sword and then show results beyond his expectations. In that case it was settled. Leaving the room, the hero promised that he would reveal their scheme. After he saw the death of Gaijin, he changed, or rather, as if he switched. He switched to the side of his personality that he had been hiding from everyone until now. Ilias realized it was all because Ulf and she were with him. It felt like he was walking towards them, and his being was like a distorted mirror. There was both justice and evil in him at the same time, and Ilias decided she was wrong. Now His Majesty held the reins of the hero, but where and how he would direct him Ilias did not understand. His Majesty was a king, not a knight, and Ilias did not know which side of his personality the king favored. Those eyes for Ilias were unbearable. She did not want the hero to look at the world through those eyes and decided that he should not be left alone. Lacra was satisfied with the fact that she had coped with the Uki's instructions by herself, and the barrier near the castle walls was also installed to the end. The magic spells did not work as planned, but the girl thought that she was really good and was happy. The girl reached her destination and spotted the hero. She wanted to know from the secretary herself on what business he had called her so suddenly. The lad replied that he wished to tell her where the book was, and it was now in the treasury in the castle. This was so unexpected that the girl was at first taken aback, and then became delighted. She was happy and radiant with joy that the boy had found her and had no doubts about the secretary. But it seemed to the guy that the language in which the book was written was not from this world, and the information about the resurrection technique was legalized in it. It became clear to the girl that the hero was looking into this book. Lacra thought that since he couldn't decipher it, navigating through the schematics, blueprints, and so on, he had learned about the resurrection technique by constructive method. The guy recalled that there were such illustrations, and the girl was shocked that he hadn't memorized them. But the hero didn't want to deliberately interfere with that. Lacra hoped the guy would return the book and looked at him suspiciously, and the hero certainly didn't mind. But before that, he would want her to give something to Archbishop Aka. The Thais had the opportunity to translate the text of the book, and if they wished to do so, they hoped to co-own the contents. Lacra was shocked and exclaimed that this was impossible. Besides, they shouldn't have overly had knowledge of resurrection techniques, but it wasn't just that. The hero said that they wouldn't have made such a suggestion. The point is that there are other taboos written about in the book. They made sure of that by studying the contents of the book. But the girl didn't understand what the secretary was all about. The boy said that was the reason why he became a candidate for secretary. His Majesty hired him because he was the one who could decipher this language. This was so unexpected to the Lacra that she assumed the guy was lying. But they didn't want her opinion, and the guy asked her to simply relay his words to Archbishop Aka, and also that they were willing to both engage and keep the Upero Pope aside. And if they refuse their cooperation, they will return the book to them immediately. The guy said he would be waiting for her response tonight at midnight at the same place. He would bring the book with him, regardless of whether she would eventually agree or not. His Majesty was aware of everything and approved everything, so Lacra could not worry about it. The girl understood everything and said that she would make an urgent call, then withdrew. The clerics could see through the lies, which is why they didn't dig deep. They are strangers to excessive and unwarranted suspicion concerning other people's motives and thoughts. The flip side of this is that their trust is easy to gain. If Lacra passes his words to Archbishop Aka, they will surely reach the Grey Cardinal operating behind the scenes as well. Guy couldn't wait for Mr. Grey Cardinal to run into their trap. Meanwhile, a mysterious hooded man was watching the city from the rooftops. He decided to make sure the hooded man could hear him and pulled out a magic ball. The voice from the orb thought he had some additional wishes and said that the plan was for the Lacra to receive the book at midnight tonight. The person on the other side of the balloon decided that they would change the plan. As soon as this happens, the Lacra is to be killed and the book is to be taken away. There will be negotiations with the Taisa man at the specified location, and Isekai'd asked his partner to be extremely careful. The hooded man decided that this was rather cruel and asked how to deal with the hero. Without the slightest hesitation, Isekai'd ordered him to be killed as well. If it suddenly happened that Lacra survived, it would be forgivable, but he wouldn't forgive if this guy survived. As for the corpse, he asked to leave the brain unharmed and bring it with him. Other than that, he could do as he pleased. The man realized that he needed to cut no higher than the neck and asked for the last hide not to let him down as well. Then he disappeared from sight. Isekai'd thought that the person she was cooperating with seemed to be a guy with black hair and black eyes. He thought they could use the hero and the case would take an interesting turn if he was an earthling. With these thoughts, Isekai'd activated the bracelet on his wrist and it glowed. A voice from the bracelet asked the guy what he needed. Isekai'd told the Red Demon Lord that he needed something to report to him. Midnight came and the hero arrived at the appointed place along with Ulf and Ilias. The hooded man thought that killing them was possible, but his guards would give him trouble. The mercenaries subordinate to him were 4, and against them would be Ilias Ratzel, a knight in the top 5 of the Thais. Besides, she had won the Docolla and frankly, the enemy would want to refrain from attacking head-on. But he thought that the Zuero human was not a serious problem. She had a lot of magical power in her, but she is still quite green. She has a keen sense of smell, but the mercenary equipment is capable of dulling 5 of the beast's senses, and several at once at one moment. The young man, on the other hand, was an ordinary human who could be swatted. But the main problem was something else entirely. The problem was Lacra's self. There were many rumors about her that she was a stretch, but during the battle she was completely different, and she was the real problem. If they work in tandem, they'll have to retreat without a second thought. And to prevent that from happening, The enemy decided that numbers 1 and 2 would distract the Ilias while the rest would finish off the lacra. The guy showed the girl the book and said that its contents were real. To make the lacra sure, he flipped through a few pages of the book and the girl thought it was indeed real. In that case, the hero wanted to hear her answer and the lacra clenched her hand into a fist. She was sorry to say it, but the answer was no. She was ordered to reject his offer and return the book, and the hero understood. Nothing could be done about it and he decided to just return the book, but lacra didn't understand why. The girl knew that the offer and the fact that he was returning the book was his sincere intention. However, despite realizing the danger of the book, he did not hesitate to return it. The fact is that Tais did not want to worsen his relationship with either Magis or the Juger clergy. While they were talking, Ilias heard some noise and decided to look around. The enemy became wary, not realizing where the sound was coming from, for it was not them. However, Ilias left her place, and that was a real stroke of luck. The enemy ordered number 1 to go to the Ilias and the rest to the lacquer. The hero asked the girl not to worry much about their thoughts. Besides, right now it was her first priority to follow orders from above. Lacra admitted that she did and the guy held out a book to her, whereupon she accidentally fell down. The moment the hero reached for the book and apologized to the girl, the enemy thought this was their chance and gave the order. The mercenaries altogether had to kill the lacra right away and pounced on the girl. While lacra was distracted by the book, behind her someone managed to stop the mercenaries' attack. It was Ilias, who arrived just in time. She swung her huge sword and all the mercenaries flew away. Ulf called out to the wizard and the hero noticed that they decided not to spare them. At this time lacra was trying to figure out what was going on and didn't notice the guy pulling her closer to him. The hero hugged the girl from behind and asked her to put up the barrier as soon as possible. Lacra managed to put up the barrier just in time as 2 daggers clattered against the walls and fell to the floor. The hero thought it was quite close, but the safety of someone who could have died from one such blow was now guaranteed and he was blown away. Startled, the guy clenched the girl even harder and lacra called out to the secretary. The guy apologized and after coming to his senses, let the lacra go. The enemy laughed and couldn't believe that they were serious and couldn't believe their eyes. Ilias was able to prevent the sudden attack of 5 people from such a distance and assumed she was a monster. But it wasn't a problem for her when she knew at what time the target would attack. The girl decided that they would all attack the lacra if she created an opportunity for it. The guy noticed that she was getting a little too frustrated, even though this plan wasn't hers. The enemy realized that they had also dropped the book on purpose and praised the lads. The mercenary admitted that he as well as Till needed this resurrection technique. The hero had no doubts that these were the same mercenaries of the Megis and lacra asked him to wait for a while. In that case, she didn't understand why the Megis mercenaries wanted to kill her and shook the hero by his shoulders. But it was obvious to him that they had been ordered to do so and they wanted to take the book away from her. Lacra was sure that the archbishop would never do such a thing, but the hero thought it was not Akka. Someone else must have acted, but the girl couldn't guess who would do such a thing. Meanwhile, Ilias fought the mercenaries. Ilias counted 3 and the mercenary asked her to underestimate them. The mercenaries she had previously defeated began to recover little by little, and the hero was shocked that they were still alive after Ilias' blows. The girl thought she hadn't wounded them badly, but in the hero's opinion, they had flown off so much that it was hard to call such a blow mediocre. The head of the mercenaries decided that their situation wasn't bad, since it was even to their advantage that the lacra was locked up. He ordered some to attack the beast and others to attack the knight. Ilias asked not to think that 3 men could stop her. The mercenary agreed that it was impossible, but in the event they would attack head-on. From all sides of her Orias landed blows, but she managed to block each one. The girl realized that it was magic hiding the appearance. Meanwhile, a dagger fell right in front of the lacra's face behind the wall, and the girl was startled. The mercenary asked to maintain the barrier while she could, for if she dispelled it, the young man would die in that instant. But the lacra knew that without him, Ulf also dodged the enemy's attacks, and her case was bad, for she could not see him. Lacra was so frightened that she clenched the hero's head and pressed her body against his face. The guy couldn't do anything, but it was pretty hard for him. The frightened lacra asked the guy to look at the blades that had poison on them, but the guy asked her not to worry and assured her that everything would be fine. The girl felt uneasy and decided to ask the secretary why he was saying it so sincerely when he had such a scary face. The guy grabbed his head and thought that this wasn't the way to go about it, because emotions reflected the train of thought and he needed to relax a little. He smiled and told the girl to believe him, for it would be over very soon. Ulf dodged a punch and noticed that she wasn't getting hit and so, this wasn't going to work. She was already exhausted, and the enemy said that if she gave up, he would finish her off quickly. The girl waved her head and said she would surrender, and the enemy was even surprised that she was a pretty docile she-wolf. But the girl said she wasn't, and the usual form of the elf didn't suit her. After all, it was this particular elf that was surrendering. The girl concentrated all her power, and the enemy marveled at her high magical power. Ulf decided to show him the technique the master had taught her. Ulf approached the enemy and struck him with her fist. The mercenary noticed that she relied on daring techniques, and it was rather unwise. The girl turned with her body, and the enemy could easily calculate that she would strike with her palm. The girl clapped her hands and gathered all her strength in them. Everything nearby shone with a bright light, and the enemy was thrown back by the shockwave. To be honest, the move that Ulf used wasn't a move at all. The hero knew that it was just a clap of hands that had a lot of magic power put into it to the point of stupidity. It started when Maya-san was giving a lecture on how to release magic. A mosquito flew in front of Ulf, who had accumulated magic power in her palms, and she noticed it. The girl ran after it, and before the hero could stop her, Ulf clapped her hands. The result was already clear, though there was no damage. They all freaked out. Even Ilias froze for a second, and a mere human would be incapacitated by this at all. Ulf ran up to the enemy and jumped into the air. The mercenary asked her to stop, but the girl spun in the air a couple times and was ready to strike with her foot. No one doubted that this would be a victory for the Ulf. With all her might, the girl kicked her enemy in the stomach and sealed him into the ground. Ulfia clenched her fists and exclaimed that this victory was hers. The mercenary fighting Ilias couldn't understand how they were losing to this lowlife. Ilias couldn't understand how he could say such a thing in Ulfa. Right now, she still looked like a rough diamond, but she was already so strong with only a month of training. The enemy could agree that she would be scary in the future, but not now. With those words, he threw the dagger at the girl. Ilias fended off his blow and noticed that it was getting boring here. She was determined to deal with the leader as quickly as possible. The mercenary fell to the ground, and Ilias said that if he blinded her vision, she could still feel his presence. The leader could not understand what was happening, and by doing so, Ilias wanted to say that earlier she was just fooling around. She measured his strength and admitted that they were all weaker than the Docolla, which was to be expected. The leader of the bandits was exceptional, although he was nothing because he betrayed his country. The enemy thought it was bad and didn't think he could win. Man is the highest priority for killing, and then Lacra. To them, the Leas are not that important, and they just had to start by distracting her while they kill the others. The leader noticed that Ulf was already without strength and considered taking her hostage. The leader believed he had no other choice and prepared to attack. The enemy pounced on the Orias, and the girl prepared to strike. There was a clang of sword, and Ilias deflected the blow, then noticed the smoke screen. They had forgotten about the book, which was a rather foolish act, and the situation would be reversed. The mercenary didn't have time to do anything, but suddenly someone's spear flew into him. The spear wounded him in the shoulder, and the leader turned around, trying to realize where it came from. On one of the rooftops of the buildings, he spotted an old man Kara. The leader couldn't understand what the others were doing and asked them for help. But when he looked back, he saw a lord who had also massacred his partner. It was Salvet Regudo, and the god of the spear. Even the strongest Tyson knight was here, and the leader of the mercenaries decided it was all the guy's doing. The hero thought it was pretty effective for dealing with people like them, and the mercenary laughed. The leader realized that if they had shown up in the beginning, they wouldn't have even tried to engage. That was the reason why the guy made them come late, which made them think that they still had a chance. Ilias left the area because of the sound created specifically to leave a passage, and then Lacra focused on defense and couldn't act. That left only Ulf, who he thought posed no threat. So when there was a clear path in front of him, he opted to follow it on foot. The mercenary remarked that the hero appeared to desire their deaths intensely. The fellow became enraged and said that they had killed the tramp, and this was retribution. The leader of the mercenaries couldn't think of the real reason, but the hero said that it was, and they would all die just because of that. He wanted to know who killed him, and the mercenary replied that it was the guy who shamefully lost to the she-wolf. The leader didn't understand what he was going to tell him, and the guy looked intimidatingly at the mercenary who masked the old man's death. The leader noticed the guy's eyes were scary and asked him a question. He wasn't sure if the guy was on the right side, but the hero asked him to understand. He had never once killed anyone or anything, but he had people he could kill, and that was even worse. Meanwhile, Ilias was fighting another mercenary, not letting him escape. She cut off her enemy's arm, and the man laughed. He thanked her that the loss of one arm had only made him lighter. Eventually, the mercenary escaped, and the Lacra was still in terror. The girl screamed that this was bad and remembered the book. The mercenary managed to get it, and the girl didn't realize what they should do. She grabbed the guy and started shaking him, but apparently he didn't really care. Lacra suddenly got serious and noticed that the guy was lying. The hero squeezed out a wicked grin and thought that was awesome, because she actually realized when he was lying. The enemy had the book, but they couldn't kill anyone. With these thoughts, the mercenary descended from the rooftops to the ground, but he thought that there was always a next time, and right now he just needed to retreat. The mercenary took his daggers and slammed them against the wall. The wall glowed and the mercenary realized it was a lacquer barrier. She had said earlier that if the magical power of this book came in contact with the magical power of the barrier, it would cause a resonance and she would feel it even at a great distance. She knew that the enemy was here, but that wasn't a problem for him. He would climb over this wall and be far away from here before they came. The leader noticed that it was a little hard for him to move with one arm and was surprised that the Docolla could do that. Suddenly the mercenary heard something and turned around. No sooner had he turned his head than he was hit by a strong blow that shattered the wall with him. The hero slowly approached the broken truth. The aftermath was like that of a cannon shot. Without further ado, it can be said that it was all Ilya's. As soon as the book began to resonate with the barrier, he told Ilya's to throw the projectile as hard as he could right at that spot. The hero had no idea that Marita would agree to such a plan, and tolerance was clearly not something he lacked. At first, the guy expected Grandpa Kara to do it as he has the ability of high sniper accuracy. But Kara's grandfather admitted that throwing from here to the castle walls would be quite a challenge, and Ilya said she could make it. She asked them not to worry and leave everything to her. The guy thought that was exactly what was to be expected from a gorilla with a muscular brain. It was a pretty gruesome death, and the hero figured it was expected after being hit like that. He approached the corpse and took the book from him. The hero was glad that Sir Ragudo had cast hardening magic on the book, making it unharmed. Not far from the body, the lad found an orb of communication. The hero went to the king and placed the orb on the table in front of him. Lacra asked the hero to explain the whole situation to them. The hero asked them to just wait as they will know everything soon. While everyone was waiting for the unknown, Ulf was nonchalantly dozing outside the doors. Suddenly, the orb glowed and a voice from it asked Haid to report. Thus the heroes realized that the name of the murderer was Haid. The man on the other side realized this and smirked. He decided to find out who he dared to talk to, and the guy said that he was the very person they had ordered to kill. The guy was glad to meet him. Based on everything, it was clear that Haid was not up to the task. Plus the fact that the hero had taken the trouble to wait for a message from him only meant that he needed something from him. The guy thought to take the opportunity to talk to him and hoped he didn't mind. The enemy certainly didn't mind talking to him, even though he wanted him dead. The man explained that he had asked them to bring his head because that way he could get information from him even if he minded. This reminded the hero of bad hobby talk, and it was clear to him. In that case, to begin with, the hero wanted to know his name and asked the man what he could call him. The man asked to be called by the name Isekai'd, but the Lacra did not know that name, so the hero said it was a pleasure to meet him. If the enemy had any questions, the hero asked him to feel free to ask them. Isekai'd didn't believe it was that simple and assumed that the guy had quite a few questions too. For example, the question about his true identity. But the hero wanted to know if he had any identity other than that of a demon lord's room dog. Isekai'd wondered how exactly he came to that conclusion, but the hero replied that it was simple, and he had deciphered that book. Isekai'd was curious about what was in that book, but the hero asked him not to play the fool. The guy was sure that Isekai'd knew its contents. That's why he wanted to kill him who claimed that he could decipher the book. But the Isekai'd replied that this was not quite true and he wanted to kill him just on a whim. The hero said that he would be in trouble if his connection with the demon lord was revealed. Isekai'd must have planned for the demon lord to turn him into a demon or something similar. The hero noticed that Isekai'd was losing confidence in his words and asked to show him more of his composure. At that moment, the Isekai'd's orb began to crack. After a bit of silence, the hero decided that it didn't matter as he would answer his question anyway. The book contains records of observations of the Blue Demon Lord after he was created. A certain person who was originally a human used resurrection magic to revive a human and turned him into a Blue Demon Lord. He recorded everything that happened to him. Moreover, it clearly states that he was already the 4th Demon Lord. Thus there are at least 4 Demon Lords born by the intervention of the same individual. The blood content also includes detailed data analyzing the person's talent, abilities, and lifestyle. In short, from the very beginning, the author of this book established contact with them, intending to turn them into demon lords. Furthermore, this very author was involved in the deaths of these people. In addition, he also gave them power. Common abilities were given to all the demon lords. In the first place, they were given the method of creating the demon world that would become their territory. In the second, they were given the method of turning humans into demons. In addition, each demon lord was also given a unique ability. As for why this book is called a necromancy book, the blue demon lord apparently ruled over the undead and was called the king of the undead. The author of this book passed on his knowledge to the demon lords he created to bring chaos to the world. The worst events in history followed. Isekai'd realized that in all likelihood, the guy had indeed managed to decipher the book. As he pondered, he was an earthling. But Isekai'd apparently was not an earthling, and it seemed to the hero that this was a real pity. Isekai'd didn't understand how the hero could be so sure of that, but he pronounced the word too garbled, and it showed that he had only heard of it. The hero thought that now he should explain to him why he called him the Demon Lord's room dog. The description of the Demon Lord's abilities is written in the book. The hero was hesitant, thinking that this information might make the Demon Lords uncomfortable if it was made public. But his doubts were dispelled when Isekai'd tried to steal it. Isekai'd recalled the Church of Ugur, which had also tried to recover the book. The hero thought that it was not he who should have spoken up, for the Isekai'd had not even told the Pope about the contents of the book. Dead demon lords would be resurrected. And if he didn't know that, the Church of Ugur would take a different approach. As Isekai'd thought, this was also written in the book. However, he didn't realize it. Even if he was working for a demon lord, there shouldn't have been anything that could link him to a demon lord. The hero assumed that they were the ones who had taken the Docolla under their arms. It all started with Docolla, and he was a mestizo killer. It was unclear why he betrayed his country and stole the book and why he entrusted the book to an earthling he had only just met. The fact was that he knew that the one who introduced the forbidden resurrection magic was an earthling. However, he could not have read the book, and in that case it was unclear how he knew about it. But he heard it directly from Isekai'd while he was still an assassin. One day he discovered that there was a man behind the scenes who was manipulating Archbishop Uck. The country he trusted had been corrupted by the shadow of the Demon Lord. He stole the book as negotiation material, but it turned out to be something he couldn't handle. At that moment, he could only trust the people he could control. Then the Earthman appeared, and so Docolla entrusted him with the book at his death's doorstep. Perhaps he thought that the Earthman could reveal the identity of the person behind that crystal ball, and he had high hopes. Isekai'd smiled and admitted that the boy was right. He was an exceptional man, and no one would have thought that the Docolla would notice his existence. The hero assumed that the Isekai'd would be more comfortable that way. Even though he was hiding in the Ugur church, he was trying his best to get his hands on the book. That's why he asked the Docolla to do it for him. It was risky, but it was the only possibility. In this way, he would be able to solve one of his problems more easily. Isekai'd said that the earth was indeed full of intelligent people. It seemed to the boy that Isekai'd thought of him as a fool who talked too much. Isekai'd asked, noticing that he was saying it himself, and the information was like a weapon. The guy was quite boastful about telling the other all the information he had, and it was just silly. All out of the fact that the hero wanted to live a reasonable and safe life. And if the guy tried to live reasonably, he would end up becoming something like him. The hero saw a lot of people who took advantage of other people, thinking they were above everyone else. The hero was sickened by that kind of life, and he flatly rejected it. Isekai'd remarked that it was rather rude of him, and the fellow must have been conscience-stricken if he had done something like that. Still, the guy was pretty weak, and being able to live in peace both physically and mentally was more than enough for him. But the likes of the Isekai'd would get in the way of that. While the hero was talking to the Isekai'd heard a door crack behind him and turned around. As it turned out, the hero had notified the Popas Upero through the Episcopos Maya. The doors swung open and the Isekai'd saw the Akka in front of him. And the one who carelessly communicated during this difficult time and was the mastermind was undoubtedly the Isekai'd. The bishop shouted at the Isekai'd, not understanding how he dared to weave a conspiracy like a rat. The episcopus looked with anger at the Isekai'd, who only smiled at him. From the look on the bishop's face, the Isekai'd decided that his hypnosis had worked. That was pretty bold, and the bishop shouted that magic of that level didn't work on him. Isekai'd noticed that he had increased the resistance to his mind, and the old idiot took countermeasures against his hypnosis. The bishop said he had nowhere to run, and now he could surrender. But the Isekai'd was still curious. He thought the bishop was badly mistaken on that part. Isekai'd surrounded the bishop on all sides with small crystals, which eventually enlarged and almost killed the bishop. But Akka managed to bounce aside at the last moment. Isekai'd thanked them for giving way to him and bade them farewell, but the bishop asked him not to underestimate him. Isekai'd fell sharply to the ground, realizing it was the gravity magic of the Akka. Isekai'd noticed the magic circle above him that the bishop was using, and it made sense to him. He had no idea that a Akka could use such a powerful gravitational pressure, and he's pretty good despite being called the weakest archbishop. Aka did not deny that he is weak and his abilities and accomplishments are inferior compared to other archbishops, but he was still an archbishop. Aka thought it was over, but the Lowhite would not say so. He used an attack spell and aimed huge crystals at the archbishop. The archbishop stepped aside and the Lowhite said it was pretty close. But Aka thought it was over, and Lowhite noticed a sleepy incense in the corner, then grabbed his head. Lowhite wanted to create a barrier as quickly as possible, but Aka asked not to be forced to repeat it 3 times. With these words, the archbishop placed Lowhite in a cube near the sleeping incense. A ringing sound was heard under the feet of the Lowhite, and the lad picked up a small ball, whereupon he realized everything. Lowhite realized that it was a sealing stone, which was the reason why he couldn't use magic. He threw the stone away and admitted that he had been careless. Lowhite wondered when they had a chance to throw it, not to mention that barriers should only be created around themselves. They failed to use 2 barriers at once, but they also moved the second barrier, trapping him inside along with the sleeping incense. As expected of the archbishop, Lowhite realized that his magic was sealed by the stone, so he wouldn't be able to break that barrier. His body was also getting heavy from the sleeping incense. Lowhite picked up a dagger and assumed it was checkmate. Aka asked not to think that he could do anything with this small dagger, but he could still do something with it. After all, as long as they didn't get any information from the Lowhite, it would still be considered his victory. Lowhite smiled caustically and said that he had outplayed them, then bid farewell to the archbishop. Aka had no time to do anything before the Lowhite slit his own throat. The hero looked gloomily at the orb as the Lowhite fell to the ground with a smile, and Aka hurried to his body. Thereafter, according to a report from Meges, the Lowhite committed suicide after realizing that he could not escape. His corpse was tightly sealed as there could have been a third party that could have tried to take his body. In fact, the hero was surprised that Archbishop Aka managed to corner him to the point where he killed himself. But Lakra saw nothing surprising in this, for Aka himself was her teacher. That is why she became like that, because of her teacher. But the fact remains that they did more than that. The hero was sure that Papa Yupero could handle it. Marito explained about 90% of the secret book to Maya as she was cleared of suspicion. When Papa Yupero heard of this, he went to Tiai's. The reason for this was to personally apologize for the incident, and to take the book back as the person responsible for it. The lad decided that the matter could be considered closed at this point. The king asked the hero to take his time, for if his hypothesis was true, there were still people or demon lords responsible for sending the Lowhite to Meges. The hero knew this and suggested that the king just discuss it with Papa Yupero and do something about it. Because of this, the problem turned into something delicate, and the king felt the guy was right. Although Marito wanted to give the role of telling Papa Yupero about it to him, but the hero thought the king was too much of a burden, and besides, it was the king's job. Marito sighed tiredly and suggested that in that case the hero should become king. In the end, nothing was resolved in the end, but on the other hand, the biggest problem of the book still remains. It's the one thing they haven't told the others about yet. They'll need to decide how they're going to handle it after they tell Papa Yupero about it. This had the potential to turn world history upside down, and personally the hero thought it was best to leave it unspoken. Either way, they were now supposed to have peaceful days. The hero thanked the king for everything and decided to leave, even though Marito would want him to come see him tomorrow. The hero didn't understand what he needed it for, but the Marito wanted to hear more about his world. The guy thought it was just a cover for deciphering the book, but Marito didn't understand what he meant. The contract would be renewed because they worked on different strategies together. With a tired sigh, the guy agreed, and it was like his peaceful days were still not here. He asked the king not to come to him with crazy ideas, and the king laughed, saying that they were friends. The boy asked him all the more not to come to him. After talking to the king, the hero headed to the church. There he met Ulf and Maya. The girl was happy to see the master, and the hero was proud that she was still so devoted. Ulf was truly amazing, and Maya confirmed it, except that she didn't think so of the hero, who was forever scheming with his majesty, and the boy apologized to her. This time the hero wanted to apologize, but Maya interrupted him by exclaiming that even Orias was trying to trick her. She wished the guy would stop badly influencing her daughter's best friend. Maya exhaled and thought that now you could give him a passing grade for coming here trying to apologize. She still understood what was going on. Besides, he was a good influence on Orias. She had recently become mentally stronger, and up until now she had always been chasing her father's shadow, and it was a good change. However, Ilias was her daughter's best friend, and Maya would want to watch her good and proper growth, hoping the hero would understand. The boy promised to be more careful, and Maya was pleased with that. Maya asked to wait for her here while she made tea, and the hero looked at Ulf. He approached the girl and had something to say. First of all, he wanted to apologize to Ulf, of course. The girl didn't understand him and thought she had done something wrong. But the boy said that that night he had used her as bait. He used the Ulf who looked the weakest as bait to lure out the killers. At that time, it was by far the most effective method. There had to be other methods for this, however he used her as bait. The guy believed that he was no different from the Black Wolf tribe that tormented her. After he said that, the girl's hair stood up in a puff of hair. Ulf grabbed the master by his clothes and said that he was wrong all because he was angry. She realized at that moment that he was angry because of her, and that was her most precious treasure. So if the master was angry for the sake of others, Ulf wanted to help them along with the hero. The hero understood everything and he stroked the girl's head. But because of the fact that the master apologized, then Ulf will certainly forgive him, and the guy thanked Ulf. The guy noticed that she has already grown up and become a beautiful young girl. At least she's strong, unlike someone whose emotions are easily influenced. He hadn't known the Gaijin for long, but when he learned of his murder, his emotions took over. The guy praised the girl for doing a good job and managing to defeat the killer. Because of this, Ilyas reprimanded the hero for quite a long time. In addition, he didn't even hesitate to use the Ulf without hesitation. The hero told Ulf that he was thinking of growing something at their house and counted on her help. It seemed like a good idea to the girl and she also wanted to try it. Despite his weak psyche, what he did was insidious. The hero thought he was definitely not a good person. He thought about finding the book that Gadzin had. Maybe that way he could figure out what crops he wanted to grow from that book. But Ulf said that she didn't like vegetables and the hero replied that she could love them once she grew them and the girl promised to try. The hero was pleased with her attitude and thought of Gadzin. Surely he would prefer sake to all that. The hero tells Ulfa that he has sad news and the girl gets excited. There was an awkward pause and Ulf's heart raced. The boy said in all seriousness that Lakra was coming to see them. Ulf hesitated, but didn't see where there was bad news here. A few hours ago, the hero sat by the statue on a bench and rested. He was smiling and happy to see such nice weather. Lately it had been kind of turbulent, so it was especially nice to relax like this. This neighborhood had been heavily destroyed, mostly Orias, when the assassins came. However, it was now completely rebuilt as if nothing had happened. Magic was indeed an amazing thing, and everything was rebuilt in one night. Also, the castle wall destroyed by the Orias was rebuilt. Apparently, the Ragudo team did their best to fix everything in one night, and their magic was truly magnificent. This made the hero want to learn magic too, and he would be happy to learn even a simple spell. The guy wondered if he could do it with training. While he was thinking about it, Alakra was next to the bench and was quietly sobbing. The girl defiantly wiped her tears and the hero decided it was time for lunch. Lakra clung to the hand of the departing guy, not believing that he would just ignore her like that. The guy asked him to let him go as he wanted to stay in a good mood today. But Lakra asked not to leave her in trouble, for she was kicked out of the Mayan church by herself. It became clear to the hero that she had finally been expelled and he was sorry for her loss, but the girl said that she had not been expelled. Apparently she was trying to help them, but instead she messed up and they told her to leave. Judging by the look on her face, the hero hit right in the bullseye. Apparently, she is indeed hopelessly useless. She was told to stay at Maya's Sand Church until Pope Upero arrived, but she made too much of a mess there and was eventually kicked out. According to Maya's testimony, they were busy preparing for the harvest festival and she didn't want any unnecessary trouble. Also, apparently the barriers she placed around the village during the inspection were something other priests could do 10 times faster. The hero knew she would be chased away sooner or later, but didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The girl tearfully clutched at the guy's clothes and asked him for help. The hero asked him to let go and said that he was not talented enough to cure her uselessness. The girl replied that it didn't matter, or rather it mattered a little. But more importantly, she wished she could stay with him, but there was no way the hero would agree to that. Besides, he lived in an Ilia's house, and he couldn't just let a freeloader in of her own free will. Lakra gave herself different thoughts about the young man and girl living together under the same roof. But the hero asked her not to forget about Ulf. The girl's eyes shone and she assumed that they were fighting all together. But the hero asked her to knock it off. Lakra thought about the fact that it wasn't good and asked what he would do if a mistake happened. All this surely required her supervision. The guy asked her not to worry, because the only mistake that could happen was a murder due to improper power adjustment. Lakra had a mind of her own and said that she needed to protect them both from his ulterior motives. The girl exclaimed that it was cruel, but the guy thought that she herself had an ulterior motive and should just give up and sleep outside. The girl tearfully begged him to help, for she no longer wanted to sleep under that bench. The hero realized that she was already sleeping here after all. Lacra tried to explain that she was lonely and scared. The hero sighed heavily and assumed that there was nothing he could do because Lacra was too stubborn. Hero was shocked when they got approval from Aureus, while Lacra was madly rejoicing. The guy decided to find out why she didn't refuse her. But as a noble knight, she couldn't ignore the woman sleeping outside under this cold sky. The guy thought about her building a tough one. He asked just to think about it calmly. Besides, they only had 3 bedrooms. As a sponger, he would feel bad if she had to share her room with him. However, he is a man, so he couldn't sleep in the same room with her either. Ilias suggested that in that case, she should be put in Ulf's room. The guy thought that she was a real fool, as Lacra could influence Ulf with her uselessness. Lacra thought that the hero was too cruel, but Ilias agreed with him. In that case, Ilias decided that the hero would sleep in the attic. After thanking him for everything, the hero got ready to leave and said he was taking Ulf with him. But Ilias asked him to slow down, because she was joking. She thought there was enough room in the pantry, but she needed to clean up there. The hero said it was too early and they should have asked Ulf about it. And now, back to the present, Ulf was glad that Lacra would be joining them. Lacra hugged Ulf and said that she was a pretty good girl, and the hero was completely won over. The disgruntled guy decided to clean things up as quickly as possible and asked Ulf for help. The girl agreed and Lacra also offered her help, but the guy asked her not to even dare. The girl was offended and said that it was quite cruel. Eventually, the guy and Ulf got to work, and the Lacra decided she could help too. She picked up a crate of things to take down the stairs, but she slipped and flew down with the crate. Later, the Lacra decided to relax and take a bath, but noticed a huge spider nearby and screamed. Her screams echoed throughout the house and everyone could hear the Lacra screaming at the candidate herself that she hated him. But the boy asked Ulfa to tell Lacra that he had done nothing. The girl agreed. After all, he had a perfect alibi. The hero wondered where she had learned that word. Later, the Lacra changed into her second spare dress and started yelling at the hero, who covered his ears with his hands. All 3 of them decided to quickly clean up her room. The hero noticed the Lacra dragging a bucket and froze in horror. Before he could do anything, the Lacra swooped down with that bucket and all the water around splashed, wetting Ulf in the process. Later, the Lacra and the Ulf took a bath together. Closer to night, Ilias returned home. All 3 were happy to see Ilias. Lacra, that was already in her 3rd dress, also greeted the knight. The guy thought about the 3rd freeloader quickly mingled with them. Wagging her tail happily, Ulf ran towards Ilias. The girl was surprised to see so many things from the pantry. She kept shoving all the things that had something to do with Rachel's family into the pantry. The guy noticed that these things were of pretty high quality and suggested that they were all very precious to her. The girl agreed, after which she took one of the swords with a smile and examined it. Ilias pulled the sword from its sheath, and it brought back memories for her. This sword had been given to her father by the late king. If the hero remembered correctly, her father had been a knight of Tiais and her mother had been a priest, like the Maya-san. Ilias agreed and said that they were both good parents whom she respected. The boy didn't think she would want to throw away memorabilia of them so easily. Although Ilias still needed to go through them, it didn't make sense for her to have so much stuff. She was thinking of donating some of them to the Maya-san church and the Ragudo team. She also still had some of her father's clothes left. The girl noticed that it was just the hero's size and asked to try it on. She thought that this way the hero could become a decent man like her father. The hero said that if these clothes could give him that effect, then they must have been cursed. Ilias smiled and suggested they continue tomorrow, since they should have gone to bed early tonight. She also had a message from His Majesty, and he said he would like to see the boy at the castle tomorrow morning. The hero wondered what the Marito wanted from him at a time like this. Lacra leaned on the table and told the guys she was hungry. Ulf hurriedly brought the food and the guy offered to help Lacra as well. Lacra wiped the table and soon the food was ready, so another freeloader joined their house. After the protagonists had eaten enough, everyone dispersed to their rooms and fell asleep. The next day the king told Lady Rachel that from this day forward her task would be to guard an important person. Ilias was shocked that she was the one who got this mission. Guy thought that Papa Yupero was arriving soon, so Ilias was assigned to be his bodyguard. But Marito said that he would arrive with quite a lot of people and in such a way that he would most likely be late. In that case, the hero didn't realize who this important person was. The king pointed his finger at the guy, saying that he was standing right in front of him. The hero was shocked, not realizing how he could be that very person. Morito replied that the hero lacked self-awareness. The fact that he could read the language of the land made him a valuable person. And, in all likelihood, he had already forgotten that. And if word of this gets out, there will be more like Lohith who will come after his head. and when that happened, he probably wouldn't be able to defend himself. Now that the hero thought about it, it certainly made sense. The hero felt uneasy as soon as he pictured Ilias as his bodyguard, but Ilias didn't see what the problem was. The king asked to be told if he had any particular person in mind that he would prefer to have as his bodyguards. However, he immediately warned that he would not give him Sir Ragudo. The lad knew he would say that. The lad reflected on the fact that Ilias might be perfect for this. The king assumed that the guy just didn't want it to be a woman, and Ilias gloomed. She was literally shaking, and the hero realized he had just provoked her. It wasn't like that at all, and the hero said that he actually would have preferred it to be a woman. But unfortunately, Ilias lacked charm. He thought that Ilias was perfect for the job regardless of her gender, but her compatibility with him was a bit questionable. The king thought about it and decided to ask the lad who he felt most compatible with. If judged among all the knights, then the hero would prefer Grandpa Kara. In the end, Grandpa Kara and Ilias ended up on the same battlefield. Ilias looked bloodthirstily at Grandpa Kara and suggested that they should fight. She asked him not to hold back and attack as if his life depended on it. Grandpa Karu was frightened to tears and didn't understand how it had come to this. Shaking with fear, Kara's grandfather approached the young man and asked what was wrong. It seemed to him that Princess Ilias wanted to kill the hero. In truth, Mary had been ordered to guard him, for His Majesty had said so. The hero thought that was the point, but Kara's grandfather didn't understand how that could be the reason for such a reaction. And they must have talked about something else. From the words of the knight's acquaintance, the Kara grandfather fit right in. The king decided to check with Mr. Domitor Kofkin to see if he could indeed be suitable. However, at the moment, the escort position was already filled and it would be difficult to put him in that position. The king suggested that they call for a young knight, but the hero refused. In that case, their conversation with Orias would be short, and it was settled. The king ordered Mistress Rachel to protect him, and Ilias obeyed her king. Based on the boy's story, the grandfather of the care made sense of it all. He thought that guarding was a very honorable job, and if he was told that someone else was more suitable for the position, he would be displeased. Kara's grandfather thought it was just awful and asked the guy to rely on him. The hero felt uncomfortable in front of the Kara and asked for his forgiveness. Since he was so honored, the Kara's grandfather decided not to back down. By the way, this was the first time the hero saw a duel between Kara's grandfather and Ilias. Ilias was as strong as a gathering of gorillas, and Grandpa Kara is equal to her in strength. Even Ulf, who had been making great strides in training, still couldn't land a single blow on the grandfather. The hero didn't expect to meet Ulf here, who was cheering for Orias and suggested that she could put Grandpa Kara on his shoulder blades. The guy didn't understand how she already knew those words. The hero assumed that they were now fighting over what had happened in their first meeting. In that case, Ilias was probably not thinking of him in the best way, and the hero once again mentally apologized to Grandpa Kara. When the duel began, Grandfather Kara decided to attack Ilias first. Kara rushed to the attack and swung his spear, eventually pursued with multiple high-speed blows, which Ilias repelled. The hero cheered for the grandfather, thinking about the fact that he was just as fast as her. The girl thought about the speed, and it made sense to her. A sinister grin appeared on her face, after which she stopped the spear of the confused Kara grandfather with her hand. She threw the old man back, and the hero excitedly called out to the Kara's grandfather. The old man was not confused and thrust his spear into the ground in midair, trying to steady himself. But no sooner had he landed on his feet than Orias was right in front of his face. Ilias delivered a final hard blow and thanked the old man for the fight. Kara's grandfather felt a severe pain in his lower back and thinking he was dying, he said goodbye to everyone and fell to the ground. While Grandpa Karu was being carried away on a stretcher, Ulf jumped for joy and told Orias that she was strong. The hero suggested her to think about Grandpa, but the girl didn't understand what he was saying. Kara's grandfather was a very experienced warrior, and she could not fight at half strength. But the hero reminded her that she could adjust to his rhythm and consider this fight a training session. Ilias calmed down and said that it was still very hard to figure out who was stronger after all. She must have been worried about what he said about Grandpa being a better match. He meant that he was easier to strategize with. She surely knew that he preferred to make up strategies rather than fight with his hands. Grandpa Kara clearly understands his role and has stability. At the right moment, this would play a huge role. But as far as Ilias was concerned, she was too strong and the battle was getting easier, worth just joining her. Ilias, it became clear who she was in the eyes of the hero. Beyond any doubt, she could be relied upon, and if it was just about defense, he would be fine with that. Going back to that topic, he would just want someone to consult with. Besides, the hero didn't think she would feel satisfied if she just used a trump card like her. The girl didn't know what to answer and the hero patted her head. She could be relied on for everything, and in this situation, he felt as if he was being spoiled too much. The hero admitted that he wouldn't want Orias to feel worthless. He apologized for making her feel bad and being wrong. The girl blushed and decided that she owed her grandfather Kara an apology. When Ilias ran away in a hurry, the boy decided to tell Ulfa that what she had said earlier was not the norm. But the girl thought Grandpa deserved it. The hero didn't understand when she was going to make up with him, and Ulf promised to think about it. While Kara's grandfather was lying on the bed, Ilias knocked and went into his room. She apologized, saying that she was moved by resentment. Kara's grandfather laughed and asked her not to worry about it, for he understood. Apparently, she had already talked to the boy, and besides, he had lost. Grandpa assumed that she wanted to take his place even now, but Ilias exclaimed that it was not so. He really liked that she was going out of her way to get the boy to recognize her, and she didn't seem to know her own reasons for doing so. Ilias was surprised that the old man could know that, and the grandfather of the Kara no doubt called it love. The girl bared her sword and said that she would now break his lower back completely, and it would not hurt anymore. The old man asked her to wait, for he was joking. The old man also had a wife and children, and he knew what love meant, but her feelings are something other than this love. It was clearly respect, or something close to it. It is different from respect as a knight. It is respect towards a man who can what she cannot. The old man saw how the boy lived differently than she did. If need be, he would try to understand the heart of the villain. He was willing to follow that path. His strength was totally different from the chivalrous spirit. Of course, her chivalrous spirit is the truest, but she was not willing to follow a different path. Nor was she willing to follow the hero's path. Ilias respected him for being willing to follow any path he saw fit. Ilias clenched her hand into a fist and asked her grandfather to speak a little more simply. Grandfather had asked if she following the path of the knight could turn to evil, and of course it wasn't. That was exactly what the old man meant. The hero, however, understood them, the knights, and at the same time could understand others. He could, what Orias could not. In other words, the boy could what she could not, so she wanted him to recognize her. The girl smiled and thought about the fact that perhaps that was the way it was. After all, she was still quite immature. Therefore, Kara's grandfather would want her to not be prejudiced. She wanted the boy to appreciate her on her own merits. Kara didn't see it as a big deal, because it wasn't limited to just the hero. For example, praise from His Majesty would mean a lot to her. To be recognized by someone who could, something she couldn't, and that was a great joy. Ilias smiled warmly and thanked her grandfather Kara. Thanks to him, she was now beginning to understand many things. After Ilias left, Grandpa Kara lay back down in bed. He didn't think supporting him on that battlefield was a good idea. The guy wasn't very good at imitating others, and he almost died from it. This is exactly what the hero expected his grandfather to punish. Ilias admitted that she was embarrassed, but the guy asked her not to worry, because he was the one who should be ashamed. Anyway, Ilias was to guard him from tomorrow and asked him to rely on her. While Lakra and Ulf slept in their room, the hero told Ilias that he would count on her. By the way, Ilias became curious about something. She looked at the stick near the table, and the hero was glad she asked about it. The hero found this stick in the woods and cleaned it up, and it is now his second partner. His first stick had gone for firewood, but Ilias doubted it wouldn't break at the first blow. If he wanted, he could take the weapon from them, but the hero decided he wouldn't pull such a heavy weight. The hero decided that she would go. After all, he made her so he wouldn't forget the important things. No matter how strong his allies were, he was only able to fight with that. He couldn't rely too much on the people around him and wanted to fight so that he could be satisfied with himself. Ilias decided that there was nothing he could do at all. If he suddenly needed something, she wanted him to feel free to approach her. The hero refused and said that one piece of clothing would be enough for him. If he had too many things, it would be difficult to transport them when moving. Ilias thought he was going to leave, but it certainly wouldn't be now. The guy said that if he didn't need to live here anymore, he could try going to another country. The girl assumed that he wasn't happy with ties, but that wasn't the case. He was content with the pleasant environment around him. In that case, Ilias did not understand him. The boy said he wished he could find a way to return to his world. Of course, he liked this life, and he wanted to take care of Ulf and thank Auras enough. But he did not know what the future held. Perhaps he would miss the comforts of the past world and run out of strength to live in this one. And for the sake of this moment, he tried to find as many ways out of this situation as possible and get used to this world. But he asked not to worry, for he would not leave irresponsibly, leaving everything here. After all, it was fraught with consequences. Ilias said that if he disappeared, Alpha would be very lonely. That may have been true, but the hero felt that she needed to get to know this world better. Until then, he would try to let her experience as many new encounters and sensations as possible. And, of course, he would not leave Ulf to some dubious about people. The girl notices that he does act like her father. The girl wanted to know if he had any friends or family left, but the hero apologized and said it was private. Perhaps when he gets drunk he will tell her about it. He said goodnight to Orias and went up to his room. His way of life was quite different from the chivalrous lifestyle that Ilias believed in. At least, he could not imagine living this way, but he followed this path without a drop of doubt. In the past, Ilias had gotten angry with him for following the path of evil and was convinced that it was a path from which one could not return. However, he does not hesitate to jump between the two. Kara's grandfather had previously told her that the guy still respected her, and she should not have forgotten that, because she was running one way but following another, and that's something a guy can't do. Lastly, in terms of respect as a knight, Kara thought the hero respected her more than he did. He was the same as Ilias. They were attracted to each other for what they couldn't do themselves. Ilias could not know what path they would choose in the future. However, that was the way he was now. A new day came and Ilias opened the doors to the hero's room, saying that it was morning. Apparently, he was not going to get up yet and the hero apologized, but now only the sun had risen. The girl understood everything and stood silently at the door, but the hero did not understand what she was doing. She reminded him that from today she was his guard and had to be near her target all day long, starting with waking up. The hero understood her, but wasn't going to listen to it any further and decided that he was getting up. The hero walked over to the closet, but Ilias also kept her eyes on him. The guy assumed she was still going to change him, and Ilias was fine with that. But the hero threw the girl out of the room. Eventually, the guy went downstairs to have breakfast and the girl said she had already tasted his food. She kept pouncing on him with questions. Ilias suggested he go outside or do something. Ulf suggested the tired guy take a walk and Ilias followed them. Lakra ended up alone at home and was clearly upset about it. As Ilias followed the hero, she had a happy smile on her face.